started? Yeah? Okay. Where'd Serge go? Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to Arlington, Virginia, and to the 2025 conference of the Character Assassination and Reputation Politics, otherwise known as CARP Lab, at George Mason University. It's wonderful to see all of you. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. My name is Kimberly Meltzer, and I'm the proud professor and the chair for the Department of Communication here at Mason. I'd like to thank the CARP leaders for organizing what is sure to be an exciting and thought-provoking conference. So I'd like to recognize the CARP co-founders, Dr. Sergey Samoilenko from the Department of Communication at George Mason, Dr. Eric Shirive, where are you? There you are. Okay. From the Schar School of Policy and Government and the Psychology Department at George Mason. Dr. Jennifer Cohane from the Klein Communication Design at the University of Baltimore. And Dr. Martin Ix from the University of Amsterdam. You have come here from near and from all over the world to present, debate, discuss, and learn about this year's conference theme, Gender, Power, and Politics in Character Assassination. I'd like to thank all of the presenters and panel moderators as well for sharing your time and expertise with us over the next 2 days. The George Mason Department of Communication, or Mason Com, is proud to help sponsor this event and proud to host the CARP Lab on campus. This is also a great learning experience for our students, both graduates in our PhD and MA programs and undergraduates. We're really glad that they're here. We're also happy that students from other local area universities are here to participate in the conference. This is an important research community focused on crucial questions for societies around the world. I wish you all a productive and enjoyable conference, and I look forward to the discussions. So thank you so much. Have a great day, and I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Samoilenko.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see all of you coming over here to spend time with us and learn and enjoy and contribute to ongoing research. So I would like, without further ado, to introduce the first panel that will be focusing on the current issues in gender politics and power. So you have the floor. So we have 4 participants here ready to begin. Please welcome them.
Hi, before we begin, 2 short messages. One, you'll find there's bookmarks on all of your seats. They have a QR code on the back side that will take you to the website of our new book series, Studies in Character Assassination and Reputation Management, that CARP is launching and that I talked about yesterday. So if you've got any projects that you think might be suitable for our series, please feel free to submit a book proposal and we'll take it into consideration. Secondly, if you would like to tweet about our conference, I'm looking at Jenny. I think the hashtag is CARP5.
We at CARP have deactivated our Twitter for perhaps obvious reasons, but we are on Blue Sky now. So if you would like to follow us on Blue Sky, we are carpresearch.bsky.social. So give us a follow and feel free. Blue Sky doesn't do hashtags quite the same way that Twitter did, but hashtag CARP5 or CARPV if you'd like to be imperial about it. And we'd love to read and share and see your insights from the conference if you are on Blue Sky and inclined to share your thoughts while you're here.
Yep. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to Eric Shiraev.
Open, I think I can. adjust my clicker, and I will try to, will follow the procedure. 15 minutes, no more. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. It's difficult to uh, describe or investigate a subject, investigate and describe, which requires a lot of quantitative and qualitative analysis. And those of you who work with images and of this type of materials, it's definitely it's not easy talk. It's not easy journey. I'll be relatively brief. There's a paper available, a draft of a paper. So those who need to please request it. But I'll just highlight most important points about memes and buzzwords which used historically or used today to describe label rather women in power. Yeah, I don't think I have to need to explain what memes are and discuss lots of theory, but basically, two pictures right there shows just as one is quite a famous or infamous in China. It's a meme. It's Winnie the Pooh. Has been historically for 10 years now associated with President Xi. Apparently banned in China because of the mockery that people think associated with this meme. And also one of the most famous memes, just which associate with almost all women who are successful and powerful in this world, has been and are. So definitely one of the important points we discussed and I would try to pursue is to uh, uh, see how expectations about what role women supposed to play in business and politics, expectations which are codified or exist in mores and customs and norms, ideology, religion, and other variables just we can measure or describe how these expectations are violated, and this is again or somehow distorted, and the distortion of expectations, what is expected, what is prescribed, what is supposed to be, those expectations violated, so they become source fuel for character attacks. Well, a very simple procedure, but let's see, those who work with this numbers, this data, understand this how difficult it is. Well, we took a sample. The list is relatively short of all women in position of president, prime minister since 1970. Why 70? Well, just we need to stop somewhere because not so many before that, and we didn't go that far. And we collected about 3,000 plus memes, caricatures, posters, and similar images. And definitely we had to limit ourselves because some names were associated with just few of memes, other names definitely with thousands and thousands. And that's one of the challenges, methodological. Where did you stop? And how do you compare a person who was known for 2 years being prime minister and just only one caricature available to today's web? Things like this one, it's we didn't count because it's a positive image. Yes, Trump is being chased by a witch, but sort of a good witch, right? So just not mockery. Actually, just I don't think there's any element of character attack or character mockery, or these individuals. Basically, this is political criticism. So historically, we look at character attacks as attacks on character, not necessarily policies. If you say, well, your policy is wrong, it's not character attack. And this is a picture from Romania. It's a famous, well, she is famous, President Sandu there. And yes, she's criticized for her policies, basically. And this is something we didn't count because it's will not be representative of the database we have. And so that's why I put red dots. We didn't count those. So difficult content analysis. Once again, so you use referees, and referees make subjective judgments about what's considered to be in this category or that category. And I described this in the paper. 3 basic themes appeared of criticism or actually meme creation based on these violations or deviations from norms, expectations. So alleged emasculation and violation of traditional femininity. Second, alleged promiscuity and over-sexuality. And third, lack of intelligence. So examples, I give it to you once again. Examples. In fact, I use some examples from contemporary politics because we added to a list of a classical list of prime ministers, presidents, also contemporary figures. So masculinization, basically, just examples. Showing that a character has masculine traits, risky behavior, hostile actions, violence. Let's see, Prime Minister of Italy, Melanie, position as El Duce, Benito Mussolini. So a classical characterization of Margaret Thatcher in Britain. So it's a massive number of caricatures and memes just showing her as a bloodthirsty bodybuilder in so many ways. So more contemporary political leaders and labeled Iron Ladies, not only attached to Margaret Thatcher, but other leaders as a leader of one of the Baltic states, Latvia, or contemporary individuals. I use those example of Sarah Palin, just one of the most infamous or famous subjects of character attacks, and others. I see a picture of Margaret Merkel. We consider this action of drinking beer, just a big mug right there, as something which we refer to mockery and display of quote unquote excessive masculinity. Second, promiscuity over sexuality. Not many, but again, quantitatively speaking, but quite prominent feature. I use just examples of, and I use example of Sarah Palin because she's a champion of such attacks, has been and remains on the web. Also can show examples on top. You see it's a former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Tymoshenko, right there. It's just, and on the bottom you see Prime Minister of Finland, ex-Prime Minister of Finland, some Marine, and alleged, actually, the things that happened, so her excessive, quote unquote, partying behavior being Prime Minister right there. So alleged excessive sexuality. And also alleged lack of intelligence. When I'm saying it's alleged because, to claim lack of intelligence, you have to measure intelligence, but nobody gets to measure, but alleged. Easiest examples, again, we use contemporary politics. One of the targets has been it's Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. Cortez is a president. She is a congresswoman from New York, and so give examples of such memes, comparing her to a variety of creatures and also posters and pictures which allege her lack of intelligence. Second type of studies conducted is one of those I want to show. It's more specific, more detailed analysis of individuals based on referee judgments. So we chose, perhaps now it's history, case of 6 women, which were prominent 10 years ago, basically, but especially some of them were more prominent than they are today, then acting and now former politician. You see from Sarah Palin. Michelle Obama is not a politician, but First Lady is a public figure. And not many of you remember the name of Christine O'Donnell, running for U.S. Senate. And definitely, 3 ladies in here, Condoleezza Rice, Hillary Clinton, and Nancy Pelosi. And the sort of experiments, basically, it's just judgment calls of subjects who would assess photographs and features and just rank certain characteristics, and then just we analyze them and put them in categories. Once again, just if you ask about statistical analysis, yes, I will be happy to show you, but basically it's a combination of a quantitative, qualitative analysis. So 5 hypotheses were tested, again, introduced by our graduate students who did this research, suggesting that attacks on women, specific attacks, fall into 5 major categories. And I put it right there: good-looking and powerful women labeled as whores. Older women in position of power tend to be portrayed as witches. Average-looking, and we measure just subjective call about how you see the person. Really beautiful, not necessarily old. Yes, it's just maybe it's impolite, it's incorrect, but people make those judgments all the time. Average-looking but really powerful women tend to be it's a B word, and I think I can say it, right? Can I say it? Microphones here. and also good-looking and dismissed as dumb blondes, and women appear ambitious, hysterics. Basically, it's just appearing to hysterical tendencies of showing off. So overall, tell you, it's fifth hypothesis didn't find support. Four of them just found from moderate to I'd say moderate support, empirical support. I wouldn't say it was success, but at least we found some statistical differences in the way people portray these particular women. And this is again sort of a diagram we put together right there just to show how this distributed. So an attractive, less powerful. It's based on judgments, how subjects assess these individuals' power, attractiveness, and their actions. So, and one of the analysis, which is quite interesting, it's analysis of fairy tales and memes that appear there. Overwhelming majority of memes used in fairy tales refer to men. Just easiest to Dracula or images of pirates, big bad wolf, the most common memes used to attach to male politicians. For women, the most powerful image is a witch. Has been, is, and there is no particular reason why it's an image attached. Definitely to see it's more older women, so people of age, basically. But the image of which has been historically most common, and I use examples here, is Nancy Pelosi to Indira Gandhi, if you remember, was a very powerful Prime Minister of India for a number of years. So it's still work in progress. It's still a challenge to find empirical evidence to apparently common sense hypothesis, but so many things that appear commonsensical didn't find empirical support. But we believe that we're on the right track, and so with the use of more advanced methods of content analysis, we think we can establish categories with more empirical support. So basically, overall, it's a challenge to traditional rules is being used as a fuel for character attacks, and most attacks try to portray women as shrill, flaky, or basically unlikable. So for voters or general audience to make their judgment call. Thank you so much. I think I just I'm on time.
I'll just, yeah, you got the PowerPoint ready? Yes. Next up, Jennifer Kilhane.
Thanks, Martin. Thank you all. One of the things, as Hendrik mentioned last night, that we were thinking about is kind of the foreign policy perspective and attacks on women in power, and how sort of a global information system has facilitated these attacks. I'm a rhetorical critic by training, and to think a little bit about powerful women, and particularly powerful women within the foreign policy space, I decided to zero my presentation in on Condoleezza Rice, who Eric mentioned briefly here. Now, I know for the students in the room, you actually may not have been alive when Condoleezza Rice was doing her thing, but she was voted the most powerful woman in the world for 2 years in a row during her tenure as Secretary of State. And here you can see she beat out 99 female heads of state, chief executives, and celebrities to top this list. But in the course of her role as Secretary of State, she was characterized as an inspiration to all women. She was also characterized as the devil's handmaiden, a sellout as well, which I think points to some of the challenges of Black conservatism sort of writ large, and even actually a race traitor. And you can see some of that emerging from this particular essay. Also, as I was doing research, was reminded of this viral video, to the extent that videos went viral in like 2006. But this was a song called Condylicious, sung to the tune of Fergalicious. If you don't know what Fergalicious is, bless you, you clearly weren't in college in the early aughts. But as you can see from the lyric that I've quoted down at the bottom, it questions her sexuality, her relationship with President Bush. But this was a very, Google it if you, it's a very, very strange. You will feel uncomfortable watching it. So my study sort of goes beyond and builds upon previous studies in order to interrogate how Rice's representation in political cartoons specifically function as character attacks. So quickly to situate this in the literature, Rice has been recognized in scholarship for her importance in shaping foreign policy and in the debates that her role as Secretary of State spurred and inspired about race and gender in the United States in the early 2000s. She was the provost at Stanford before she entered politics, and her role there was, again, incredibly controversial, marked by aggressive leadership decisions that were often made unilaterally. And Rice was enormously influential in laying out what's now called the Bush Doctrine and sketching our foreign policy in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. And again, many of the choices that she made were controversial, but certainly known for muscular, aggressive foreign policy that supports unilateral action and often flies in the face of assumptions, which, to be clear, are just that, assumptions, that women are predestined to be peacemakers when they enter the international stage. One study of a narrative about her life shows that she illustrates the liminality of Black women in a way that unmakes claims about post-race or a colorblind America that were emerging in the early 2000s. Now, I will say, I think those of us who live in the United States in the 2020s recognize all of those as quite myths, and we don't live in a colorblind society, clearly, and I'm not starting from that place in my study. I recognize the influence of race, as you'll see in a second. Folks have also studied her rhetorical strategies in framing her own personal story, again, in relation to debates about race in the early 2000s. Despite her importance, though, I was surprised as I started this study to find her rhetoric relatively uncovered in the field. Now, of course, we have studied as a CARP lab, and many of you lovely folks in this room have studied as well, the gendering of female politicians and the gendering and racializing of character attacks, which Dr. Sharive just gave us a good overview of as well. And so tropes of gender and race are certainly intertwined. We did a study on attacks on Kamala Harris as vice president and found tropes of the angry Black woman rising to the fore in the media coverage that we looked at. And that, I think, leads us to the note that when gender and race combine, we can draw from the work of folks like Patricia Hill Collins to look specifically at the representations, not just of women in general, but of Black women, where we get some tropes that interlap or overlap with and intertwine with some of the things that Eric mentioned earlier. But when we talk about Black women, we tend to get things like the Jezebel, the dangerous, oversexed Black woman, the mammy, who's the caretaker, who supports white masculinity as motherly and has no interest in upending the status quo, or the matriarch, who's the domineering emasculator, especially of white men. Now, last thing to note quickly is just, of course, the preponderance of political cartoons in launching character attacks. We wrote about this one in the textbook. This is a cartoon from 1980 that is playing on the Jimmy Carter attacking rabbit story. We write about that in the book on page 99 if you don't know what this story is. But clearly, as we can see in this cartoon, it's playing up the tropes of Jimmy Carter as an incompetent hick. And political cartoons are good that way, right? And playing up archetypes of characters. It's very easy to tell who the enemies are and who the heroes are when it comes to political cartoons. Now, I will say, we also need to recognize that political cartoons have a long history of racist, anti-Semitic exaggerations when it comes to visual representations of other people. And we're going to see some of that in a second here. I will say, too, of course, rhetorical critics like Janice Edwards have recognized the power of political cartoons in politics, especially in playing up issues of gender. And Eric talked a little bit about this as well. It's worth noting, I think, that many political cartoonists are men, which is something that is only starting to change very, very slowly here. So again, as we've argued, political cartoons are a key arena where character attacks evolve. And I will say any study that exists, there are like two, that study representations of Condoleezza Rice mention political cartoons, because the political cartoons that showed her were so incredibly prominent and quite vicious, if I had to say. I don't know how much historical context I need to give you, although rhetorical critics are adamant and right that discourse emerges out of particular historical, social, and geopolitical contexts. But it's worth noting, I think, that foreign policy in the early 2000s was an old boys club, still largely is. Colin Powell was Rice's predecessor as Secretary of State and the first Black man to hold that role. Rice served as National Security Advisor, the first Black woman in that role, before she became the Secretary of State. And these were the first appointments actually announced by George W. Bush after he was declared the winner of the incredibly contentious 2000 election. And this was done, these appointments were announced in order to blunt criticism of the whiteness of the Republican Party. And there's a larger discussion to be had about the role of Black conservatives and the conservative worldview, but I'm going to skip that for now. The other thing that's important to note that's happening at this time is the US begins its foray into the Middle East. Rice had very close personal relationships with the president, and a lot of her arguments make her way into the Bush doctrine. Fundamentally, Rice seeks to balance the US's national interest, very much putting the US first, with the central value of spreading democracy, often with unilateral action as well. I want to really quickly say something about method, which is that studying political cartoons is really hard. It's hard because humor is complex, but it's also hard because it's very challenging to gather a large data set when it comes to political cartoons, because there's nowhere to go to do it, right? There's no one database of political cartoons that you can just search. And even databases like LexisNexis say that you can sort by political cartoons, but you really can't. So when you're studying political cartoons, you're sort of gathering the best you can from secondary scholarship, Google, and that kind of thing. I chose to include international publications in my data set as well, but I'll just say that studying political cartoons is hard. And every time I agree to do it, I'm like, why did I do this? But let me tell you a little bit about what I found when I looked at the cartoons about Condoleezza Rice. Some of these themes echo a little bit about what Eric said before. She's often represented as an animal, a parrot or a bird in particular. We often see her surrounded by markers of domesticity. We see her in sexualized roles, although I will say the secondary scholarship makes a great deal of these sexualized roles, and I did not find them to be as prominent as it seems like folks said that they were. We see her portrayed as a child, and then we see, and I think there's something to be said about general image caricatures that do, I think, point to, in some ways subtle and in some ways actually really quite overt racism. So let me show you some examples and then I'll point to some conclusions. Here we see her as a parrot, echoing back what George Bush says. You're also going to learn a lot about George Bush by looking at these cartoons as well. She's repeating back to him. So again, we're seeing it, the idea of her incompetence, her inability to hold her own thought in relationship to what Eric said earlier. And also, because she had a close personal relationship with George Bush, we see that questioned and recirculated in these cartoons as well. Here she is as a dove, not quite the same thing, but nonetheless, pointing to her slyness, which is also a trope about women working in foreign policy. Again, markers of domesticity we see in these cartoons a lot. We see her wearing an apron. We see her cooking. And I will say it's worth noting, of course, that she's not the only person in the kitchen in this cartoon. We see Bush, Rumsfeld, and Cheney as well. But it is hard to envision Colin Powell in this role as well. And I think, these cartoons point to policy critiques, people not trusting her and that kind of thing. But I also think they're she's driving the bus of cooking here, right? She's the one holding the cookbook. And I think these representations of her in the kitchen are designed to, in a somewhat contradictory and a fashion that has lots of tension embedded in it, show her as out of place in the Oval Office and as the decision maker for foreign policy. Here she's making rice pudding full of spin and finger pointing and amnesia. And here she is serving the head of the CIA up. This was a larger scandal, of course, but I think it's, again, worth noting that, she is wearing a lacy apron with her name embroidered on it here. So the third theme then is the theme of her sexualization. And like I said, people make a big deal of this, but it's not as represented in the data set as I noted, but we see her, best breasts bared, Liberty leading the people here, and George Bush sort of hapless beside her in his cowboy fit here. We also see her, again, dancing in her Theater of the Absurd fan dance here, where we are supposed to, again, be understanding her as a duplicitous figure. And we don't obviously see her body sexualized here. And in fact, the caption says, sure leaves a lot to the imagination. But again, seeing her in sexualized roles here. And again, we see her as the cheerleader here. We see her as a hooker hailing a ride. This was after a speech she delivered to the Organization of American States. We see her as a child, which again suggests to us that she is incompetent, that she is outclassed. And so, these representations of her compared to Colin Powell as the dignified statesman are really quite stark here. And again, see her that way in her interactions with the Canadian Prime Minister here. And this relates to a situation and scandal as well. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about racism. This cartoon comes up in every single study of the representations of Condoleezza Rice. Here she is in the role of Prissy, the mammy figure in Gone with the Wind. And she's mimicking lines that were said by this character in Gone with the Wind. And again, as a reminder, the mammy figure is an asexual figure that's here to serve white people, presented as dumb, right? In this quotation, she's not speaking proper English, she's appearing barefoot, and that kind of thing. It's hard to ignore as well the way that these images sort of play up sort of minstrel caricature racist stereotypes that circulated in the early part of the, 1800s, 1900s, and that kind of thing. We see the Black woman with the exaggerated lips, and you saw that already on a lot of the cartoons that I've showed you. We also see her in sort of menacing and ape-like fashion in a lot of these cartoons as well. And I'll just go really quickly here. But again, we see the exaggerated lips, the menacing, dangerous face. This one comes from Trinidad. So quickly, just to point to some conclusions here. Gender and race are obviously intertwined in these cartoons. This is perhaps not a shocking, I don't know that I've told you anything you don't already know, because these cartoons do all of the things that we expect political cartoons to do. They call out her incompetence. They show her to be untrustworthy, with the fun added tinge of racism here. And so we see, again, the elements of the gender double bind, which is very prominent facing women in power. You're either feminine or you're masculine and you're a threat and that kind of thing, which is a very challenging place to maneuver around. Future research, I hope to look a little bit more at some comparative studies and to study perhaps representations of Colin Powell against Condoleezza Rice, and maybe even look at Hillary Clinton as well. But so again, key takeaway, we're seeing gender and race intertwine in a way that plays up or undermines rather the credibility and trust that we are supposed to see in her powerful role as Secretary of State. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Jenny. We now continue with Hendrik Michael from Würzburg.
Right, thanks, Martin. Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. I want to talk to you about my research on the framing of feminist foreign policy in German media. And feminist foreign policy, probably as a concept, dates back to the earliest 20th century, first feminist wave, peace movement, League of Nations, but really came into this vision was really implemented first through Mexico, Sweden, Canada, late 90s, early aughts, and finally also by Germany in 2023 as basically the paradigm of handling international relations. So what's feminist foreign policy? Basically, it's built up on 3 R's. So ensure equal opportunities and address areas where rights are not implemented, rights of marginalized groups, rights of women in foreign countries. So this focus on implementing, addressing lack of rights is very important. The second R is the resources. So put resources in network building and provide gender sensitive or gender targeted humanitarian assistance. And the third R is representation. So promote diversity in cooperating organizations and also increase DI measures in the Foreign Service in Germany. So in short, feminist foreign policy affects many fields of actions, from peace to security policy, humanitarian assistance, crisis management, human rights policy, and so on, right? And so the idea behind feminist foreign policy is, and I quote from the guidelines, to implement in the future a feminist reflex that should be reflected in the full spectrum of our foreign policy activities. And just this phrase of the feminist reflex kind of struck me interesting because it's such a strong kind of framing of the vision of feminist foreign policy. So I wondered, how is this actually then covered in the German media? So how is it framed? How is feminist foreign policy framed in the German press media? To answer that question, I was first interested in what topics are salient in the framing. I was interested in whether feminist foreign policy is framed positively or negatively. And finally, I was interested in what framing strategies were used. So the goal of the framing analysis is to shed light on how media narratives shape public perception of policy paradigms. And I'm using media framing theory and qualitative textual analysis to explore, again, the framing strategies, the tone, and the topical salience in different press outlets. So I went about that research building a corpus from a database called Viso. It's not all encompassing, but there's a lot of media articles in there. And what I did is I searched for the keyword feminist foreign policy, but only in the title of articles, period from early 2020 to late 2024. And I searched only national media. This excludes Bild Zeitung, biggest tabloid in Germany, or Süddeutsche Zeitung, one of the leading national newspapers, because they're just not in the database. I ended up with 68 articles, and the final corpus consisted of 68 articles because there were some doublets and irrelevant articles. So I worked with 68 articles, basically. And here's a small breakup of the articles by Medium who covered feminist foreign policy. So as you can see here, Die Welt, a conservative German medium, produced most of the articles, followed by Die Zeit, a rather liberal progressive weekly, the Taz, a left-leaning, a left-wing medium, basically, Spiegel, biggest news magazine, FAZ, rather conservative medium. But you already see that FAZ, Stern, Spiegel to some degree, they didn't have that many articles. By and large, Die Welt and Die Zeit covered most of the issue in the German media. And if we look at that, we can already kind of form a hypothesis, namely that if the Welt covered most of the issue, then we probably have a negative and a very critical framing of feminist foreign policy. But to go through that, I tried to basically develop an analytical grid based on my research questions, and there's no time to go into the theoretical foundations of framing theory, but in short, to frame is to select, right? So this means certain aspects of reality are emphasized in reporting, while others are de-emphasized or left out of the coverage. So my analytical grid work basically functions that are derived from the 3 R's topical dimensions, where I suppose that those will be salient in the text, namely policies, values, and resources. And what you see here is that I grouped these topical dimensions around specific semantic fields. Yeah, so policies relating to the military, security apparatus, humanitarian aid, and diplomacy. Values, personal values, integrity and empathy, human values, universal values, or even ideological values. And finally, resources, the networking stuff, money, social and economic capital involved or referenced. Tonality is clear. Tonality is coded by looking at viewpoint markers, the perspective, evaluative modifiers, adjectives and adverbs, lexical connotations of words used in context. And the framing strategy is basically, I built here on the well-established differentiation between episodic and thematic framing. So thematic framing quickly focuses on collectives, has an impersonal and emotional diction, uses numericals and statistical data, rather than episodic framing that is built on personalization, incident-based reporting, and an emotional perspective. So let's break this up with this analytical grid and go through my findings. So what I found is that the policy frame, by and large, dominates the coverage of feminist foreign policy. That is not surprising, of course, because the policy frame is salient around key events. For instance, the protests in Iran since September 2020, the rise of the Taliban in Afghanistan, and the war in Ukraine since February 2022. Yeah. So if we look at the topic of salience, we see a clear dominance of a policy frame in reporting feminist foreign policy. If we look at the tonality, we get an interesting picture, because what we see here is that the most negative framing is, surprise, surprise, in Die Welt. The most positive is in Zeit. But all media, and that's, I think, one of the more interesting findings here, frame feminist foreign policy in a clear, neutral tone. And the neutral tonality of the coverage dominates across all media. And this neutral tone can be explained. First of all, it's in 25 out of 68 articles, so roughly a third. And the neutral tonality produces a less pronounced thematic framing. It doesn't produce episodic framing, it only produces thematic framing, but in a very, again, fuzzy manner. And that is because we have a professional neutral stance that dominates this neutral tonality. We have a journalistic language of distance, we have reporting verbs, we have a passive voice, we have institutional sources, all which are highlighted here in this exemplary quote that clearly shows you how this neutral professional stance is implemented in news media, right? What we also have, though, is we have in headlines a more clear framing, a more critical approach, a more negative tonality that is established through using pull quotes from institutional sources that give this stronger evaluative framing in the headlines. And that is maybe important if we look at how this framing proliferates to other media than just the legacy media, which I analyzed here. A few more details here on tonality. We can see, and again, that is interesting, that we have a negative tonality, but we also have a positive tonality. It's pretty equal, right, in the thematic framing. And if we look at a positive tonality, what we have is an acknowledgement of the benefit of networking and humanitarian aid. As you can see in the box above, that is a quote from the Taz. If we have negative tonality in thematic framing, what we see here is a rejection of anti-militarism and a rejection of this idea of diplomatic primacy. As we see in some of the quotes from Die Welt, Berlin is naive, it's a political stunt, rearmament is a patriarchal step backwards. Those are some of the quotings we see here for the tonality of thematic framing. If we look at the tonality of the episodic framing, we find more negative frames, but again, what we see here is that episodic framing doesn't even dominate the framing of the issue in German media. But if it appears, we have significantly more negative episodic framing. And if we have episodic framing in a positive tonality, what we have is an emphasis of the authenticity, mostly of Annalena Baerbock, who is then the focus of the coverage as the foreign minister in Germany. That is pretty logical, I think. And then a positive episodic framing emphasizes her authenticity, her integrity, and her empathy to legitimize the efforts of feminist foreign policy. So we have that in some articles. And interestingly, we have one of the most positive tonalities in one article in Die Welt, right? If we have a negative tonality in the episodic framing, it's a negative tonality in the policy and in the value frame. So we focus on Baerbock's supposed dupability, the eliteness, the language, and the missionary role of feminist foreign policy and its primary agents, and their perceived double standard. And this kind of negative episodic framing can then be used also for gendered character attacks, as we see in this larger quote from Welt columnist Klaus Christian Malzahn. Who else could have written something like that, right? Malzahn, horrible. Anyways, so what we see in this quote here, I highlighted it in red, is first of all, start of the quote is an episodic policy frame where the foreign minister, Baerbock, is portrayed as uninformed, not knowledgeable, stupid, one could say, and also very gullible, right? And then the rest of this block quote has an episodic value frame in it where we have a double standard, yeah, that words are not deeds, and that Baerbock is acting dishonestly and is lacking integrity by making up a story about a niece who can't transfer money to her grandmother in Russia anymore if we go through with these sanctions. And Malzahn concludes that this is, first of all, not true. Baerbock is lying. And second, it's an unbelievable abuse of feminist rhetoric. Yeah? Baerbock torpedoed necessary sanctions with 2 fictitious women. So this is a pretty clear attack on Baerbock's character, I say. But again, it's not the most prominent aspect of the framing of feminist foreign policy in German media. The most prominent aspect is the neutral tone and the thematic framing of the coverage. That is pretty, also not destroying this diplomatic vision as one might have suspected. 2 more minutes, right? So what we see here is a framing triad of public communication where journalists mostly adopt and change the frames of elite sources, politicians, NGOs, expert think tanks, for instance, the CFPP, CARE, or politicians or famous feminists, and that the audience responds to. But what we also see, if we go further than the legacy media, is that we have a dark underbelly, so to speak, where far-right publics tap into the more extreme framing in German media, evident in the negative episodic framing I showed examples of, or in the headlines, for instance, as well, because they are more often negative. They are often more negative than the body of text, and most people read the headlines. So this is picked up by by opinion leaders and audiences in far-right publics, and we can see that if we scroll the commentaries on Welt Online here, which are by and large very negative and very much only focus on Baerbock's supposed that she's the bad person here. And so the comments are very clearly, even on a neutral article, this is an article with a neutral framing, and the comments are just destroying. Yeah? And what we also see is that we see cascading effects where far-right media outlets, like, for instance, Julian Reichelt's News, spin the framing already established in more critical stances in legacy media further. And episodic framing is very effective here, especially because it's negative, because it's proliferating effects of selective perception and selective retention that influence the narrative persuasion of these incident-based kind of stories in the news. And it also feeds on the framing in political publics. Here is an example from a plenary debate where the AfD, Peter Bieström, said, "You carry the rights of women like a monstrance in front of you and destabilize countries and erode traditional cultures under the cover of feminism. And you abuse the cause of women to further a globalist agenda." And what we see here is that we have a framing of feminist foreign policy here that goes far beyond what we see in legacy media, because here we have extreme positions and even conspiracy vocabulary in the political arena. And that's also very fruitfully picked up by alternative right publics, whereas the AfD as an institutional source, at least in the period I looked at, almost has no kind of they are not very quoted very often. So to conclude, the framing is focused on policy issues. It's a thematic framing that dominates the coverage, and negative tonality does not dominate the framing of feminist foreign policy in German media. So the neutral tone, as I said, is the result of an institutional bias, professional routines, sourcing practices in the news media. If we have gendered attacks, they are mostly on Annalena Baerbock in a mode of negative episodic framing, where she's portrayed as unprofessional, arrogant, clueless, naive, but vice versa, we also have some examples of positive framing. We have more polarized framing in network publics, and Jezierska actually concludes that agents who promote feminist foreign policy do too little, and that's maybe something we can discuss afterwards. They do too little to frame messaging on social networking sites. They are too focused on these institutional networks to get the framing across to the public. And what we also see is that character attacks dominate the discourse here. Finally, what we have to see here is that institutional communicators seem to fail to frame feminist foreign policy against alternative right-wing media, platforms, and agents. And that is also due to the limited effects of an elite rhetoric that, for instance, Markowitz and Donahue have determined in one of their recent studies. So that is it from me. Thank you for your attention. I was really happy to talk about this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Hendrik. The last speaker on this panel is Holger Mulder from the Tallinn University of Technology. Holger, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. So this is always you have to have good relations with technics. But good morning. Happy to be in Washington, D.C. area after a very long time. And I should start from my roots because I'm not, let's say, a gender politics specialist. My roots are international relations, international security studies, and we started to develop a concept with Eric Shiraev, global knowledge warfare, which should explain these changes which are currently taking place. My focus mostly is on the strategic level, therefore, yeah, dealing with these big pictures. But of course, there are aspects which actually emphasize the role of gender, because here we are entering right now to the new world order. It looks like we now know how it ends, but well, I'm using this expression borrowed from the Mel Gibson series of Mad Max series movies world. So this is a totally new one where we are heading, which is we will face several wars. There are trade wars, there are cyber wars, there are capital wars, there are cultural wars, there are also shooting wars. This is a part of the wars. About gender wars, theoretically it might be possible. So because many of those wars, what we are facing right now, these are kind of imagined wars. So those who have read this George Orwell's 1984, this is pretty much just becoming a reality, because in this world, which is based on very strong image building, so it's images mean a lot, and this is also how we call it as a post-truth politics, which is pretty much about this information. But why we use a term global knowledge warfare? Because knowledge is actually which is the goal. This information, cyber, everything, they are just tools. And well, as you see, there is a huge recognition here. Well, there's several politicians and scientists forced here, so that the role of the information in this new starting world order, which might be not the best one, because all which concerns decision making, popular decisions supported by the majority of the people might be not always the most wise decision. And this is also we have to take in mind if we turn to this the new situation regarding the global knowledge warfare, where, as you see, there are several angles here. Well, this is pretty much psychological warfare. This is also information warfare. This is you will find this influence revisionist practices, so that how to change the knowledge. Cyber is a world where it's operated, and so, and this is very much, it's not this is the last one, but it's still important. So if we take these images, even from this movie industry, we might call it Hollywoodization, so that all these popular images, you can very easy to sell to the audience. And this is actually concerns the gender as well. Therefore, we can construct gender wars within global knowledge warfare very well, if we'd like. And this is about the knowledge. And well, as I said, I'm focusing on, in my research, on political cultures. Pretty much, I will not go deeply here, but what is so at this is pretty much is also building a knowledge, is building a new worlds. So that, well, let's see if we compare these different worldviews of different political cultures related to this. For example, Angela Merkel from Germany, who said in 2014, so that Vladimir Putin seemingly he lives in some other world, and these differences also refer to some extent also to these more masculine approaches and more feminine approaches. Even Angela Merkel is by origin very conservative politician coming from the Conservative Party, but it doesn't matter. Here in this world of political cultures, she represents, let's say, this more liberal or more feminine part of thinking. Well, and what are the dangers of global knowledge warfare? This is which is based on these emotions. Emotions are good tools to get the audience. And if you are promoting fear, it also creates a kind of consolidation. You can just unite the audience if they respect your position. And well, the result might be it will end with irrational response. This is not calculated, this is not the best option, but this is the most popular option. And this is actually the concern here. And so how here you see how it works. So how to change the knowledge, the operationalization of the knowledge. Gender conflict. I don't want to keep it totally away from here. And well, there is a very good fiction book. I'm using fiction also, even I'm actually functioning in a very practical world. But so Robert Merle, I think in English, it was called The Reality Factor, which is also tells us about this world ruled by females, where these male have just a second position. This was quite interesting. Well, but sometimes these fictions also, they are becoming true. Well, and this is a strong opposition between masculinity, femininity in international politics. This also leads us this identity politics, so that you will be affiliated yourself with other groups, so that you feel yourself as a member of we should just to promote your ideas. And well, there are some examples. For example, this Robert Kagan, this U.S. author about this. Well, it's America presents this strongman culture. Those Americans are from Mars, Europeans are from Venus. So it will. This also refers somehow this robotics, masculinity. And the world of Merkel versus the world of Putin, it represents practically the same. This is a great division between different political types using stereotypes, so that if the audience accepts it, you can go on. And we'll skip one here. You see one character, so that how this masculine world has been represented. So that, and this question is actually, so it's respect, because we are strong. And well, the question here, which also represents different political cultures here, is, well, let's Russia their actions in Ukraine, are they wrong or are they bad? Well, it's a wrong. If they are wrong, this is a criminal behavior, and this represents, this is, let's say, this fading liberal institutionalism. But well, if we, of course, even we might take Vladimir Putin as well, it's a bad person. So we don't like him, but with his actions, we accept it. So the wrong person takes actions. This is also accepting this cultural approach. And this is also describes to somehow this starting Mad Max world. And these policies are forced by alternative and revisionist movements. Well, this is a fate of alternative politics. I have also some cases here, just to pay your attention. This is a famous Sylvester night on Köln, or New Year's Eve in Cologne, 10 years ago. If you remember, at least, I don't know, maybe in the United States, but in Europe, was very actively spread the image. Well, it was a massive sexual harassment had been taken place. Well, the results, actually, I made some research on that. Well, of course, there were criminal activities, but what was the danger of these, let's say, image building? This is building big narratives. So it's the migrants represents a rapist culture. This is also follows alternative right. And well, what is interesting, alternative left also joined, just forcing different aspects of the men represent rapist culture. So it was very strong promotion of this divisive rhetoric, and it looked quite dangerous. And it doesn't decriminalize the issue, but just forcing these identity wars. This is also, that's a case a little bit later, also 10 years ago, following it's about this one 13 years runaway Russian girl who also was claimed having been kidnapped. This is a Lisa case, also from Germany. So it also promoted by Russia very actively against, let's say, this liberal institutionalist world. So that shows that Europe is weak. So it's very often, if we just look these strategic narratives, these are very oriented to a certain changes. And well, it's also, even it was not proved. So Lisa case, this was just a girl left and nothing bad happened to her later it was yeah, justified. But well, you can use these big narratives. And the final one, this is also demonization of the politician. Here, actually, this is from my region. Three politicians, this is former Estonian female president, this is Kersti Kaljulaid, who comes actually from the Conservative Party, Isamaa, or Fatherland. And there's Kaja Kallas in the center, who is right now is High Representative of EU in foreign affairs and security policy, but he was a prime minister before. So he represents this, let's say, liberal party and the centrist party. And there is a Sanna Marin, former Finnish prime minister, who was a social democrat. But in this opposition, masculinity versus femininity, they are, let's say, in this femininity side. So that these are people who are not against this, promoted this strongman culture. So that this, even these critiques I will show you here, well, it's coming from alternative right here, which is pretty much related to one family in Estonia. Therefore, this father and son who are the leaders. So Egre Party or National Conservative Party. So that these critics has made that, well, the President Kaljulaid, for example, acted as emotional woman. So that it is also by giving this gender perspective here, also about the Kaja Kallas here, so that is, of course, respected, so to get this high position in Europe. But in Estonia, she was demonized because she represents, let's say, this liberalist, institutionalist world. And so also reference to Sanna Marin, also, of course, she was her job. So she was a sales girl, as mentioned here by Egre leader. So that giving such a kind of negative images. Everything is about this image building. Therefore, yeah, well, the world is changing. Strong images on these different views. So it's alternative politics has its different sides, different sides. In researching these issues at the strategic level, so that what changes take place, so that we have to take care. And gender has actually a very powerful image in this composing these oppositions or conflict. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much. We're slightly behind schedule, but not too bad. So we got about 10 minutes for Q&A. Who would like to make a comment or ask anything of any of our presenters? Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Do you find that political cartoons, as a great rhetorical artifact for these like early aught figures, are they still as relevant in like the digital social media landscape of today?
That's a great question, and I don't have anything other than vibes to go on to answer it. But I do think that the sort of the media ecosystem in which we live now blurs genres. So it's sort of hard to like tell the difference between what we would consider a political cartoon versus just like a meme, right? Now we can argue for the differences in genre. Maybe political cartoons have to be printed in legacy media or something, although of course, you know, right-wing and left-wing media have their own political cartoonists, but we might, for instance, define the genre as being affiliated with some type of publication. But certainly, I think that when we think about what circulates in, erstwhile Twitter and that kind of thing, that we tend to see memes circulate more widely than political cartoons per se. I will say, as I was researching this presentation, I found a lot of funny political cartoons and sad political cartoons about what's happening now. So they certainly still do exist. But in terms of grabbing the share of the attention economy, I think we see sort of the simple meme sort of in your face more than political cartoons these days.
Yes, there's a question here.
Thank you very much. So one question that came to mind, this is more so for the first two panelists. I was wondering if during your research you saw any kind of intersections with like sexuality and gender identity. For instance, I think it'd be interesting looking at like how trans women, such as like Sarah McBride, is being represented now, and if she falls into that like whore, witch, bitch spectrum you were talking about.
Yes, we studied sexual orientation, basically gender identity. I did include in my paper, and we do have incumbent members of U.S. Congress and prominent politicians who openly gay, for example. But definitely it's being explored. But I think Martin X will discuss it today as well, just as in his presentation. But
Tomorrow.
certainly tomorrow. Tomorrow. So certainly, and this is a important subject, which is basically that we would only begin to explore. But we did this research on that.
One thing I will say too is you do often see, and this came from the research that we did on Kamala Harris, the idea that Kamala Harris is secretly a man and has been a man this whole time comes up in the fringes of the right-wing media. So it's not, taking trans people, but it's a similar, I think, type of fear appeal, like everyone's hiding, we don't know what's real anymore. And so you don't see that a ton, but we definitely did see that when we were researching Kamala Harris.
Yes, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Also, a little comment to Jennifer. Thank you for the cartoons. Cartoons tell us more than words. And when I saw your cartoons, I was remembering a cartoon of the 18th century about Mary Therese, the Archduke of Austria. And she was very powerful at her time. And there were cartoons in those century showing her walking over the landscape of Europe and letting babies fall out of her while walking because she had so many children and tried to marry them to all over European countries, And so this was a very bad cartoon. I remembered when I saw these cartoons. So maybe you can go back in history to the 18th century to see these old cartoons.
Thank you. We have in some of our other research, and actually in the first handbook that we published that came out of our very first conference in 2017, there were some scholars who wrote about cartoons from the 18th century and stuff. And again, very fascinating, people ripping the heads off of babies and all sorts of stuff that you see in those publications. So thank you for that comment.
Yes,
Hi.
go ahead.
Yes, hi. This is a question for Eric and Jennifer too. Sorry to pick on the same people all the time. Would you agree that the more contemporary version of a political cartoon is an AI generated image or video? And if so, how are you anticipating trying to accommodate research for that?
Well, certainly it is seen, and this is debate basically about how we approach them and how we measure. I think sometimes it is shown, so we see definitely it's just AI, definitely ChatGPT. So and I produced myself first one. It's clearly seen as it's just ChatGPT, even though you can make it stylish and most people expect a personality behind the image. So if I see a cartoon and just mass produced by ChatGPT, but if it's John Smith or Robert Kim, the author, just I feel more relevance, and because it's personal opinion expressed by individual. If it's AI produced, perhaps people pay less attention. As this is again, it's my feeling. And second, we believe that there are certain core features that's timeless, whether we portray Marie Therese or Catherine II or leaders from 1930s. And today, the core features remain the same, but peripheral features that remain time and culture specific. So that's why probably AI will capture just this is what we will see in the cartoon.
I don't have a good answer for that, because as a rhetorical critic, I believe that social discourse is produced by agents who are making choices and tailoring messages to audiences. Of course, there's a raging debate about the agency of AI happening, but so for me, designing a research project, I would like to filter out images produced by AI. And so, how you gather those images and sort of tracing the circulation as best you can, which is very hard to do, of course, would be and is something that I typically do when I select the images that I study. But it's a sticky wicket, right? Because certainly these things exist and they circulate and they often aren't questioned. But I guess I just as a rhetorical critic, I'm not super interested in studying images that were produced by AI, which of course does not say that they're not important and they're not there. But it's less interesting or engaging to me when I think about building a data set.
Yes.
Sure. Mm.
Well, in fact, I did it a week ago, basically asking ChatGPT, draw me portraits in the style of Caravaggio of Nancy Pelosi looking as a witch. And I was answered, no, we don't do this just because it's impolite. It's we have against policy. I said, look, I will teach my students on that. Oh, in this case, there you go. That's fine. But still, it was me who directed ChatGPT to do that. So it's still me. And why witch? Because I know this most common stereotype about women. So and people who will just ask LLM models to produce something, they'll use their own stereotypes, expectations. And the poodle remark, Tony Blair was probably champion of being compared to poodle to, George Bush, basically. Tony Blair, Prime Minister of UK a long time ago. But you're right, this is an enormous challenge and it's exciting. Exciting.
Yep. So it's almost time to wrap up this session, but perhaps if I can ask a final question. Holger, in your presentation, you mentioned there's this more like feminine and a more masculine form of politics, or at least that's the way that it's being framed. And it seems like all the female politicians that you mentioned are automatically put in the more feminine camp, even if they tend to be perhaps quite conservative. And looking at Hendrik's paper, that also seems to pertain to Baerbock, was also put into this more, let's say, feminine category. Is that always the case, or could you be like perhaps a Condoleezza Rice type woman who would be seen as a masculine politician?
Well, yeah, actually, this gender itself, it doesn't matter in this masculinity, femininity opposition. Probably, yeah, well, I will take maybe opposite examples. So that there is, let's say, feminist or female politicians representing this masculine culture. Of course, there was an example of Italian Prime Minister Meloni, who is very close to it, or Marine Le Pen in France. So there are, because even AFD, there are a lot of female politicians, even in Estonian, well, let's say, are not playing this major role, but they are representing this, let's say, masculine culture. And also we have, it's a male politician which are on this liberal side. This is just, if it's, of course, appears we are using this sample of Angela Merkel as representing this culture because she had quite a big influence. And even this is quite her origin is as well as a conservative politician representing this liberal world. There are so many controversies, but it doesn't matter. So this masculine versus feminine, it doesn't necessarily be between genders.
Yep. Okay. Hendrik, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I would actually add to that because I mean, just the praising feminist foreign policy is
Using the
misleading
microphone.
and part of the. Oh, sorry. I think you can understand me though. I have a pretty loud voice. So that is already misleading on part of the problem. I think, and Holger and I discussed that yesterday, how you can see it to get out of this gender basically dichotomy is that one of these paradigms focuses more on distinctions between friends and enemies. That's more the Hobbesian culture where you can bully your enemies into getting what you want. And the other perspective is one that is more in the Kantian tradition, where it's more on dialogue, on communication, and maybe finding a common sense and empathy. So that's how you could maybe frame those paradigms of doing international relations or managing international relations without falling into this feminist or the reflexes that the term feminism evokes in many people, right? So that's maybe my
Yep.
last 5 cents.
Thanks. We now have about 10 minutes for the coffee break, but please join me in thanking the speakers on the panel.
Thank you. Excellent stuff. There would be so much there to do, Holger. I have so many. Just working on my study here. It is promising, even more now. You know.
I'm Anne, by the way. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you, Martin.
So much to look into.
Test, test, test. Testing, testing.
School of Conflict Resolution and Analysis at George Mason University. So the idea behind this book was very simple. We looked at the current literature on conflict, and we realized that a lot of what's been written about conflict does not really have a power to explain what's happening in the world right now, because either it used some, older references to older case studies or use some models and theories that are no longer relevant. So we wanted to do something different. We wanted to look at conflict from more interdisciplinary perspective. So we wanted to look at conflict by asking scholars from different fields, specializing in different types of conflict, from interpersonal to systemic conflicts, to explain, so what's the nature of social and political conflict is now in 21st century. And I think this panel is going to give you a really nice summary of what we're trying to do. But here is a shameless promotion of the handbook. So please consider it adapting for your libraries. And so we're going to kick off this panel with the notion of illiberalism and the presentation of Dr. Marlene Laruelle from George Washington University on grassroots of illiberal politics.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Sergey. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, as Sergey was just telling you, I will be launching this discussion on how do we try to think political and social conflict by bringing notion coming from political philosophy. And the one that I'm using, this rising concept, is the one of illiberalism, which is probably one of the most relevant if we want to understand what is happening both in Europe, but even more in these countries. It's really probably one of the main major prisms to capture the current transformation. So what do I mean by illiberalism? I mean a broad ideological family or universe that is challenging liberalism, that is telling us that either liberalism failed, either liberalism did something and then failed, and that we need to kind of challenge the cultural hegemony of liberalism. And of course, because liberalism means a lot of things. We can say liberalism as a political philosophy, liberalism as an economic principle, liberalism as a social, cultural kind of progressivism. So if liberalism is diverse, illiberalism is also as diverse, right? Because it's targeting different elements of liberalism. So this illiberalism is context dependent and it's very sensitive to cultural context. So what does this illiberalism is promising us in terms of political philosophy? Well, it's telling us that nation-state sovereignty is more important than any kind of supranational institution. It's telling us that nations should have cultural homogeneity and therefore that minorities, migrants, foreigners need to adapt to a cultural majority. Is telling us that we need respect for hierarchy, that we are not, as human beings, we are not kind of, a blank page on which we could put any identity. We have roots, we have genealogy, we have geography, we have space and time in us, and therefore we have traditional hierarchy that needs to be adapted, respected, on one way or another. And he's also telling us that we need more executive power and more majoritarianism to make democracy more efficient, right? So you see the how much it's relevant to the current political context we live. But what illiberalism is also telling us is that we don't need anymore the consensus, this culture of moderation, the culture of compromise, and kind of sharing, trying to find middle ground. That was a tradition coming from liberalism since the 18th century. So why is this term rising? Why are we not using just, anti-liberalism, far right, conservatism? There are a lot of other concepts that are possible. So why illiberalism? Well, because illiberalism is a kind of new mix that is adapted to the current world in which we live. It's still believing in some form of liberalism. For example, it's still believing in economic liberalism on many aspects. It's still believing in a kind of old-fashioned liberalism, from transformation of the 60s, you know, kind of white male-centric liberalism that we had in the 50s. But it's very much a postmodern phenomenon, right? It's mixing genre, it's really shaped by popular culture, entertainment, leisure, advertisement, merchandising, consumerist tradition, celebrity politics. And at the same time, it's connecting that with a cult of traditional conservative values of belonging. So it's this very postmodern mix of modernity in its consumerist aspect and cult of reinvented, reimagined traditional values. A key, I think, example of this kind of grassroots cultural rise of illiberalism that is matching our discussion today is the trad wife movement on social media. So this kind of recreation of traditional femininity and therefore traditional masculinity, which is very postmodern because it's talking to the millennials, it's talking to the Generation Z, pushing women out of the job market and inviting them to be good housewives, to recreate a kind of holistic identity where you don't have to be divided between your career and your family. You just have one identity, that to be a good housewife, cultivating classic beauty, but also cultivating nostalgia for white America, for a pre-civil right America, with all the cliche and the cultural production of what we could call Americana, all this kind of mythified vision of American kind of big national myth. And you have the same version arriving in Europe, but US is really leading in that kind of creation. And of course, it's also very postmodern because it's very much based on advertisement. It's an artificial creation of domesticity. It has a lot of money, business model in the background. All these trad wife influencers are also there to make money. So it's a business model. And so another aspect that I think is kind of matching our current discussion that we see around the concept of illiberalism is the idea of freeing language from moderation. And so if you are an illiberal, you have the right to be provocative, excessive, vulgar. And that element of is kind of it's seen as a sign of freedom. And you know the discussion we have currently in this country about freedom of speech. It's seen as a sign of rebellions, resistance, and it's valorizing all the kind of counterculture. You know, it's valorizing mafia culture, gang culture, street culture, and telling them that, wow, that's cool, right? That's what a new politician, what the new culture should be. It's to valorize this rebellious underground culture. So, of course, illiberalism is thriving now because it's very much connected and in harmony with the media ecosystem we have now that are focusing on incivilities, character assassination. So the whole business model of all our media ecosystem is just going perfectly well with what illiberalism is pushing for. But you have other elements that are more grassroots that explain that rise. You, of course, have a lot of social demands for testing new political and social, economic, and cultural models that wouldn't be the liberalism or the neoliberalism as we had it for the last 40 years. There is really this feeling in part of our citizen that, you know, the status quo should end. And then people are ready to test new political model, including taking risk at challenging democracy and trying some more authoritarian model. You have a lot of social economic reasons that are explaining that, but also, as I was saying, cultural reasons, this kind of post-truth culture. And we were mentioning in the first panel, the role of artificial intelligence reality. So you really have a blurry space between what is real, what is not. And you can see also the revival currently around the, not Trump himself, but Trumpism are the cultural phenomenon of dystopia and science fiction, which is, I think, a really important element to explain the part that citizens feel like you are just entering a new era with the unknown. And this unknown can be both awful and good at the same time. What matters is that it will be dramatically transforming the liberal status quo. And then we have arriving distrust, not only toward institution that has been well studied, but also distrust toward us as citizens, right? And the level of polarization of this country has never been as high as we have it now. So there is also this feeling that we don't know what we share anymore as citizens, and that has to be reinvented. So just a few words of conclusion to show you that through political philosophy and concept like illiberalism, you can have a kind of philosophical background to help you thinking elements that are connected to the discussion we have today at the conference. And trying to look at political conflict in a much more kind of broad political culture phenomenon to explain that character assassination rise and the genderization of public discourse that we are studying today, they are not the exception, they are the new norm. That's why the illiberal culture will be, and that will be the new normal. And so all vision of that as a kind of exception or state of exception is just missing the point that we have moved away from the cultural hegemony of liberalism and enter a new kind of political culture where that will be the new norm. And on that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
But I think the structurational divergence theory takes one step forward, and I think provides a really sophisticated look at the world order we live in right now. And you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So I want to start by saying the things have changed a lot since I wrote this paper, and not in an inconsistent way. But some of the recommendations, I think, at the end, I think a couple of ships have sailed, and that portion of the chapter would need to be rethought before applying things. It also occurred to me as I was preparing for this panel. Oh, and by the way, Marlene, I'm very sorry that the other people on this panel didn't get the purple jacket memo. We're kind of like at two ends of a printer where mine was a little more saturated, so that's kind of fun. But it occurred to me in looking again over Marlene's work in a way that it hadn't before, and then hearing you speak kind of brought this home to me, that the kind of analysis that I'm doing here can really be part of an explanation for the rise of illiberalism, or what is some of the driving mechanism for the changes to culture that you are observing. So I just wanted to put that out there. Because I think that the things that I have to say might also help us understand the functions of illiberalism as well as how it has risen. So liberal, conservative, Democratic, Republican, left and right even sometimes, these things do not mean what they used to mean. And they also all have less shared meaning than ever before. So what we call liberal, what we call conservative, what we call Democrat, what we call Republican, these things mean something different in a more variable way to different publics than I think ever before. And that's part of our challenges that Marlene has also identified, is that we really have lost a center of shared meaning across not just American culture, but political culture. So having said all that, structurational divergence theory is an extension of structuration theory. And just in case there are folks who don't know what that is, structuration theory is a traditional sociological theory that in sociology solved the problem of free will versus determinism, right? So if our behavior is determined, where are our choices? And so Giddens really solved that problem with structuration theory, which I'm in organizational communication, and pretty much every theory, if not every theory, Scott's in my class, so he'll tell you, I say this in class, the action structure pair is something you see in every organizational theory, that there's some enduring structure that enables and constrains our activities, and then our activities perpetuate and change those enduring structures. And so you can see this cycle. I used to see structures as deep, and now I kind of see things through more of a flatland perspective, which is where you see structure and action being constituted within one another rather than driving one another. So my theoretic thinking has even evolved a little bit since this writing. But structurational divergence theory is an attempt to explain what happens when we hit an impasse. In traditional structuration theory, there is, within the theory, there's a structure that says that when you have interpenetrating structures that compel us to behave in oppositional ways, that a third structure, it's all very neat and tidy, right? A third structure will naturally emerge that tells you which structure takes precedence or which structure to prioritize. The example I use in the paper is business structure versus family structure. So if I get a phone call in the middle of this presentation and I take that phone call, y'all are going to raise an eyebrow. All right. But if it's, I got to take this call, it's my kid's school, then everybody says, oh, okay. Right. And then I say, I got to go, my son's socks are dirty. What? No, I got to go because my son is in an ambulance right now being taken to the hospital, right? So these structures, these third and fourth and fifth and sixth, and there's always multiple, there's never just two, emerge to tell us, okay, what set of rules, what structure's in the driver's seat right now for my behavior. So it's all very neat and tidy in structuration theory, except what about when it's not? What about those situations where you have equally compelling oppositional rules and there is no neat and tidy structure that emerges that tells us which one takes precedence? And so this is what structurational divergence theory says happens. And most of our data is from healthcare contexts. There are a number of people, which is pretty gratifying as a scholar to see people you never heard of running with the theory that you created. But so there's been some stuff with athletic injuries and the structures that guide how we treat injuries, other kinds of things. Still health related. There's been some stuff on climate change using the theory. And so it's starting to be applied outside its original formation, which is what this is an attempt at. So Serge really talked me into saying, you really need to be looking at political communication. And I said, I do? I don't know if I do. But then I wrote this paper and he said, now you see? And I said, oh yeah, now I see. So structurational divergence theory says that when these two structures come together, and there's two basic, really broad, rough categories in which this happens. It's when one person faces, I either need to do this or I need to do that, and I'm between a rock and a hard place. That's one expression of it, which frankly has been studied more. What we're talking about here is when you have multiple groups, and in this case, identity groups, who are pulling apart a single system. Okay, so structurational divergence can happen within a single person or within a culture. So you have one structure that doesn't match another structure, and you end up with this really, instead of a nice, neat gray circle or a nice, neat gray triangle, which is what you'd have if they matched, you end up with this really muddled kind of social system. And the documentation of this cycle in organizational cyclic conflict, we have seen it in our data over and over and over and over again. So I'm very confident that this works in organizational context. After what I've read, we don't have data from political context. This is all theoretical, but from everything that I have read, I can clearly see it now in that literature as well. So you have these unresolvable conflicts that create a form of immobilization, which is not doing nothing, it's getting nowhere, right? So rather than people being frozen, think people on a hamster wheel. The more that you try and the more that you try and the more that you try, the problem that you're trying to solve only becomes worse. And this is not typical substantive garden variety conflict because those conflict management techniques do not work in SD. So you end up with this erosion of human development, erosion of cultural development, erosion of organizational development in a way that simply deepens and exacerbates that presenting divergence, which so you have this really kind of stultifying downward spiral, and it is not a fun experience, and we see it everywhere, right? We can see this pattern happening everywhere. So what I'm doing is applying it to identity politics. So what I'm doing here is following a concept of political sectarianism. The citations and everything are in the paper, but the idea here is that we are beyond polarization to actual sectarianism, where the marching orders of the day, the third structure that emerges, is one that casts the other group, right? That dichotomizes the two groups and casts each casting the other as the enemy. So there's a demonization of the other that happens between political identity groups that says, you are wrong. If you're wrong on this, you're wrong on everything, and I must oppose you. So it displaces any goal that we have, because our goal then becomes to defeat the other evildoer. And you can see this in the rhetoric, in the political rhetoric in the last 2-3 election cycles, and before that too, but it dominates now, right? So it turns into this name calling, right? So I used to think of myself as a conservative Democrat, and now I have no idea where I fit on this in this reality, except to say, could I please be out of this reality? Could I please not even be in it, because I don't know where I fit, right? I have family members who the political rhetoric would call us enemies, and we cannot find where we disagree. We just cannot find issues. My brother and I, in particular, we cannot find an issue upon which we would disagree. He's a lifelong Republican. I'm a lifelong Democrat. And so it has become this confusing environment where the politics of the day, particularly on Capitol Hill, and we see it in other governments as well, becomes this vanquish the other. And it bubbles up into everyday community communication in calling people names, in the illiberal kind of culture that we've had developed. So we have this third structure that tells us to vanquish the other. If you are one of them, then I have to reject any notion of community in between us. And furthermore, all of them must be defeated. So what happens in government is an inability to govern, right? And so in the paper, I use what at the time seemed to be really extreme things and now kind of pale in comparison. So I use the example of the government shutdown in 2023, where, unprecedented, 21 days without after McCarthy was ousted, 21 days without a speaker. That is unprecedented in American history. And if you look at government shutdowns from the mid 80s to present, there have been 10 or 12 shutdowns, the longest being 35 days, I think was 2017 or 18. So the shutdowns get more dire. And so these stopgap measures have become the order of the day rather than a rare occurrence, right? Stopgap is not supposed to be something that is, just an ordinary measure, and has become that, right? Because it has become this, I can't possibly vote with you because you're over there, right? And I'm over here. So as an aside, this is not in the paper, but this is something I've been thinking for a really long time. What if in Congress, we have the metaphor of the aisle, which becomes a trench, right? Which becomes, that is actually a physical division of the us and the them. What if we made the seats DR, 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 DR? Right? This is the danger of a two-party system, frankly, because once you have two, the enemy is clear when these politics emerge. But what if you had to say, oh, excuse me, when you walked by your enemy? What if you had to bend over and pick up a pen and invade somebody else's space? And the normal interaction of human civility humanized the other, right? Because right now, the political operatives are demonizing one another. And then you have bad actors who are doing that fear mongering. So this is not in the paper, but I want to make two observations that I think are really important, especially given this morning's presentations. Number one, never underestimate the power of racism. And number two, never underestimate the extent to which people will find acceptable things that they would in a previous life have found abhorrent because they are afraid. So we have bad actors who instill this fear, which make people accept things that they would never have accepted before, because we have this trench happening. I will tell you, I'm happy to share. Of course, you need to get the book, right? Can I share my chapter? I'm happy to share this version of the paper if you want. There's an example in there of a coffee shop. Yes, it really happened. It's not on the list of, of all the things that never happened before, this never happened the most. It's not on that list. I actually watched two people get into a fight in front of me at a Starbucks. I sanitized it, to use it as an example in the paper, because the language that was used was a little more salty than the example that I used. But this woman ordered a latte with some non-dairy milk in it. And the guy behind her started muttering under his breath because apparently non-dairy milk is un-American. And they ensued to have this fight. The poor guy, very young guy, barista was just, what am I supposed to do? They're calling each other idiots. They're swearing at each other. She goes on to describe in great detail, what would happen to her if she drank dairy milk. And how stupid do you have to be to not understand lactose intolerance? He gets disgusted. He leaves. She is just jubilant, right? She turns around and I'm supposed to share in her joy, and I didn't. And then I ordered an oat milk latte. So that was kind of fun because I like it. But this is the kind of thing we're seeing happening in our neighborhoods. We're seeing people who say, I would never date a person like that, right? People are calling each other names. And it is just because of this us and them sectarianism, which can be explained by structurational divergence theory. I'm not going to get into the recommendations because I don't know that, given that we have gone so far into the illiberal world, that some of the things that I talk about with recommendations are feasible anymore. But I think that structurational divergence theory can help us to put some conceptual framework around where we have gotten and how do we break this cycle. I will tell you that in our organizational work, the thing that most powerfully breaks the cycle is awareness of it. So I leave you with a field of dreams, which is the metaphor that we use in training. So the movie, right? There's invisible ghost baseball players. The brother-in-law thinks they're crazy. Why do you have a baseball field instead of in farmland? And just wants them to sell and get out. And then something happens and he can suddenly see the players. And he says, you cannot sell this farm. This is really special. I see it. Once you see the baseball players, you cannot unsee them. And this has been our experience in organizational settings, that once people see why they're in this cycle, the people that they're fighting against conceptually become somebody with whom they share a problem instead of somebody who is an enemy. And the problem becomes the enemy. So that, I think, is something that could apply. Some of the more specific things in the paper, I think it's gone a little too far for those things to work anymore. But I do think that awareness of these invisible structures that are pulling us apart, I think that this theory has the potential to change it just by seeing it. Thank you. Whoops. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Stephen Livingston from the George Washington University, and he will talk about vitriol politics of identity in contemporary America.
Thank you. I also get to reuse a PC after many years.
Should be yours somewhere. Desktop.
I don't know. I don't see it. I sent it to you in your inbox. Oh, here. Yes.
You can be.
Nope, not me. Yep. Nope, not me.
Okay. Well, we can begin it.
Well, hi, I'm Steve Livingston from George Washington University, and while we look for my PowerPoint, which is meant to be a visual aid as you listen to me talk anyway, we can get started. I want to begin by simply saying what an honor it is to be included in the book. It's terrific. I want to also acknowledge Lorcan Neal, a former graduate student of mine who's now a PhD student at UNC, who is a co-author with me in this. I can tell you that the intention, once we find my PowerPoint, there it is. Thank you. I appreciate it. All set? Great. Is this working?
Turn this one up.
As I was saying, the intention I have for this talk is actually could be understood as an effort at describing the engine, the organizational engine that drives liberal democracies into illiberalism. Here's the point of the talk. It borrows from organizational theory literature, but also the very much older political science literature that looked at the nature of civil society organizations, the differences between prime ministers and presidential systems. There's a large body of work in political science, sociology, history, and economics that asks questions about the structure of society, the features of society, the nature of income and wealth inequality that play an important role in whether or not a liberal democracy will drift over into illiberalism. I think that's important. In some measure, I have to tell you, there's an implicit and in a couple of instances, quite explicit critique of the media effects understanding that drives so much of political communication research. And the critique is this, that kind of framing of the problem of illiberalism drives the conversation into cognitive function. Politics becomes a matter of the brain rather than a matter of the kind of society in which we live in. And so the effort that I have with a variety of colleagues here is to actually be cognizant of, yes, there are media effects, but at the same time, let's not lose sight of the nature of the society, the major features of the society in which we live that might actually play a central role in the development of an illiberal regime. So that's the overall objective. Let me say the way we do that is to change the nature of our understanding of what a civil society organization is. We come to treat routinized online communication on Facebook groups, on hashtags, on subreddits as a kind of organization. So I'm going to encourage you in my talk to think of QAnon or incel groups as a kind of organization. And when we match that with the existing political science literature on the way in which some kinds of civil society organizations have a detrimental effect on democracy, the argument is going to be that what we see as the engine of illiberalism is the coherence of illiberal ideas online and offline that pull democracies into illiberalism. That means that the driver, the fuel of that kind of online content is exactly what Eric and Jennifer and others have looked at, but we don't treat it as individual effects. We see it as a kind of organization. So that's if I run out of time, you've got the whole conversation or the whole point of the paper right there. I have to take a moment. Most of what you will hear me talk about right now is actually currently in publication someplace. A lot of what I will be talking about is found in Perspectives on Politics with my colleague Lance Bennett. Perspectives on Politics is one of the American Political Science Association's journals, and this is currently available and it's open access, so you can download it for free. Also, I draw on a book that's coming out with Oxford University Press here fairly soon. And then also, I'm very honored to be in the Illiberal Studies Program's journal that Marlene heads up. There's a critique of the individual level media effects literature in that particular article. There's also one other article that's coming out, but I'll set that aside for just a second. So here's my point again. Vitriolic speech, including attempted character assassination, can be placed in a theoretical framework involving democratic regression, illiberalism. The effects of extreme social and economic inequality is one of the drivers of that. I'm drawing on a number of scholars within the scholarly community, interestingly enough, and importantly enough, Daniel Ziblatt is one of them. It's interesting because Ziblatt is not working in the media field at all. He's interested in the historical sort of evolution of how different organizations in the historical context of the rise and fall of democracy in Europe played out. The gist of his argument is in some instances, some kinds of civil society organizations, such as during the Weimar Republic in Germany, pulled the conservative parties in Germany into fascism. In other instances, approximately the same time, Daniel says that in the UK, for example, some kinds of civil society organizations helped to stabilize the Tories' crisis around an early election in the early part of the 20th century. So here the question is what kind of organizations exist in the environment, civil society organizations, that may pull us into either illiberalism or help stabilize democracy? That's the overall gist of it. That's Ziblatt. He looks most closely at conservative parties, and I want to really signal something that's important for us to understand. Others, including me, but also Hacker and Pearson at Yale and Berkeley, respectively, have tried to apply Ziblatt's model to the United States, and it's been most often focusing on the GOP, on the Republican Party. Why? Well, because it's the one that's presumably being pulled most clearly into illiberalism. We're a bit more expansive. We treat the Democratic Party as a sort of neoliberal light party that has sort of shadowed many of the features of the Republican Party. So we can talk about it more if you want with Q&A, but we actually blend together. We don't just single out the Republican Party for our analysis. What Ziblatt says, though, basically is that conservatives and conservative parties face a crisis in a democracy. Number one, they're most clearly aligned with the wealthiest elements of society. Yet in a democracy, they need to figure out a way of winning an election. How to do that? How can you run for office when you're most closely aligned with elites, with economic elites? And so that's the conundrum that they face. So this is called the conservative dilemma. Stephen, whom I've known, one of the nice things about this conference is I get to see people I've known for a very, very long time. Couple of years, right, Stephen and Eric? Stephen asked me what countries I've been in recently because I have a reputation as something of an IR scholar at one point in my career of being interested in democracy and the state of democracy everywhere else. More recent years, I've brought that interest home to the United States. So I spent much of this past year in Flint, Michigan, trying to understand why people in Flint might be drawn to illiberal ideas. This is not a war zone. That's a church that's left over, like a lot of the detritus of the post-industrial age in a place like Flint, Michigan. These sorts of hollowed out structures are everywhere. I mean by showing this picture to emphasize the kinds of social context that Daniel Ziblatt thinks produces this conservative dilemma. That is to say, how can a conservative party win an election in a democracy, especially in the midst of such gross economic inequality? I don't really need to belabor these data points. You know them well, just the extraordinary degree to which the United States has economic disparity. Relatively, 3 people own the same amount as the bottom 160 million Americans, et cetera. That's an important part of this model, to be aware of that. So you can put it this way: what happens when an economic system that concentrates wealth in the hands of a few coexists in a political system that gives the ballot to the many? How can you sort that out? How can you expect to run and win? Well, the way in which you do that is 2 ways, and this is the crux of the matter. Here's the heart of my model that I'm sharing with you that can be found in those publications I noted earlier. One, the answer to the conservative dilemma is conservative parties need to find cross-cutting cleavage issues, a lovely political science term. It just sends chills up and down my back to say things like that. In other words, find issues that can build a cross-class coalition. Well, you can't run on economics and expect to do that, so you find others. You find other kinds of issues. They can't be temporary, they need to be strong, they need to pull at a sense of identity, a sense of meaning that might be missing in a highly unequal environment where you may not have a good income or be able to buy a house. So in short, there needs to be a non-economic issue, mostly or many of them racially tinged, all involving strong identities and strong emotions, and draw a sharp line between us and them. So in general, cross-cutting cleavage issues are about identity threats. They are deeply emotionally designed to replace consideration of economics. In the time I have remaining, well, let's focus on this, but by focusing public attention on social and cultural cleavages rather than economic divisions, as Hacker and Pearson say, without destabilizing the country's politics, how can you do that? Or do they end up promoting conflicts that are increasingly divisive, dangerous, and uncontrollable? I was just identified and spoken of just before me. You are playing with fire with cross-cutting cleavage issues. Now remember, the point is to pull together a cross-class coalition. How can conservative parties do that? They do it through assistance. They do it not just on their own, but by drawing on other organizations in society that help promote those issues. If you are from the United States, you are very well versed in the National Rifle Association's role, or the evangelical Christian community's role in being surrogates for the Republican Party, helping to promote these issues that are intended to build a cross-class coalition. This is just, I'll let you look at this, but now here's the key in the 2 minutes I probably have left, or 3 minutes, I hope. Surrogate organizations or surrogate groups may seem like a positive for political parties looking for a way of actually winning. The problem is often surrogate organizations actually become more powerful than the party itself. They start to take over or dominate the party's agenda. We would say that the party becomes porous. In other words, its ideological boundaries become porous to extremist content. That's just with conventional surrogate organizations. The party can fall into a spiral of weakening control over its most extreme elements. You see that from time to time if you think of Fox News as a GOP surrogate organization. Now, let's jump ahead. Here's the point. What Bennett and I do and others in combination do is we understand, as I said at the beginning of my talk, and as I'm saying at the end of the talk, we understand, we treat with some work that was done by Lance Bennett, The Logic of Connective Action, a famous book in my field. We treat online routinized communication, like a hashtag, a Facebook group, anything that brings together people with a common set of value structures, a common set of purposes that can allocate values and resources. All of these online groups have that capacity to do it. Now, here's the thing. If you think that sometimes surrogate organizations are dangerous for conservative parties when they are conventional, knock on the door surrogate organizations, when they are online, they become largely unmanageable. They have an autonomy that makes it difficult to control their expression. So you end up with Marjorie Taylor Greene as an example, or Lauren Bobbitt, and other expressions of extremism. The party boundaries become deeply porous, and you end up pulling that party into illiberalism. I don't want to take more time from Stephen's presentation, so if I've left anything unclear, there'll be time for Q&A. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't go too over.
Okay, and so Steve Farnsworth is going to talk about the role of political humor and ridicule in today's media. Yeah, so you can begin and I'll.
Well, Thanks so much for being here and being part of this conversation. I think what's really important is the extent to which we can learn from each other about something that's very, very new in the way that we think about politics. My conversation today is a part of a collaboration with Bob Lichter and Farah Latif. Farah, show your, wave your hand so that everyone knows who she is. She's Dr. Farah Latif. And the project here is really trying to connect some of the issues of disinformation and political humor as a mechanism for thinking about what's going on. I think one of the things that we often struggle with as scholars is trying to find solutions. I think we're all really good at finding problems, and that's a kind of a bleak conversation, and we all do it. But this challenge, I think, is an immense one when we start thinking about what can possibly work, because it's a bleak presentation that we have as we look at the challenges that we're facing. With respect to disinformation, what's important to recognize is that there are two things that are really, really important as we consider it in the context of character assassination. Oftentimes people come across much worse because of the deceits, the lies that are being told about them. This is true for political systems. It's true for individual political actors. And so as we think about those challenges, we really have to recognize that there is, at the core of our conversation today, a media environment that really is very inclined to build upon the impact of disinformation narratives. It is an environment where traditional media that tries to do the fact checking or whatever is not only financially constrained, but is also facing an environment where the audience is tiny for what they have to do compared to people of a certain age, remembering when the network television's voice or the New York Times voice was really dominant and was in a position to counter whatever
Sorry,
false
Steve, it's not
information
it's
that
not
we have.
opening.
I'm sorry?
So, it's not opening. Sorry, you have to do impromptu. We have some visuals to show.
So we have no PowerPoint.
So it didn't download for some reason. So, sorry.
Okay. Well, we will work with it. In the research that I'm doing, there is a great deal of attention that comes to these false and unproven claims that are out there in the world of disinformation. And they have a really, really powerful dynamic as we consider real world activities as well as public opinion. If you're thinking, for example, about character assassination as it relates to, say, COVID, we can talk about disinformation in the context of it being character assassination that's anti-elite. We could talk about it being character assassination in the context of it being anti-government. We can talk about it in the context of being anti-science. And so you have, in many ways, a multi-pronged attack on evidence, on established authority, on the dynamics of our political environment. And we can see as we look at where that information is most likely to flourish, the disinformation, it is, of course, in the areas of social media above all. When you ask people, where did you hear about powerful people planning COVID? Where did you hear about vitamin C as a solution to COVID? Where do you hear about the connection between 5G and the COVID virus? Over and over again, the answer, more than anywhere place else, is social media, an environment that is really, really bad at countering disinformation. It is an environment where disinformation flourishes because people wish it were true, or they want to believe it's true, or it serves their political purposes to act as if it were true. And the challenges of fact-checking in these are well known to us all. Even if they're trying, they're doing a lousy job, and it's not clear to me that they're really trying. Now, but the consequences are even more profound than that. When we think about, say, COVID vaccination rates, again, disinformation is a really, really powerful dynamic. If you look at the states that had the highest vaccination rates in the United States, and you look at the states with the lowest vaccination rates in the United States, you have a dynamic that is very much blue versus red. The only blue state in terms of the 2020 presidential election that is in the bottom 10 in terms of vaccination rates is Georgia, and that's a state where Trump famously wanted those last 12,000 votes. It was really the purplest of all the purple states. And again, this is real world consequences. This disinformation about the challenges that to the vaccines, the challenges to science, the challenge to elite political authority, all of that is a decision that people are making to put their families at risk, to put themselves at risk, to put everyone they know and they love at risk by choosing to dismiss all the science in favor of a narrative that is favored by a political team that they see themselves as on. And so it's not trivial in the slightest. It's not a casual impact, and it's not just a political one. It is a choice that people are making in their daily lives that have immense impacts. Now, I could, of course, in this conversation, have talked about excess per capita death rates, but let's not be too morbid. It's the same blue versus red dynamic, even though, of course, a contagious disease is more likely to flourish in a big city than in a small town. When we look at how this relates to vote choice, of course, we see the same basic challenges. If you look, for example, at misinformed views, once again, these are largely found, above all, among people who watch conservative news. They watch Fox News, they watch conservative media. They're much more likely to believe things that aren't true or not to believe that something is true. And so these kinds of dynamics, once again, create false information about policy. And the idea, of course, of disinformation is a three-mechanism approach for success of disinformation. If you believe something that's false is true, if you believe something that's true is false, or if you believe that there is no truth out there, that there's just so much in the way of challenging information. Any of those things is a victory for disinformation, and it is a defeat, of course, for any sort of capacity of a society to deal with its challenges in a fact-based way. It's not going to surprise you how this plays out, of course, in presidential elections in the United States. Republicans are much more likely to believe that crime is at an all-time high in the 2024 election. They're much more likely to believe that inflation is increasing even as it started to decline. They're much more inclined to believe that the stock market, even something as visible as that, is lower than it actually is, because that's the narrative that they want about America being a mess going into the 2024 election. So the falsity shapes personal life. It shapes personal views. It shapes all kinds of risks. And so with that sort of bleak introduction, what about political humor? And how can political humor be a possible connection to what's going on here? And this is a dynamic, I think, that is really something that's very distinct in the 2020 data that we looked at. And I'm not sure whether we're looking at a long-term pattern or not. But in terms of 2020, we saw a significant departure from the way that political humor has shaped public opinion. Traditionally, political humor generates increased cynicism about viewers, from the viewers, about politicians, about the political system, and the like. But in 2020, in our data, in our public opinion survey, we found that it actually had the exact opposite impact, that it actually increased political trust if you saw these political humor programs during the election season. Now, you might wonder who is actually learning about politics through political humor? And the answer is many more people than you might think. About 20% of Virginia adults. We did a Virginia survey, but Virginia is relatively close to national dynamics, and I can defend that further. I do in the paper. But the reality is that that's, of course, a disproportionately younger sample, but that is impacted by political humor. But it is across the dynamics. Now, the fact that about a quarter of people in our survey learned about the presidential election from political humor. I mean, those numbers are not as high as they would be for television, for actual news organizations. We shouldn't expect them to be comparable, but it's still quite high. And it orients itself towards an audience that is not particularly consuming a lot of news, not really connected all that much to the political environment. It is in many ways, it is for lack of a better way to put it, a gateway drug to politics. A joke about Mitch McConnell isn't funny if you don't know who Mitch McConnell is. And so you have to learn a little bit about politics to get the jokes, to get the humor. And so it is a mechanism for approaching people, challenging disinformation in a way that is not threatening. I mean, if a Democrat says that the Republican is lying, people say, well, no, I'm a Republican, the Democrat's lying. But if a comic says this, and again, we're talking about somebody who isn't running for office, we have a less threatening narrative that is out there, and an opportunity, particularly for those people who don't have the most well-formed political views, also disproportionately younger adults, that maybe they can be challenged on the disinformation claims. I am so sorry. We do not have are the ability to show you a PowerPoint because I have a logistic regression equation that asks this question and looks at statistically what's going on here. And we find that that when you learn about from politics about late night comedy, we find that trust in the U.S. goes up. And in this multivariate equation, we find that this question, this interrelationship between trust and learning about politics from political humor is more important than education, presidential vote, ideology, party idea. The only variable in our model that is more important for the connection between learning about political humor is age, which is, of course, the dynamic of this being a very young-oriented group. And so, I go to some trouble. I have some statistics, but you'll have to, I've got it here. But the bottom line is, what is going on here? And this is one of the areas where I'm going further in the future because I'm trying to see about what I'm looking at here as it relates to the 2020 context. My initial thought is that this may be a one-off thing. Remember, January 6th happens. And so in many ways, the idea that late night comedy that focuses on Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was the subject of about 90% of the jokes relating to the presidential election in 2020. The idea is that late night comedy that focuses on Trump is connected to system strengthening activities because Donald Trump was so aggressively involved in the January 2021 attack on the Capitol. Our survey went into the field after January 6th. It went in that summer. And so we're in a position to say that, by attacking somebody who's attacking the political system, political humor is creating something very different than what we've seen from political humor historically. It is now a system building dynamic that is in play, at least as it relates to 2020. This research leaves us with a couple of questions going forward. As I mentioned, I'm very interested in this question of whether 2020 is an outlier. It's certainly different from every other year that we've looked at political humor and its impact on politics. But also, I think it's interesting to consider the rise of conservative humor. The Gutfeld program, of course, is now a comparable show in terms of ratings to the traditional late night shows of network television and The Daily Show. And so with that, we may be looking at a very different dynamic of political humor and its impacts going forward. And so what I'm going to be doing, if you're kind enough to invite me again, is talk about Gutfeld and what's going on there, because this may be a solution to the conservative problem of being mocked so much more than liberals on late night television. Thank you all.
All right. So we apologize again to Steve for not able to show his visual, but we will share all the slides with the participants here. So now it's time for Q&A. So we have 15 minutes and then we have food awaiting us.
Thank you so much. It was so impressive. So thank you for all your presentations. I have a question for Stephen. So, sorry, for you, Mr. Professor Livingstone. My question is about conservative dilemma, since it deals with a question, refers to the question how to deal with a system in which wealth is accumulated in hands of the few and the ballot is given is in the hands of the many. So since the liberals help co-create this system, my question is there a liberal dilemma? And how would you define it?
Yeah, that actually is a question that came up recently in response to the Perspective on Politics article. I would say that the United States has been experiencing a dearth of liberal anything. It would be my response. In other words, since about 1996, with the Clinton administration signing on to the same neoliberal project that Reagan had signed on to earlier, Gary Gerstel's book, The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order, is the place to go to for this particular thought, but that in others, there are many others, that the Democratic Party finds itself in the position it finds itself in right now, not knowing quite what it's about, is because, whereas the Republican Party is sort of, I think, well, they've given up on neoliberalism in complicated ways that we don't have time to go into now. The Democrats still don't know what they are about except for neoliberal light. And you saw this with Kamala Harris running with Liz Cheney. You know, when the Cheneys are endorsing you as a Democratic presidential candidate, you should be scratching your head. So that's the best I can do to answer your question.
Please tell me, all of you, but if I'm wrong, it's a very, very quick question. As my late beloved mentor, Lee Siegelman, used to tell to all of us, oh, well, it was much worse in 1968. Are we exaggerating that? Look at this, 68 for women, threats to end feminism. Nixon is winning. Democrats in complete disarray in Chicago, fighting one another. Republicans bored to death with this just uninspiring candidate. Threats of national ban on abortion. So character attacks against women relentless. Well, basically for being openly gay, just you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill. So no question about being openly bisexual or just talk about gender identity. I think the time was much worse then than right now. We simply just egotistically believe that our time is most important, and that's why. Tell me I'm wrong and character attack me just without any mercy. 68.
Talk about France in 68.
Paris, 68. She's going to answer Paris.
Yeah. So first, yeah, it's an American example that you giving that wouldn't work for Western Europe. So that's one thing. A second one is that, of course, each time you have, each period of time is arriving with its own progressivism and its own type of backlash, right? So you can say that you had regularly a kind of, progressive moment and then a backlash, and then it's moving like that. I think the difference is now is that you have a growing part of our public opinion that doesn't believe anymore in things that were obvious in 68 for both camps, which is some form of liberalism, even if it's a conservative in terms of values, but still believing in 68 that, political liberalism, in sense your right as an individual were there. Because what you are mentioning is a kind of conservative societal value backlash. What you have now is a backlash that it's a much bigger one, and that is a backlash on liberalism as a political philosophy and as a democratic institution. One of the difference also with 68 is that at that time you still had a large part of the society that had some form of utopia. You could imagine what the future would be and what you would be hoping for your kids. I think now we are, and that going back to what Steve was saying, in a world where there is no utopia except the conservative retro utopia that is telling you the best we can do in the future is to try to go back on some aspect, or a kind of dystopian future, kind of Elon Musk, augmented human beings going to Mars, which is in fact a very old utopia, a very old industrialist kind of science fiction. Or you have the leftist kind of climate change, utopia, like if we don't change radically, then it will just be hell on earth. That's not super attractive, right? So all the kind of, progressivist socialist utopia has disappeared. And I think that has a huge impact on the kind of declinisms, right? If you ask Americans and Europeans now, do you think your kids would be living better than you? It's majoritarily no. It was not the case in 68. So if you think, okay, it's messy now in 68, but my next generation will be better, it's one thing. If you think it's messy now and it will be worse for the next generation, it's a totally different political environment.
Thank you. Forgive me. This is something I'm very passionate about, so I'll try not to be too soapboxy about it. This critique is going to sound very pointed at the panelists, but this is more so a critique to the field. How can we bring these topics into the wider public's awareness? I fear we get very ivory tower with terms like sectarianism and illiberalism and the conservative dilemma that would likely not reach middle America or those with a lower reading level or those with a lack of a higher education. The people who we need to hear these concepts the most are often barred from truly engaging with them because of the spaces we discuss them in and the language we use. So I ask, how can we bring these concepts into the wider public's awareness and make them accessible?
Well, I think that's a great point. I can give you an example of colleagues who were coming exactly with your arguments and has proposed for the 2024 election to work with Democrats in trying to produce that kind of knowledge for young Americans with no college education. And the response from the Democratic Party was like, we don't need it.
Yeah, I guess also too, even though I do respect what you're saying, and a flippant part of me would say, well, just in my case, just listen to Bernie Sanders and you've got it, right? We need to pay attention to wealth inequality and the oversaturation of political power in the hands of a handful of corporations. That's basically my message. It's also his. But I would want to push back and say that actually the role of an intellectual is to think at this level of thought with this arcane language. Then that if it has any merit at all, if it has any traction, if it explains what it's supposed to explain, then there are other layers of civil society, other layers of the political arena, journalists, think tanks that have the role of translating arcane ideas into policy language. So it's meant to percolate its way down. There are people, at least I hang out with, who would say it's not my role to lead the masses. My role is to think about how we got where we are and maybe think about, in defining the problem, also suggesting how we get out of it. If you understand the problem correctly, that's the first step in figuring out how to get out of it. And that's how I see my role. Could I add one more thing? And again, I don't mean to be critiquing my beloved colleagues who I have as well. One of the challenges I have with the current state of intellectual discourse is that we have too much of a habit of condensing politics into brain function. It's not so much here, but I'm thinking of Lillian Mason. I'm thinking of Nyan and Reifler and my great friend Ethan Porter and Tom Wood, who are looking at these kinds of issues of democratic backsliding and saying, well, it's all a function of how the brain works. No, that doesn't get us anywhere. You know, we can't tweak a message in a way that's going to somehow reverse Trumpism. We have to address the root social causes. And in my view, that's income and wealth inequality, it's racism, it's misogyny, it's the kinds of power structures in society that lead to alienation and anger.
If you want a different voice of liberalism in politics, well, then you can start by talking to the Democrats about what they're doing and what they're not doing. As you know, my colleague just mentioned, you know, that there are voices within the Democratic Party that are reflecting many of the things that we're talking about here. But the reality is that the situation of the environment now, the media environment that is so extraordinarily incapable of dealing with falsehood, that it is a battle that is an overwhelming challenge. Even if we imagine, you know, the Democratic Party was populated by the Bernies of the world, and it's not. And
we know that, don't
yeah, yeah. And so that reality is, you know, is a problem that I don't feel personally responsible for. I'm not going to run for anything. I don't want to run for anything. And so I think my job is to raise the issues that I raise, and and I think increasingly we need to consider these less about the brain functions and more about the emotional connections. And political humor, I think, is one of the ways in which we can move away from that kind of deterministic model. And I think that I do want to say one thing about '68. If we'd had the media environment today that we had in '68, that would have been a very different ending to that era, be Vietnam and Watergate, both, because we had so much more capacity to deal with disinformation 50 years ago than we do today in our media environment. And we are all the poorer for it.
Yeah, I want to counter with a question. Right? What is the mechanism where the default now is polarized and partisan? Right? I mean, what even does the term nonpartisan even mean anymore? Right? So if you the default not just for politicians and elected officials, but for your neighbors, right? For the folks in communities that Scott is talking about, is mistrust and division. That is our default. And so, one of the examples I use in the paper is Kyle Rittenhouse, shooting people up in the street in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And there was a Pew survey that divided respondents into Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And the pattern is really interesting. So it was while the trial was going on, asking the public, do you think he should be convicted? And the pattern is really, really clear. Overwhelmingly, people who identified as a Democrat, at 76% people said he should be convicted. And people who identified as Republican, something like 60%, 60-something percent said that he should be acquitted. For independents, it was 40-40-20, 20 being no opinion. So clearly and I would like to add to that when Pew does surveys about how well people think their officials are governing, they use the term the opposition party as a faux neutral label that we have embedded in political rhetoric and just in the minds of everyday people, that if you're a D or an R, if you're a blue or a red, frankly, I think the blue-red stuff that started with the 2004 elections is a huge part of the language problem, because it puts it into a nice, neat little box that you now don't have to think about it, oversimplifies it. So how did we get to this point where the presumption that something will be partisan has become the default? I don't know the answer to that question. And, political communication is not my main area of study, so I'm kind of at a loss, for where we would go for that explanation. But when Pew can unproblematically, as if it's a foregone conclusion, call our two main political parties oppositional in a simple adjective, how well do you think your political party that you belong to is dealing with communicating with its opposition, meaning the other party? That, to me, when I read that, I'm very keen into language. How do we use language? And what, when we're tripping over language like that in a way that we're not even seeing it, right? We're just kind of up above it. That, to me, is a huge indicator that this culture of opposition has become our default. And I think that's a huge difference between now and 1968.
Excuse me? May I, thank you for having a chance to comment to Professor Livingston. I like your term cross-class coalition very much. Because I remember after the Obama election in 2008, our German media reported that US Republicans will never vote elections again. So because of the economic and the social issue, they will never vote elections. And the cross-class coalition worked very well. I remember the Brexit referendum in 2016. The Cambridge data guys, they told there are millions of votes out there. Nobody knows. Nobody has an idea about these voters. They never go to vote. We have to activate them. And they did. So watch election days. If the percentage of voting, the voting participation is high on election day, you can do a last minute bet on a conservative or on the far right wing, because these voters tend to go to the right. That's what my idea was doing Brexit, and it tend to be right even this year or last year. Thank you.
Here.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the panel. I am surprised, but not surprised how well this panel meshed together. In my mind, that all the topics were a little different, but under the umbrella of illiberalism, they all seated very well. So thank you for that. So just a few days ago, I heard a commentary, a political commentary about AOC. If she was on any further left, she would be a Tea Party Republican. And it reminded me of a the shoe horse paradox. And so I'm afraid I may not be able to articulate my question very well, but I am wondering how the other extremes, so in other words, so I'm thinking about the conservative humor or the liberal or neoliberal states of minds or politics or culture, or the conservative dilemma. Like, how do the other extremes may push or generate a liberalism? So my question is for the entire panel.
Well, I think one of the challenges that conservative humor has had historically is that if you are supportive of authority and the status quo, the iconoclastic nature of humor is kind of a challenge. One could, if you think about what Fox News talks about, how do you make it funny? I mean, you could produce jokes about the homeless, but I don't think that there's an audience for that. You could make jokes about people coming to America on the top of La Bestia, the train coming across Mexico. You could make jokes about these people going weeks without adequate food or nutrition or shelter, but I again don't think that is a commercially successful strategy. And what Gutfeld has done, and this is, I think, the one way that conservative humor can work, is you just simply are iconoclastic, not about political authority, but more about cultural authority. And so you make fun about the Hollywood elites. You talk about the professoriate. We're a common target, by the way, of conservative humor. And those sorts of resentments, are not challenging to the conservative mindset about politics, because you have that kind of opportunity. So I do think that there is a dynamic that is very successfully done in Gutfeld. And again, because this audience skews younger when we're talking about political humor, this is, I think, another warning sign to the Democrats about, particularly about younger white males, especially in terms of the dynamics of the electorate going forward, because traditionally, you think about people in their 20s and their teens as being kind of anti-authority, and what Gutfeld does is, in some ways, helps give them reasons to be pro-authority, and that is a challenging environment. That one of the many ways that the Democrats seem largely incapable of dealing with the moment.
I know we're over time. I would just very quickly add that, it's been documented through polling data, et cetera, exit polling data, that a lot of Bernie supporters switched over to Trump. The difference between Trump and Bernie is Sanders tends to punch up at corporations and Trump punches down at immigrants and others.
Okay, we have time for the next question, and then we conclude the panel.
My question is for Professor Livingston. You mentioned the cross-cutting cleavage issues there. It seems to be two parts. One is obvious, the culture war, and the second one you said was non-economic reasons. Right. Aren't numbers showing that the reasons Trump won the election were kitchen table issues that have to do with economics and people not being able to meet the problems with inflation that we pointed out?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't answer it empirically right now. We would just have to trade data, because a counter argument would be, in the environment where I've spent the last year, trans issues, the idea that Democrats are supporting trans, all of that was driving, and that would be a cross-cutting cleavage issue. But you're right. It could be the case that if inflation was a driver in this past election cycle, and I was looking at the exit polling data, I haven't been able to get back to it because of all of the other writing I've been doing. But yeah, that would be a counterexample to the thesis I've offered. Could be on eggs. Yeah.
There's just one parting comment. I've long been of the opinion, I don't have data on this, but I've long been of the opinion that the rise of Trump is related to people who have felt invisible, feeling seen. And it seems that he does not need to provide a solution to the problems he identifies, that somebody finally sees how I think and sees my problem. A vast number of American people who were ignored by both the Republicans and the Democrats. These hollowed out buildings are very poignant in that. So I feel seen, I think, was enough to mobilize people.
That's actually thank you, because I wish I had said what she said, because what I mean by cross-cutting cleavage issues is not what a typical political science treatment of that would be, that it's about the price of eggs. It's more like it's about the sense of a lack of meaning that has been stripped from me and from my community. So this would be Arlie Hochschild's work, Stolen Pride or Strangers in Their Own Land, or other similar bodies of work that looks at the lost sense of identity and meaning that entire parts of the country have experienced. And so thank you for that. Yeah.
I suggest we conclude this panel, give our panelists a round of applause, and we'll continue in the kitchen now. So lunch is served. So thank you so much.
I have to a retirement party of a friend.
from here, right? But not there. Okay. All right. Let's, yeah. Yesterday. Yeah. Hello, hello. Michael is here. Michael is here. Okay. Yeah, you can. So I feel lucky because it's really hard to get this guy's attention. He's always traveling, like DC stuff. I would call him, so can we get for coffee? And he's like, I'm actually meeting with Macron's team. They just this weekend I'm like in Paris. I mean, it's like Bridget called me and I had to go there and meet with her and just but I'll coming back. So next week so interesting thing about Michael, he not only he's a great guy, good listener too, but he's a better storyteller. I mean, stories he tells, I mean, it's unbelievable. What I really what I was really interested when I first heard you talk, I mean, how a person like this who began his internship with the Clintons, worked with the Bidens, was a very successful media producer. Now you're like every day on every channel talking about the White House, the election. How do you even find time to come over here and talk to people about character assassination? I don't know. So anyway. All right, so everyone is here. So Michael LaRosa is here, all the way from Washington, D.C. So we decided to do, he'll talk for 30 minutes, then we have 30 minutes Q&A. I will, because I know you can get carried away sometimes. So anyway, so Michael LaRosa, you read his bio. He's even, well, that's the only guy I know who's in Wikipedia, by the way. So look up his profile on Wikipedia. I wrote it myself. So, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Michael LaRosa, and former press secretary for Jill Biden, and now he is a very successful media personality and working for the lobbying company. He's going to tell you more about his business, but most importantly, how he got there. So,
thank you. Well, can you hear me okay? Well, thank you for the really overly generous introduction, Sergey, and thank you just for having me and being interested in what I have to say. I don't know why you would be, so I appreciate it, but I appreciate the invite, and it's an honor to be here to speak to you all. I know some of you have traveled like a really long way, so it's a huge privilege to be speaking to you about sort of my experiences and the subject matter here that you all are experts in. So first, I'll give you just a little context. I became interested in politics at a really young age. When I was 5, I had memorized the presidents from like a placemat that my parents had for me at the table. And my parents aren't political at all. My family is not political, and they were not. They performed their basic civic duties, like voting, but that was kind of it. And they watched the news, and so pretty soon I memorized these presidents, and teachers would take me around the school to teach the other kids in the other grades. So I was sort of pigeonholed as this presidential expert nerd who would sit on the playground and read books about the Kennedy assassination and weird things like that, watching C-SPAN and eventually CNN, and other cable news. My interest in politics sort of morphed and matured over time, and I really started to find my niche at sort of the intersection of media, government, campaigns, news. I was just a big news junkie. And so what I had planned, I had planned to sort of go to Capitol Hill after my undergraduate school. That's what I really wanted to do, or at least I thought I wanted to do. And I did go for about 2 years as a young congressional staffer to work for a very moderate, what they call blue dog Democrat from Illinois. And it was great. It was a great experience, but made a very hard pivot actually when I was had the opportunity to go work for a TV personality named Chris Matthews at MSNBC for a show called Hardball. And for about 7 years, those were really my formative years in my career. The times that I really forged opinions about politics, about media, about government. And I just became obsessed with what makes sort of both sides of the aisle, the conservatives and the liberals, what makes them tick. Why do Republicans and Democrats each do what they do? And how does it all lead to how does it all come back to the people who put them there, the voter and voting behavior? Because whatever they do, what these politicians do, whether they're Democrat or Republican, it influences public opinion and it influences our public perception of who they are. And we take that information and then we go and vote. And so when I was a TV producer, I learned how powerful the use of television, but basically any media and any screen as we know today. I'll say television a lot throughout my remarks, but what I'm really referring to is anything that has a screen, a laptop, a computer, a desktop, a notepad, anything, a phone, anything you can consume information and receive messages on. But it is sort of the most powerful advantage, the most powerful tool that a government official, a candidate, any public figure has, is sort of this communication tool. And even after roughly 75 years of being around, television and its existence, when it comes to paid advertising and digital advertising, producing creative content, the legacy and the linear television and the legacy print media outlets, local or national, it's still the screen and the visual, the image that is this asset to candidates and politicians in this country, and probably in your countries too, in other countries as well. Because the vast majority of our voters will never meet the candidate or the president or whomever, their public leaders. They'll never meet those people in person. They're surrogates. Television is really the evolved, and in its evolving format, is how we get to know and trust, distrust, understand, relate to, connect with, identify with our candidates and our public leaders, especially those who want and seek our trust, our support, and our votes. It's through this screen that impressions about candidate X and candidate Y are formed. And those impressions shape our national public opinion and public sentiment, either towards both of the candidates or a specific individual. They're created from the communicator, the person who they're watching on the screen. So communication between the candidate and the voter through a screen creates impressions that eventually lead to our opinions and ultimately influences how we vote and who we vote for. When I teach a class in media and politics at school in New Jersey called Seton Hall, and their undergraduate students. The first thing we talk about is what they saw in the news over the last week that piqued their interest. But after they tell me what the news item is, the first question I have for them is, okay, how did you consume it? Like, meaning, where did you find that? What caught your attention? Was it, if it was on TikTok, was it because a creator produced the content that struck your attention? Or was it maybe a news outlet like NBC News who posted on their TikTok account to get your attention? Either way, they're trying to catch your attention and help you form some impression that makes you want to continue using the platform. Those who can exploit and manipulate those platforms to their advantage are usually considered among the best communicators in politics, at least. If you think John Kennedy and Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, and yes, Donald Trump are the presidents and who sort of are considered what we would call political athletes, who love the stage, love communicating and talking to people, and love being around people, bringing people to their side, winning them over. That's what makes them unique figures in history. And I forgot, but probably we should include Barack Obama on that list. No offense to him. I just left him off. But they are probably among the most skilled, savvy public persuaders, public explainers, communicators of at least in contemporary American politics. So what's the magic sauce to them? Well, I've long argued, based on my experiences in television as a producer before going into politics, that like powerful communicators are powerful because they communicate in such a way that makes you feel like you are either with them in the room, that they're speaking directly to you, almost as if like you are having a conversation with them. And finally, that maybe you are being provided a glimpse into that communicator's real life personality, their family, what they're like off the screen. They're, through the screen, giving you some kind of impression that will lead to a feeling of distrust, a feeling of dislike, a feeling of support, a feeling of excitement. They create a feeling. Why are we addicted to these modern ways of connecting, like social media and reality TV? Because those platforms or the entertainment allow for something that's very deadly in politics: authenticity. Voters crave authenticity. The audience craves authenticity. If you can make a voter feel that you are authentic, you've won them over. Authenticity is that magic bullet, but because we will never get to know these people, and most of us will never get to know these people in real life, these candidates or communicators, it's actually, even if we believe they create the feeling that they are authentic and we like that about them, it's still a perception. Because again, we don't know the person behind the screen or behind the microphone, really. They are presenting, but the best ones present in a way that makes you believe, wow, they sound exactly like somebody I know, or I really believe what he's saying, or I really like that about his family, about his story and his biography, or hers. In other words, it's what we would call, as a producer, compelling television. The same is true in politics and political communication. So we shouldn't be too surprised, given what we know about the desire for more reality television, the Real Housewives of whatever, Bravo, we should not be surprised that a reality TV producer and TV star is the president of the United States and has managed successfully to win over voters twice somehow as a producer of a television show. But some way he was able to relate to the broader, or I should say the plurality of voters in our country, connect with them, persuade them, win them over. Like I said, Trump himself, and there's plenty to say about him, and we can certainly get to that at some point. But I can tell you with 100% confidence as a former TV producer who was there and producing what we call political talk show for the years that Trump came onto the scene, and until I've had enough of it, which was about a year and a half, then I was ready to move on. Because Trump changed everything. He changed everything. He changed the way people in the news, in the media industry, think about news and what the threshold for what news would become. He drove it. He was, and I've said this in publications, he is still America's news editor, their assignment editor. He has a way to manipulate, not in a pejorative way, but as a skilled producer way, the media coverage and drive that coverage in ways that most politicians are not able to do. In other words, he's what we would call good copy and compelling television. So again, it's this power of TV, the power of a screen, the visual, that is so important and crucial in politics, in campaigns, with public officials. How I feel about this candidate is formed through that impression. So, because we can only judge a candidate by the impression we're left with, from what they say, captured visually or audibly, it's the responsibility of the communicator, of that candidate these days, to communicate what they want the voter to know or feel about them. If the voter has a negative impression, there is only one person responsible for that, the communicator. It's always on the communicator because they control what they want the public to know and not know. Donald Trump doesn't have much of a filter. He tells you what's on his mind, even if it's not grounded in principle or reality, or he tells you what's on his mind. If you ask him a question, he answers it. There are others, maybe others he's run against, who perhaps don't necessarily give you an answer, but they talk a lot. They're not exactly answering your question. And you don't necessarily form a positive impression, or you are left with a very to be determined impression. A candidate's words, their appearance, their actions, their biography, their responses all form these impressions, which creates that perception. That perception is reality to the voter. And these candidates, or surrogates for the candidates, can't go into everyone's living room and meet and greet and show them who the real person is behind the microphone to everyone in the country. They have this powerful tool at their disposal to help them do that through communication. They have to find ways to show who they really are to this broad audience, and the screen is that vehicle. The feeling we walk away with from a politician, like I said, shapes how we ultimately form our opinions and how we vote. So, which leads us to the reason why you're here today, which is what is being communicated to the audience. What is being translated through that screen or the microphone that creates that feeling. What I've tried to establish the who and the how and the why, but where does that what fit in? And so that's what's going to transition me right now to sort of what happened after TV. Well, when I left TV, like I said, I've done 7 years with NBC, and I decided I knew I wanted to work on a presidential campaign, like a soup to nuts from the ground up presidential campaign, go through those early contests, the gritty part of a primary process. And I knew that I had to do some other things in order to get there in 4 years. So I went to Capitol Hill, back to Capitol Hill, to work in government, to work for a US senator. And then I went to work in Speaker Pelosi's office, where I helped sort of Democrats in the House of Representatives communicate and talk about the things we were doing in Congress. In 2019, the Democrats began their long-awaited contest to compete against Trump in the 2020 election. The Democrats, I say we because I'm a Democrat, worked for Democratic politicians, but the primary started in earnest that year. I ended up leaving Capitol Hill to join the Biden campaign in a role that I did not really anticipate or plan for or pursue, but turned out to be sort of the best decision I ever made professionally. Also, the biggest risk I've ever taken professionally. I joined Jill Biden, the candidate's spouse, as her traveling press secretary in the fall of 2019. She was the former second lady of the United States. She was a tried and tested political spouse of over 4 decades. She was by Joe Biden's side for nearly his entire political career that spans from the 70s up until about 2 months ago. And she was also the spouse of the oldest candidate in the race. This would be her 14th campaign between his Senate campaigns, running for vice president twice, their son's campaigns for attorney general, and now his 3rd run for president. We called her Dr. B because she was a professor, an English professor at a community college. She was an incredibly active campaign spouse, and she took on a role of basically a second candidate. And I say that not in a way that she wants to be a candidate. She actually hates politics. She loves Joe Biden, but hates politics. And so when she could be relaxing at her beach house with her dogs and enjoying later years outside of her husband's government career and teaching, she's instead flying around on plane to plane to plane to vans to meeting strangers, shaking hands, taking photos in rural Iowa at a library or a coffee house. And we did this for about 9 months all over the country, South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire, all those early states, and a lot of Iowa. So from a resource perspective, she was an invaluable asset because it was almost like I was working for a second candidate. She had to give speeches every day. She had to raise money for him. She had to raise money for the campaign. And she had a seasoned staff around her who were advising her, traveled with her, coached her, and protected her. And like I said, she gave 3 to 4 speeches a day, flew thousands of miles, drove hundreds of miles. She answered tough and sometimes really humiliating questions and very personal questions from voters. She would go into these town hall-like formats, talk about what she knows best, Joe Biden, who she knows best, give them a glimpse behind the curtain. What's he like in real life? How did you get to know him? Like, tell us about the man. Tell us about the human aspect of the candidate. The spouses do that the best. No one knows their strengths and their flaws better. And in ways she had not done previously in 40 years as a political spouse, believe it or not, for the first time, she leaned into the media and did hundreds of local, national, and new media interviews from the beginning of the primary to the end of what ended up being a successful presidential campaign defeating Donald Trump in 2020. It was, trust me, it was a campaign that endured a lot. I'm skipping over a lot of that because it's history and it's written about. But as you know, there were a lot of highs and lows in that campaign, some victories, a few defeats, and a global pandemic. So now was about the time she and her husband were going to be moving back to Washington with their dogs, where she would continue to teach full time as, like I said, an English professor, while also holding the honor of being the country's first lady of the United States and the honor of having that platform. And in early December of 2020, we were consumed with that transition to the White House, figuring out how Dr. Biden would approach her first 100 days as First Lady, still dealing with the impact and the heaviness of COVID, the loss of life, the economic destruction, an entire country that had still not been vaccinated. And in a few weeks, the national crisis we would inherit, it would fall to us to help get the country vaccinated. And we also had the current president who refused to concede that he lost the election by 7 million votes a few weeks earlier. So I took some time one Saturday morning, because even in those days, we worked every day, to go down to, I'm young. Oh, no, I shouldn't say I'm young. I'm not young anymore, but I was and am single. And so I had met somebody on an app and was going to go on a date. I had just moved back from Delaware from a long campaign, and I was starting to settle back into DC and date again. So I thought I'd go on this coffee date down the street, take an hour and a half away from my screen. When my phone, I noticed that I got a Google alert. During the date, I was trying not to pick up because I saw, emails coming through. But when I see a Google alert, I know it's my sort of, it means that a story just posted about Dr. Biden. And I wasn't overly concerned because by that point it was pretty typical. She was getting a high number of mentions and articles, reports on her, even more so than during the campaign. But then I sort of felt this buzz and a shock to my system. It was a push alert from the Wall Street Journal. And it came across my home screen, and it had Jill Biden in the alert, in like the text, which she makes news, but she doesn't make sort of push notes or push alerts worthy news on weekends. And so that was sort of startling. And I read it, and it said, "Is there a doctor in the house?" And I checked on it and realized it wasn't a good news item about my boss. It was actually very unflattering op-ed in the Wall Street Journal that they thought was so provocative they would send out a news alert. I apologized to that date, told him I had to cut it short, and had walked the half mile back to my apartment reading this 900-word opinion piece on my boss. I never went on another date with that guy ever again, and that was the end of that. Meanwhile, I had to read this a few times to really absorb it, because there were so many things that were sort of jumping out at me and making me a little, uncomfortable or angry, realizing that this is not going to be a relaxing Saturday by any means. Also, I was absorbing the fact that the reality of this new life that I was entering in with her, but that she was entering, where we were all collectively, as this small, sort of very close-knit group of staffers to the incoming president's spouse, that we were all about to face a lot of scrutiny, and it would become more routinized than it had during the campaign. That there were going to be efforts to embarrass or attack her as the first lady. And smears are nothing new in politics, as you know, as I know. But for the last years, Joe Biden and their son, Hunter Biden, they had been smeared so personally and publicly for several years, so viciously, it became somewhat scary and concerning, the aggressiveness of some of the attacks or the extremist nature of some of the attacks on Joe and Hunter Biden's character. The evolution of what became in play now was also really concerning. And it was the fact that the candidate wasn't just in play, but families were now in play. That intensified over the course of that campaign, and then certainly into the White House. It was also concerning because how we would react to this op-ed and respond to this will be incredibly important, because it was sensational, and I knew it would attract attention, but that was the purpose of placing this op-ed in the first place. It was provocative. It was meant to form an impression before she really even got to the White House. I also knew I would be asked what I thought we should do about it. Should we respond? Did I have a good theory of the case? I didn't even know what case to make by that point. And the truth was, even though I had worked for the spouse, two female US senators, and the female member of the House, I had never had to really work on an issue related to just overt sexism. It felt, and I'm going to get to what the article is about because I haven't even gotten to that yet. But it was this overt public sexism and a very shameless attempt to humiliate my boss, who I just worked for a very long time. It was not something I'd ever considered or had to deal with it with anybody else. It felt almost too primitive to really be in a what I would consider an sophisticated, intellectually responsible legacy news media outlet like the Wall Street Journal, even if it was on the op-ed side. The title of the op-ed was, in its entirety, "Is there a doctor in the White House? Not if you need an MD." The subtitle, "Jill Biden should think about dropping the honorific," which feels fraudulent, even comic, by Joseph Epstein. No clue who he is, never heard of him. It was an opinion piece. But assuming most of you haven't read it or aren't aware of it, I'm just going to read some quick bites that might be of interest to you from Mr. Epstein's column about the incoming First Lady. Quote, "Madam First Lady, Mrs. Biden, Jill, kiddo, a bit of advice on what may seem like a small, but I think is a not unimportant matter. Any chance you might drop the doctor before your name? Dr. Jill Biden sounds and feels fraudulent, not to say a touch comic. A wise man once said that no one should call himself doctor unless he has delivered a child. The prestige of honorary doctorates has declined even further. Such degrees were once given exclusively to scholars, statesmen, artists, and scientists. Then rich men entered the lists, usually in the hope that they would donate money to the schools that they granted them their honorary degrees. As for your ED, Madam First Lady, hard-earned though it may have been, please consider stowing it, at least in public, at least for now. Forget the small thrill of being Dr. Jill and settle for the larger thrill of living for the next 4 years in the best public housing in the world as First Lady Jill Biden. End quote, Joseph Epstein, Professor Emeritus at Northwestern University. Yes, yeah, he did. The more I read, and the more angry I got, not because Dr. B was immune or was special and deserved an exception from being from public scrutiny. That's what her husband she signed up for as a supportive spouse, as he decided to, and well, as he look, she was a college senior when they met. He was a United States senator. She made that choice a long time ago. So she was responsible of, and she didn't get upset by it. But it was just that the intellectual dishonesty and for a prestigious outlet like the Wall Street Journal, that they would want to be associated with what I thought was just really uncivilized, offensive, and sort of an outdated way of thinking, because it also was reflective of his view about who deserves an honorific, a doctor title or whatever, and who doesn't deserve it. This person is saying who deserves it. There was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Maya Angelou, Dr. Henry Kissinger, Dr. Jane Goodall, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, who served President Trump. But it wasn't just the chauvinistic aspect to the text of the piece, to his worldview. There was something a little bit darker, I thought, as I kept reading this over, and very personal about this. And it was this attempt to really mock and dehumanize, humiliate, belittle Jill Biden for no other reason than to make her less likable. It was to say, you know what, America, she is what is wrong. She is what is wrong with tradition, culture, careerism, and this is the symbol of this poisonous new norm inflecting the bloodstream of America, this political correctness. Yes, it was a gender-based character assassination, but it was also an attempt to smear Jill Biden as some kind of broader cultural impairment confronting America that we need to tally and push against. It was a provocative way to create an impression, shape public perception, leave readers and the audience with a feeling about the new First Lady before she even got to the White House. This in itself is unusual, by the way, that a First Lady or an incoming First Lady is the target of what some would consider a mainstream media outlet. Even when there is a wall between the news and opinion, but even more highly unusual for this to happen during a presidential transition. At the time, we were pretty angry in the moment, because it wasn't just the attack that would shape impressions. A response to the attack on Dr. B or the counterattack would be equally as powerful here if we want to get the better of public opinion. Dr. B, my chief of staff, myself, and several others hopped on a call, mulled it over. And throughout that time, over the course of the next couple hours on this Saturday night, the public reaction was fast, and it was pretty furious. There was a major backlash to the Wall Street Journal for publishing it in the first place, and a tsunami of hostility and disgust for the author himself. With a green light from my higher-ups, I also issued my own provocative reaction for a few reasons. I believed no attack should go unanswered, ever. As we debated what Jill should say or if she's to say anything at all. There needed to be some sort of reaction from someone. Otherwise, it just looks like we aren't reading the news. We're like hiding an elephant. It would almost look too out of step for me not to have a reaction to a public attack on her. It was my job to be aware about what was written about and said about her. My response to the story would absolutely amplify and advance the story in a way that we felt would benefit us and give us the upper hand. So I fired off my own message on Twitter, aimed at the op-ed page editor, placing a name of responsibility for all others who want to engage him as well. You in the Wall Street Journal should be embarrassed to print a disgusting and sexist attack on Dr. Biden running on the Wall Street Journal's own opinion pages. If you had any respect for women, you would remove the chauvinism from your paper and apologize to her. Soon enough, an organic avalanche of support and anger rippled across social media and then into the legacy and broadcast media outlets, cable news, nightly news broadcasts, the signature morning shows, and then counter editorial responses. This went on for days, nearly a week. It wasn't something we could have even manufactured ourselves. It was totally organic. And that was a choice and a strategic decision we made to have a staff level response, but not elevate it to her level. Hillary Clinton tweeted a simple yet effective, "Her name is Dr. Jill Biden, get used to it." Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter, Dr. Bernice King, took to Twitter, "Dear Dr. Biden, my father was a non-medical doctor and his work benefited humanity greatly. Yours does too." Former First Lady Michelle Obama praised Dr. Biden for wearing her accomplishments with grace, good humor, and pride. I'm thrilled that the world will see what I have come to know, a brilliant woman who has distinguished herself in her profession and with the life she lives every day. The Will and Grace actress, Deborah Messing, told the Wall Street Journal that their hatred for women is showing and called the whole ordeal a disgusting display of misogyny. Actor Jeffrey Wright shared his opinion, tweeting, "Joseph Epstein tries to disparage others and falsely intelligent in the masturbatory sewer gas piece that he wrote and then put his name to it. How cool is that?" A New York Congressman, Jamal Bowman, a former professor, said, "The erasure of Dr. Jill Biden's expertise is shrouded in both sexism, disrespect for teaching. Educators are experts. And while we're at it, it's also Dr. Jamal Bowman." I also took the initiative, unbeknownst to my bosses, to encourage, quietly, a few national reporters to contact Northwestern University's Office of Media and Public Affairs. Since Epstein was borrowing on the credibility and reputation of Northwestern by referring to himself as a professor emeritus, it was hard for me to imagine that Northwestern would want to be associated with the attack on the incoming First Lady and get off on the wrong foot with the White House, the new White House, least of all be dragged into a national conversation over misogyny. Within hours, Northwestern threw a log on the fire as well. They publicly repudiated Mr. Epstein in an official statement from the university the same day. While we firmly support academic freedom and the freedom of expression, we do not agree with Mr. Epstein's opinion and believe the designation of doctor is well deserved by anyone who has earned a PhD, EED, or an MD. Northwestern is firmly committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion, strongly disagrees with Mr. Epstein's misogynistic views. They also noted that he hasn't been a lecturer since 2003. The Wall Street Journal would end up retracting his title from the column and his association as a professor at all with Northwestern University. I assume the school requested that. Okay. So First Lady did not respond directly to the column. 24 hours later, though, she tweeted out a message. "Together we will build a world with the accomplishments of our daughters." I'm sorry. Together, we will build a world where the accomplishments of our daughters will be celebrated rather than diminished. That was just one example. I have a few others that occurred when we were in the White House, and I can get to those with questions. But to conclude, I would just say this. I've watched public leaders for a very long time in this country since I was very little, as I told you. I've seen them not give credibility when they're targets of character assassination, not give the allegations credibility. I've watched them run into the fire, not run away from it, address it, confront it. I've also worked for a public figure and a first family who, as I mentioned, were put through some of the very worst and degrading smears and character assassinations for nearly 6 years. And I experienced being a target myself. That experience changes you. It's not easy. It's extraordinarily painful and embarrassing. And it really breaks your heart to know that politics can really bring out the worst in humanity. It does also bring out the best as well. But now I'd like to take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Michael, thank you so much for being here. My colleague and I have studied image repair along with attack for, my name's Kevin Stein. We're from Southern Utah University.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. It was so refreshing to get a kind of behind the scenes because we always analyze these kinds of statements, but we hardly ever get like the backstory.
You're the expert. This is all I could bring.
No. And that's
color.
something maybe we could talk about is the disconnect between what you see on the inside and what we kind of study as academics. Maybe how to bridge that a little bit.
Sure.
But one element of that controversy, in addition to the honorific, was the notion of her dissertation having mistakes in it.
Yes,
And
yes, that was within the next 2 weeks too.
I
Tucker
read that
Carlson
and I
on
was
Fox.
mortified thinking,
Yeah.
I'm never running for political office because I can't assure anybody that my dissertation does not have a mistake in it. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. But what I wanted to ask you, maybe this is one of those stories that you wanted to get to,
Sure.
was I guess Sergey didn't write the Wikipedia article about you, but that one talks about how you were sort of mortified by the accusations about Joe Biden and his cognitive decline, so-called, and I know that was heavily debated.
Yeah,
And I wondered if you could comment a little bit on that, and if your attitude has possibly changed at all over the course of what happened with him being replaced. And I would just love to get your take on how all that quickly changed during the course of the
Sure. So, a couple of things when we were in office, of course, and I expected some of this, even though I didn't know much about like women's fashion, even though being gay, I don't. I learned more about her clothing from the reporters who covered and asked me questions that I could go back and like do research on. But, she became a target when she wore fishnet stockings, I believe, or something like that, from the plane to the car, which is like a very, short walk. So that kind of blew up and became, that was sort of, I guess you kind of expect stuff like that if a public female, a female figure is wearing clothing that might not be considered, I don't know what, traditional. It was the Daily News and things like that, the New York Post. But that was my way of saying we were doing a lot of substantive stuff that were ignored for more provocative, sensational stuff. But to answer your question, so something happened in August of 2020-21 when we pulled out of Afghanistan, and it was a really rough time for the White House. Just, you felt it internally. You felt sort of the feeling of urgency, angst, leading up to the bombing that killed the service members. And before the service members were killed, a couple of days earlier, a Fox News weekend host, a woman named Rachel Campos Duffy, I wasn't watching the clip. I saw it on Twitter on Monday, and she was critical of the First Lady as it related to Afghanistan. I was like, what? We haven't said a thing about Afghanistan. She said, who are the people responsible for putting someone this incompetent, and frankly, this mentally frail in this position. And I'm sorry, as a former political spouse myself, I can't help but look at Jill Biden. No one knew better about his state of mind than Dr. Jill Biden. And if you ask me, the most patriotic thing Jill Biden could have done was tell her husband to love her husband and to not let him run for president in this mental state that he is in. I think she failed the country. So it really made me angry that she was drawing a connection to patriotism or lack of patriotism to the Bidens based on what was happening in Afghanistan, but also that she was sort of questioning, like that she was blaming what was going on over there on his spouse, as if she had any control. And what made me, yes, of course, he did not have any mental frailty when I was there. In the year that I was in their traveling bubble on the campaign, and in the 2 years in the traveling bubble in the White House. Not one moment ever gave me personally pause. And I had been in spent time with them in their homes in Delaware and in the White House and at Camp David. And that was just never my experience. And so I was, on top of being offended for Jill, was just angry at the whole conspiracy theory itself at the time. And I fired off a tweet that did not land well with my colleagues on the other side of the house, I guess. I guess they got mad, called my boss, not Jill, my chief of staff. And then I got a call, what did you do? And so I guess they were mad that I defended her like that. I said, it's just, that's trash. Fox deserves better. Their viewers deserve better. That kind of thing. Because I thought it was a weird recrimination to make, blaming what was going on with foreign policy decisions on a spouse who has nothing to do with our intelligence operation or our military capabilities. Now, interesting turn of events. I leave the White House. And by the way, my response, because I was, and I probably shouldn't have fired off a spicy tweet because it did get, I knew that. I can't say I didn't know that I wasn't going to get attention for it. I knew. That's why I did it. Because I want to say this is ridiculous. I wanted to help control the impression that people were getting. And while people weren't happy that I did that, she came in the next day and came to my desk, which my office was next to hers. There's a wall between us. But she came in and directly to my desk, which she didn't do often. And she not whispered, but in a very soft tone, knowing that I had been had my wrists slapped, said, "Thank you so much for defending me." And it almost made me cry because it's like, yes, I was defending her, but it was the sheer assertion and the whole, what I would call a smear in general, that really made me angry. But yes, and I was also defensive of her. But to continue to your question, sorry, that's a long response. But so fast forward to the debate of 2024. And then people like that woman from Fox felt very vindicated, as you can imagine. Look, I still didn't think he was mentally impaired and mentally frail. No, I don't. I don't think that. I think he could have done the job. I don't think he was able to communicate and perform as a campaigner for president should at the time that we needed him to do that. So, look, it's a sad, tragic end, that story, unfortunately. I will say that woman from Fox, her team called and asked if I would go on with her, probably to gloat. Like they wanted me to come on and say, look what you made, look what you shamed me publicly 2 years ago. And now look where we are. What do you have to say for yourself? I knew that's what they wanted to do. So I went on, I did an 1.5-hour podcast with her. Her husband is now the Secretary of Transportation. another Fox pundit. But they're very nice people. We had it was a fascinating. I would encourage you to go listen to the podcast. It's called At the Kitchen Table with the Duffys, and it was right around. It was a little after the debate, so it was maybe like July 4th, July 3rd, 2024. And I've been on a few times with her and her husband on TV, and we're friendly. We obviously have distinct political views, and but we can do it in a very disagreeable, or we can disagree in a very civilized way. And if I can go in those spaces like that podcast or Fox News, where I know, and by the way, I go on Fox and they treat me very well and they're always fair to me. But if I can go and perhaps chip away at impressions that have been made of the Bidens that are not accurate, I want to do that. I want to help at least have the audience hear a voice that they don't typically get to hear, and a viewpoint that might not change their perception, but maybe make them think, reconsider. Was that helpful to what you were thinking? I mean, I still feel like I hogged all the time by asking my questions. No. I hope other people can get it, but sure. If anybody wants to, you don't have to. Yeah.
I'm curious. I'm really fascinated by the role of political spouse, and so I'm curious if you have any reflections or insights as to how that role has changed over the years. For instance, it's hard to envision, you know, first ladies of the past being held to such incredible scrutiny like Jill Biden was. And so I'm curious, and, you know, as we think about in a world where we might ever have a female president, what a first husband might look like and that kind of thing. So I'm curious, any reflections on that particular like weird liminal role of first lady political spouse?
There's a lot of things. We don't have to dive too deep in them, but the role of the first lady, the platform, can be what you make of it because there are no rules. And the one thing I learned, and this is good and bad, I would say, nobody ever wants to say no to the first lady. And not the chief of staff, not a cabinet secretary, not anyone, certainly not his staff. There's always a East versus West cultural divide over at the White House. And I think it became, her East Wing became so integrated with the West Wing as a messenger for them. Sometimes it became hard to know whether her designated person at the table with the West Wing was speaking for her, where those lines ended and where they began. And that's kind of what goes back to what happened towards the end, with a lot of the journalism and the stories written about the accusations that he was in decline, or the stories on whether to stay in or not. You know, people were calling her Edith Wilson at one point. She was not. She had no interest in policy. She never liked to get involved in it. And she knew that she didn't know the subject matter expertise. She didn't have any, and she knew that better than anybody. He has plenty of advisors, and she always considered herself just his spouse and maybe his gut check from time to time. And she was in meetings that were influential, or that were of strategic importance to their lives, like a campaign decision, an announcement, or something like that, the schedule. But it is powerful because you do have this platform and you can make what you want of it. And Hillary Clinton, I think Eleanor Roosevelt probably set the stage for an activist first lady. Rosalind Carter testified before Congress and took on a taboo subject of mental health, which is no longer a taboo subject, but she sort of started that. Betty Ford, I think, actually is one of my favorites, because she took risks. She held a press conference and just fired away. She said, "I'm not going to change who I am." She didn't care. She This is the first real public figure to ever talk about breast cancer. And believe it or not, I guess breast cancer was a really taboo subject, talking about prevention and mammograms. And then seeing her, putting out a photo of her in her gown, in her nightgown, in her hospital bed. It was a brilliant way to communicate that that this is something that women should be more responsive to, but also the dangers of cancer. And she went on to go and really work hard for the ERA as an advocate, which was not within her husband's. Her and her husband were not on the same page on that, on abortion. She was praising the Roe decision. She talked about how her teenage daughter probably does have sex. And that was all entirely jarring for the American people to hear the first lady say, "Oh yeah, I'm sure she does have sex. Nothing I can do about it." Or she said something about her husband, how she's never worried about him because he's a looker, not a toucher kind of thing. And how she keeps him busy enough. And it goes back to that word authenticity. She represented that in spades. And it probably didn't hit the mark culturally then. It certainly would be an asset now. But there's a lot of power because you can partner with anybody, private companies, you can partner with members of Congress, you can push things. I mean, the current first lady is trying to get legislation passed on revenge porn, and that's pretty interesting. And it's actually it's a huge, as a lobbyist for a telecom industry, I can tell you that they're paying attention very closely. They're supportive of it. And so, but already seeing Melania jump on the Hill was fascinating. She's clearly taking a different approach to her second chapter and getting much more involved.
Thank you, Mike. Eric Sharayev, George Mason. It's fascinating, absolutely. But you mentioned that no character attack ought to be left unanswered. But maybe in your experience, there were some cases in which you simply decide to let it go. Like some of my peer reviewers would write to me, "Eric, you're stupid." And I usually say, well, it's just, whatever turns you on, I just let it go.
Yeah.
But maybe but in your experience, maybe something, okay, let them be.
Yeah, that was a model for, especially pre-Trump. Look, we saw that with, I think this is sort of the greatest example, and it's kind of shocking that 20 years later it reoccurred. But when John Kerry was running for president, and you had two guys who couldn't be more different, or I'm sorry, more similar, right? Both born with silver spoons in their mouths, both Yale, Ivy League educated. One volunteered to go to war. The other got in trouble for sort of hiding where he was or joining the National Guard, but he didn't really show up. So, and one was a war hero, went in and saved his men in a swift boat. And when they decided to take John Kerry's strengths and turn them against him, by the way, a very smart and shrewd move from the Bush campaign, take your opponent's strengths, confront them, address them, and turn them into their weaknesses. And they did. They ran ads calling John Kerry unpatriotic, calling him a liar about his service, or a traitor. And they smeared him in ways that were devastating consequences. But I would say the consequences were not because of what and the group was a group known as the Swift Boat Veterans for Truth at the time. It was the sort of the advent of the super PAC era. And but they weren't shy about who was paying for them and who was running them. And the sad part about that was the strategy that the Kerry campaign chose. It wasn't to respond. It was, nobody will believe this. The media will do the fact checking. The cavalry will come. The American people are not going to believe that about John Kerry, a war hero. but they didn't address it. They didn't respond to it. And when you do that, when you just ignore something, that belief that, oh, don't give it credibility by giving it oxygen, that should have been the end of that. That should have been the catalyst to move on from that kind of non-engagement when it comes to character assassination or attacks and things like that. But sadly, unfortunately, I can't say that the Democratic Party I'm in has learned, because we saw that in the last election, that the Democratic candidate choose not to not just counterattack, but respond to impressions that are being left with the electorate. And you can't change those impressions if you don't address them. So I wholeheartedly disagree that is still the way to go. And I think it would also, I would say this: Bill Clinton was a master at sort of turning his weaknesses into strengths. The one thing I taught my own class this week, I showed them the CBS 60 Minutes news interview that Bill and Hillary Clinton did in 1992, 2 weeks before the New Hampshire primary. And it's the 15th most viewed, 15th highest rated broadcast interview of all time. Because now you might remember Joe Biden decided not to do a 10-minute Super Bowl interview in 2024. Well, because of the risks of how big the audience is in a pre-Super Bowl interview. Well, Bill Clinton, at the worst moment in his campaign, when his campaign was dying, decided, no, we'll go on CBS 60 Minutes, the largest television audience around, and we'll do it on an even bigger night, on Super Bowl Sunday night. And we'll go talk about our marriage and something that candidates prior to that, because remember, prior to Bill Clinton, Gary Hart said he wasn't going to deal with it. He wasn't going to answer questions about his fidelity. He was above that. Put a tail on, just ask him. Like, he refused to talk about the accusations about his character. And so he dropped out. Bill Clinton, I think, understood his own self, they knew their own problems, their own challenges, I guess. But they decided they weren't going to run from it. They were going to go on, and they were going to go on together. And they said, look, we know her. We know the woman that we're talking about. We have a relationship with her. We've known her for a long time. Hillary knows her. People say one thing when they're given, or people say one thing, and then when they're offered money, they're given another thing. That's all true. He went further than anybody else did in any interview about their personal life from a presidential candidate in 1992. Prior to that, he talked about bringing pain in his marriage, acknowledging he brought pain in his marriage. And she said, look, I honor what we've been through together. I honor what he's done. And if that's not enough for people, then just don't vote for him. That's all. But I'm with him, and I want to stay married to him. So why should that bother anybody else if I'm not bothered? And that was a really successful way to communicate to a very large audience that was starting to form a really bad impression about a guy and his character, whether it was dodging the draft or cheating on his wife. And he and his wife was an important validator for that, but it was very smart. And not that many politicians, even now, are still willing to do that kind of thing.
So let's do one quick question and then
Sorry.
Thank you for sharing all these great views. Really interesting speech. I would like to focus on the backlash of that case you mentioned.
The Wall Street Journal piece?
The Wall Street Journal piece. After that backlash, did you see Jill Biden's supporters go more? Did she manage to win other voters, other supporters?
I think what I would say was a flashpoint for sure for a lot of women. I think like I said, the media reaction was pretty pretty swift and it was pretty intense with people across all of American culture really offended by the Wall Street Journal, and not just the fact that not just that what it said, the editorial, but the fact that the Wall Street Journal placed it there. And so people were just angry. Yes, women came to her defense. There was a lot of, it provoked a discussion about misogyny for a couple days, a national conversation. And, it was a weird time. It was our transition. So people were just starting to get to know her. I don't know if it was a galvanizing moment for the country because our news cycle moved so fast that, and don't forget, this was before before January 6th. So we were still living in a look, it was still a rapidly evolving news cycle. And so those things go up and go down. But for almost a week, it did have a really galvanizing effect on a lot of women. And we saw that through social media. And then, like I said, through broadcasts, TV, and, legacy media, news reporters, just angry at that. So, yeah, I mean, I would say it did. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, I would like to thank Michael for his wonderful keynote address. So let's give him another round of applause.
Thanks.
So we're going to take about 15-minute break. So feel free to get more coffee. So there is some water, there is still food available. And if you have any questions for Michael, can you stick around
Sure.
for 15
Yeah,
more minutes?
absolutely.
Okay.
I'll be around.
All right. So, and then we'll continue with a media panel. All right. 15-minute break.
well, who was treated very poorly and very unfairly in the national press. And that's part of why you see such an enormous distrust when you look at the credibility of the journalism in America today. This is why, in many cases, what happened with the Trump movement was that it went around the legacy or the mainstream media to create something totally different within new media. So anyway, I could go on, but I will let you speak next, Miranda.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kim, George Mason, for having us. Very excited to be here. So, kind of piggybacking a little bit off of what both of you said. So, I cover technology, Silicon Valley, how it interacts with Washington, which is a lot more than normal these days. And obviously, kind of like Congress, technology, the industry has typically been dominated by males. That has slowly changed over time. And I think, kind of like Judy, a big thing that I try to do a lot is when I am writing stories that sometimes do it 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 inherently involves a lot of male leaders, for example. It's important if you get in some more outside, whether that's like a strategist perspective from a female. And I also think that it helps kind of break what we've typically thought of this industry. So we might get to this later, but one of the things I cover is cryptocurrency. And if you know anything about some of the stereotypes about crypto, is the whole crypto bro thing when it first started. And it's actually me and my colleague Julia, so both females, who cover crypto. We cover a special feature called Crypto Corner. And I had somebody from one of the leading crypto exchanges tell me a few days ago, they were like, we really value and want to come to you to talk about these things because honestly, it's a show of where the industry is heading that you're having two female journalists cover this. And I think it kind of helps break it up a bit. And yeah, I think of the cryptocurrency conversation a lot because when I go into these events, there are a lot of males, and I actively will seek out some more female voices. And I think that's important. And also, I only graduated 3 years ago from undergrad, so I remember college very well still. And one of the ideas they tried to instill a lot was, a straight journalist is supposed to provide news as straight as possible, and you do try that. And part of that is just offering the wide range of views. Inherently, stories are going to be framed in a certain way. You can't completely avoid bias, but I think by trying to get the full picture in there, that's what's really important. And I try not to treat it like a checklist, but sometimes I have to make a mental note of, no, this does not have enough voices and representation in it.
I'd like to just follow up on your comments just now. So you mentioned that you do deliberately, right? I mean, you think about making sure you seek out more female voices. What other practices do you actively engage in when it comes to representing gender and power? I mean, Carrie, I know you mentioned you've gone a different route, right? But I'd like to hear your perspectives on that.
Yeah, well, like I said, I now work, I freelance broadcast and freelance write columns and opinion pieces, but I also work for Independent Women's Forum, which is, we have a 501c3 and a 501c4. So for the C4, we do lobbying and direct influence on bills. And we see it as our mission to let people know that all issues are women's issues. I think when it comes to gender, quite often the media wants to pigeonhole us to say, oh, women's issues are only abortion and, a few narrow wedge issues. Well, no, that's not the case. We have a Foreign Policy Center, which my colleague Megan Mobbs runs. She was just named today by President Trump to the Board of Visitors for West Point. She's the daughter of Keith Kellogg, who is Trump's chief envoy to Ukraine. And then we also have an Energy Policy Center. I help co-run our Economic Policy Center. What wasn't mentioned is I also used to work at Goldman Sachs and Moody's Investor Service on Wall Street. So I like to joke I'm a recovered bond girl because I used to rate bonds. But economic policy affects women, and women, we make 80% of consumer choices. So we are the powerhouses of the economy. And so when it comes to having our voices heard, we believe that women should be in all spaces in the media sharing our voices. And in particular, we're looking for conservative perspectives to be shared. And I think one thing, a big issue that is a really hot button issue right now is the issue of gender ideology. We've been very outspoken. You've probably seen Riley Gaines, the swimmer. She's one of our spokeswomen. We believe the definition of woman has been basically tried to be unraveled, and we think that this is going to create a lot of dangerous situations for the bodily autonomy and integrity of women. And so we've done a lot of polling on this, and we found, other polling have found similar ideas as well, that 80% of Americans do not want biological men in women's sports, and it's even higher for biological men in women's prisons. We've done interview series and documentary series on women who are affected by biological men in California, where men were being transferred without even having to show any sort of hormonal treatment or anything. They just were transferred into women's prisons, and women felt very unsafe and suffered assault. And so we just think we push back on those narratives in the media. But again, it's more than just that. And so we think the women's spaces are all spaces within the economy and national security. And I think also just the idea that women are monolithic is another trope that is perpetuated within the legacy media, that if you're a woman, you must be on the left. We think that's just not true. And that's why you're seeing so many new voices being, Megyn Kelly, I've been on Megyn Kelly's program. Several of my colleagues have been on her programs. She's an example of someone who's created her own ecosystem as a female voice, very powerful voice. And I think you're going to see more like her. Same thing with Allie Beth Stuckey, who's with The Blaze, the media company founded by Glenn Beck. So we look for alternatives, although we love to work with mainstream press as well. I will say, unfortunately, sometimes, I've been on programs on, cable networks, and I'm treated very badly by progressives who scream at me and, again, dehumanize me. And I think it's unfortunate, because I'm happy to talk with them. And I can't say the same for a lot of people that I've met on the left. So, but I came here today because I want to help the media. I'm not here. I think some conservatives just want to burn the whole thing down. I think we can make it work, but I think that it takes good faith on both sides.
Thank you, Carrie. Other perspectives on things you can actively do to engage in, representation for women?
This is a small, I'll go ahead, I guess. This is a small thing I do. And just like the previous topic, I'm not always successful, but I do, try my best to do it, is with certain public figures who are women, I try not to just reference them as the wife of someone, or the girl, like Lauren Sanchez, who's was a journalist and is now Jeff Bezos's fiance. In a story involving Lauren Sanchez, I won't just say Jeff Bezos's fiance. Like, she has her own identity. She is not just, a spouse or a girlfriend of someone else. And I do the same with like Melania Trump. I won't just say First Lady. I do make an attempt to say either, she's a mom, she's a former model. With Jill Biden, do the same thing, a Northern Virginia community college professor. I do think it's just like a little detail in stories that doesn't just define a woman by who she's married to. And I'll do the same thing for men as well. Like when I'm writing, if I write about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, a lot of Taylor Swift fans, just know Travis Kelce as her boyfriend. I will say he's the quarterback. So it goes both ways. But particularly for women, I would say I do make an effort to make sure I'm not just identifying someone by whom they're, the male they're married to or committed to.
Kind of going off of that, one of the biggest lessons that I've learned in my first 3 years of journalism is how subtle and less is sometimes more. So you're talking about just adding, 1 or 2 words to convey a certain label. And I think that sometimes journalists, at least young journalists like myself, can sometimes fall into the trap of, I want to get a certain idea across, and I think that it requires, I don't know, 2 to 3 full sentences. And sometimes it really is just about, maybe it's an adjective that you use or an adjective that you don't use. And even in headline writing, this is kind of getting away specifically from gender, but one lesson that an editor told me was that, if you're saying Joe says X, amid backlash means something different than after backlash. That's a very general example, but kind of the way in which you frame cause and effect, for example. And yeah, I just think sometimes when we are making a very active effort on our end to represent these voices, I think that it's important that when you're done, say, writing a story, you go back into your copy and you look for subtle changes, not necessarily revamping an entire piece. And I think I used to overwrite a lot, and it was just very obvious what I was trying to do. And it's, yeah, just less is more sometimes.
Thank you. If I could push a little bit more on this topic. When female politicians, so we heard from a number of speakers in our panels this morning about female politicians who are not just denigrated, but really demonized with misinformation in the media on the basis of their gender. Is there a role for journalists to respond to or correct or try to balance the record when that occurs?
Okay, well, one example that comes to mind actually involves, I don't know if Michael LaRosa is still here, but a story involving Jill Biden right around the time before Joe Biden decided to exit the race. There was a lot of criticism of Jill Biden, particularly among conservative circles, Carrie, saying that Jill Biden was kind of the driving force for Joe Biden to be staying in the White House race, that he should have dropped out sooner, that Jill Biden was power hungry and really wanted her husband to remain in power so she could still be first lady. So that was a story that was circulating, and there were a lot of voices, particularly male voices, that were speaking out against Jill Biden because of what her husband's decision was. So I wrote a story about the criticism that she was receiving, and I included, what some would argue is legitimate criticism of Jill Biden, but I also gave the perspective of some other voices who are women, including one professor in gender studies who argued that a lot of the criticism of Jill Biden was very sexist in nature because they were portraying her as this kind of Lady Macbeth character. And it really plays into questions about gender roles, and there is the woman really conniving behind the scenes to stay in power. I thought that was an important part of the story that I hadn't even considered when I first set out to do this piece. I didn't do the piece thinking that that was going to be the story. I was more looking into, the nature of this criticism and what it means. And Jill Biden's spokesperson also weighed in. It wasn't Michael LaRosa at the time, but she weighed in saying that women are often, told to speak up, but not too loud, to stand by their man, but not always. So they gave, I thought, a very, almost like very fresh perspective. It wasn't usually you go to the White House, and if they don't, they don't like the story you're writing, they won't comment, or they'll chew you out over the phone and off the record. And then, you write your story anyway. But that wasn't the case. They really felt that this was important enough for them to speak out about it. So it's just one example, but it's a story that there was a woman in politics who, whether it was fair or not, was receiving a lot of criticism related to her gender.
Yeah, I remember that like it was I can't believe that was already like 8 months ago. And that was kind of when I actually was first getting into the tech beat. And so this is kind of a tech oriented answer, but a big problem that we see with misinformation about politicians, really any public figures, is the proliferation of misinformation on social media. And as we know, there's a lot of debate over how social media companies monitor that information. That could be a whole other panel on many panels. But I think that one effective way that I've seen journalists kind of play a part in in fact checking, I guess you will, this misinformation is their own use of social media. Because the reality is that I could write in a story, make it very clear, this person said this is very much not true, and give the evidence. However, people, unfortunately, and I hate to say this as a journalist, there are many times where people are just reading headlines. They are just reading the first half of a story. I wish it wasn't that way. Hopefully you guys aren't in that category. But so for me, I saw a bunch of journalists actually weighing in on, and again, I'm not saying cross the line of being opinionated, but even just on Twitter or X, for example, which has faced an increasing number of accusations about the information that is spread there, even just a simple resharing of maybe a claim, but then also with the actual fact check. Now, some may argue resharing it is circulating it. It's a vicious cycle. But I do think that at this point, people get a lot of their opinion. They get a lot of their information and news online on social media. And I think using that as a driver is really important because it has so much more of an ability to go viral. And this is misinformation on both sides. And yeah, I think that social media has just made this such a problem. But I think if we kind of reclaim that and use that as a tool, it, hopefully now, again, the disinformation thing could be a whole other panel.
Thank you both. Carrie, I want to turn it to you next. I do want to note that it's not just Democratic female politicians who are the subject of these attacks, right? There are also Republican, I mean, this is both on both sides, right? That we see this type of coverage of women in politics. So Carrie, do you want to comment as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one example is Melania Trump, just in terms of the way she's not celebrated. Compare and contrast the way the media treats Michelle Obama or even Jill Biden. Like, Melania Trump is an objectively gorgeous woman, but she's never been on the cover of Vogue when she was first lady. And I don't expect she ever will be. But at this point, I don't think she needs that validation. But I just think the messages that are, like a Cosmo magazine or 17, like they don't treat Republican women with the same level of celebration. They have their Glamour Woman of the Year awards. If they do have a Republican woman, it will be only a few of them, and they tend to be, an anti-Trump Republican woman. That tends to be the case for a lot of organizations that I'm a Harvard graduate. I would say I love Harvard, and they know I feel this way, but like Harvard IOP or Harvard Poli-Sci, like if they're having a bipartisan panel, it usually means 3 Democrats and 1 never Trump Republican, and that's bipartisan to them. And this is why we have such a cultural breakdown, in my opinion, because there's really no interest to, I often cite the recent motto of the Washington Post, which they put at the top on their masthead, that democracy dies in darkness. Well, the root word of democracy is demos, which means people. And if you're in the dark about half of the country and how that half of the country, their worldview, their values, and you're not seeing them portrayed in celebratory ways as women, this is part of why there's such vitriol against conservative women. So we have a series that we call Champion Women, where we profile conservative women, and we have over 1 million social media followers. We put out that content. We do video profiles of conservative women. There are a few other like conservative women magazines that have been propping up. One is called The Conservator, which is kind of a cute name, and then there's another one called Evie Magazine. So we're creating our own kind of ecosystems where we celebrate conservative women. And it's not that we're we'd celebrate all women, but we just see that conservative women are being left out. And I wanted to say, though, to your first part of your question on misinformation, I wanted to quote a study here from Monmouth University that came out a few years ago. It said that 77% of the respondents believe that traditional media outlets publish fake news. And what was stunning about this was that 65% of the respondents said that fake news applies to how media outlets make editorial decisions and what they choose to report, while just 25% said fake news applies only to when the media outlet spreads inaccurate information. So as journalists, I think that's important to think about. There's the sin of commission. How am I covering something? But then also the sin of omission. What am I not covering? And whose voices are not being heard? And I would say that conservative women are very much left out. And just a couple other stats, came armed with stats. There was a study by Indiana University, and it found that only 7% of journalists said they are Republicans. And this was far lower than the 24% of American adults who identify as Republicans. Pew Research Center conducted a national survey of more than 500 reporters, editors, and executives and found that only 34% of the media identified as liberal, that 34% of the media identified as liberal, while only 7% of the media identified as conservative. So again, just thinking about the bubble that we're in, we all live in bubbles, and I think being aware of that is half the battle.
Thank you all. That reminds me, your last comment, Carrie, it reminds me of the book by Nick Usher, News for the Rich, White, and Blue, that came out in the last couple of years. I want to go back to something that you mentioned, Miranda, about when we see these posts on social media, particularly about female politicians or female public figures. And my sense is that from your comments, this bothers you when you see this, right? But is there a role for professional journalists here, or their news organizations? And when it's based in inaccurate information.
Yeah, I think that sort of, I guess, goes back to my last point of I think that there's a very fine line that gets walked between journalists fact checking something that happens or someone and kind of inserting their own personal beliefs. With the example, I think that if something is, blatantly untrue, whether that's about Democrat, Republican, independent, whatever it may be. I think that that's the social media example that I used was that there is absolutely nothing wrong. And I would encourage journalists, if they have the evidence to back it up, journalists' job is to gather evidence to back up whatever story they're writing. You should never be publishing a story if you think that you don't have enough to back it up. And so I think that we already have a lot of the tools to, I don't like using the word fact check, but to provide more context maybe is a better way at it. And I think this happens through social media. It does happen in stories, but again, I think that some people read just headlines and it becomes a sensationalism thing. So I think if you can catch people where they get their information is kind of the right way about it. And I also think that you kind of on the idea of omission, you have to make an effort to be looking at where the narratives are heading. With your story about Joe Biden, that wasn't, necessarily something you had to do, but you saw where people's sentiments were, and you saw that this one was valuable of needing to be explored fully. But also, I think sometimes what you think might not be news could very well be news to other people and other groups of people that maybe you aren't aligned with. But so I think also just getting a second opinion is really important. I'm constantly flagging news for my editor of, is this newsworthy? And sometimes they're like, oh yeah. And I was like, oh, I thought it, sometimes I think too, journalists think that it's obvious when something is happening because you're so in that bubble. But the reality is you are in a bubble. So you study this stuff every day, you see it, but the general public doesn't. So I think double checking yourself and using social media would be my two.
Yeah, I think also there is a balance, especially for journalists in this day and age, of the question of whether you're amplifying some of the misinformation by reporting on it. And we have to make that judgment almost every day. Yes, you want to, shoot down misinformation, but at the same time, as soon as the Hill tweets out one of our stories, that goes to millions of people. And if it's about some misinformation that is sexist or racist or some other terrible ist, you don't want to, put more of that out there. So I do think we have to weigh that with some of these stories.
I completely agree with that. And what both of you guys were saying about first comparing and contrasting what people in the Beltway think versus the rest of the country. There's an interesting polling outfit called Echelon Insights. If you know Echelon Insights, Kristen Soltis Anderson runs that. They did a really interesting overlay for a period of time about what people were at the time. It was still Twitter, so I can say what they were tweeting about before it became X. But it compared and contrasted the topics that people in the Beltway were tweeting about and overlaid the same timeline with people outside the Beltway. And there was quite often some things were the same, but there were a lot of other things that were not really relevant to people in the Beltway and vice versa. And so it was very telling that, again, there's a gap between what the so-called elites believe and what's important to them versus the rest of the country. The other point, though, on what you said, Judy, about the misinformation being amplified, I think I would bring as a case example of that. I think the media in general for conservatives, not just conservative women, they quite often the legacy media will take the worst of conservatism or people who glom on to say they're Republican or whatever, and paint that as everyone, and then they want to make everyone be this way. And it's like, okay, well, if everyone's a Nazi, no one's a Nazi. If everyone's a white supremacist, no one's a white. The words lose meaning when you try to glom it on to everyone. And then when you also try to give it more, you end up trying to give it more power than it really has. Like, for example, in the 2016 election, the alt-right was something that I believe as a conservative, the media was trying to make like mainstream it to the point where Hillary Clinton gave this big speech about the alt-right. And the guy who came up with the phrase, I've never met him. He is an extremist. I mean, he was so excited. He's like, yes, she said the phrase alt-right. Now so many more people know about alt-right thanks to Hillary Clinton. Because it was basically Hillary with her friends in the media trying to make conservatives all out to be like like super far right conspiracy theorists, even though the vast majority of Republicans didn't even know what alt-right is necessarily, and don't share their viewpoints. And same thing with my first press conference. Oh, in 2020, I was covered the Trump White House for the last year for a media startup founded by John Solomon, who used to be at the Hill. And I was in the room, and I'll never forget my first press conference when I asked Trump a question about, I had just interviewed Jimmy Lai, the Hong Kong newspaper executive it was one of his last media interviews before he was taken into prison, which might be for his last time of his arrest. So I asked President Trump about that, as well as just Hong Kong in general. It was during the protests. And then another reporter who's with One American News, which the left loves to call a conspiracy network, she asked a very substantive question about, Chanel Rion is her name. She asked a question about Middle East policy in Iran. And then someone who was sitting on the front row, who was with NBC News, she asked him a question about QAnon. And in my head, I'm just like, how ironic. The two outlets here who are, perceived as right-wing conspiracy outlets or whatever, we're asking him substantive questions. And then NBC, who has the front row on the seating chart from the White House Correspondents Association, is asking about this gutter conspiracy fringe theory just to make Trump look bad and to try to divert the attention of the American people, and make it seem like Trump's aligned with them, which he's not. And so I personally endorse what Caroline Levitt's done with the White House press room to open it up and allow more bloggers and other voices, because again, the White House briefing room until now was not 50-50 representative of the worldview of the country.
Thank you. I'm fascinated by the story you told about the use of alt-right and these other terms. I actually wrote an article that got published with a co-author about journalists' use of the term alt-right or not. But in any case, I was also struck by, Judy, and then the rest of the others talking about how you have to be careful not to amplify these things, and that by responding or repeating, you worry you would be doing that. Are there other pitfalls that you try to avoid when reporting specifically on stories that have to do with gender and power, and where I would say where misinformation is involved?
Small. Something that I'm still working on, actually, I had my yearly review and my editor and I were talking about it just a few weeks ago, is I think when you're dealing with topics that have like gender power, that have become known to be very sensitive, some journalists have a tendency to sort of hedge and to keep themselves like not responsible. So, for example, saying he appeared to believe this, or the apparent thing. And sometimes you really just don't know. But I think that if you have the evidence to back up a claim, you should write that. If a second set of eyes, like an editor looks at it and says, this is veering on whether opinionated or you need more evidence to back it up. So I think part of it is honestly just either not being confident enough in what you're writing, or maybe that's a sign of, oh, actually, I don't have enough right now to even be talking about this in a story. So I think sometimes for me personally, I will allude to something, but I won't. I like, did he support it or did he not? Like, and sometimes we don't know. And if that's the case, you should explain why you don't know. So I think sometimes we try to circumvent and take ourselves off the responsibility of it. But I think that clear writing, direct writing is best. Something I'm still working on.
One thing maybe it kind of relates to your question, Kim, is I think sometimes I have to be prepared to defend what I do write about. One thing that comes to mind, and I mentioned Lauren Sanchez before, Jeff Bezos's, a former journalist who is also Jeff Bezos's fiance, made headlines last year. I was covering a White House state dinner, which is like beyond black tie event. The White House welcomes, the heads of state from another country. It might have been Australia. I don't remember what country they were honoring. So Lauren Sanchez arrives with Jeff Bezos arm in arm, and you could almost hear a gasp among the press gaggle because everyone's wearing these very elaborate gowns, these beautiful dresses and tuxedos. And she walks in with a very, very bright red, extremely low cut gown past the press area. And, confident as can be, keeping her head up. And then I tweeted out a photo of it, did not, offer any editorial comment about it. And it went everywhere where people everywhere had an opinion about what she decided to wear at the White House. And so I wrote a story about the reaction she was receiving. Again, I spoke not just with critics of her outfit choice, which there were many, but I also spoke with another gender studies professor who said that dress codes anywhere are inherently sexist anytime you're being told what you can or cannot wear. So I tried to approach the piece with a little more sensitivity than maybe some of the other outlets covering it. But I feel and I got some flack for covering a story about what a woman chose to wear to a fancy White House dinner. But my argument has always been, and I cover a lot, I cover features and the lighter side of Washington, is that optics are a part of the political space. And so that's for one. For two, we also cover, and this is not dismissing that women are often covered in a much more critical way than men, but I also do plenty of stories on men's fashion as well. The Obama tan suit was like a huge drama. John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, choosing to wear a sweatshirt to the Senate. That was a big story as well. And I covered those equally to the same extent that I covered the Lauren Sanchez controversy. So I think sometimes part of my job is being prepared to defend things that I think are worthwhile of our coverage.
I almost wore my hoodie today. I'm glad I didn't. Yeah, I do think that it's so interesting the backlash that Jim Vandehei and Elon Musk had with their go back and forth. I used to work for Jim Vandehei at Politico, and if you didn't see earlier this year, he gave, or was it late last year? I forget exactly, but he gave a speech at a Press Foundation dinner, and he was angry at Elon Musk because Elon Musk said, "We are all journalists now, and with X, the citizen is the journalist, and there's no demarcation now between a journalist and a citizen. We have the power all in the cell phone to be just as powerful as someone who went to journalism school and sunk a lot of money in a degree like I did, working my butt off as a janitor to get my journalism degree." And I found myself on the side of Elon overall. I think in general, in a democracy, it's good to have more voices, especially since when you look at the history of media and how with the dawn of television news, you only had the three voices of CBS, NBC, and ABC, and they were the voices of God. Well, I think as a Christian, personally, there's this idea that we're all made in the image of God, imago Dei. We're made in the image of God, so we all have a voice, and so we all have power that we can be able to have those voices heard. I do think what I like about X now is the community notes, because it can put a lot more context, and I've seen this happen over and over, where you had a legacy media outlet that was trying to go after a conservative, and then the community notes gives a lot more context, and then the story kind of actually deflates a lot, because I saw this over and over, because I'm a recovered never Trumper. Again, I've been conservative journalist now for more than 10 years, and so initially I was very anti-Trump, but the more I would dig into news coverage, and I would see, oh wait, to your point on headlines, and I would see the headline, and then I would look at the full context of what he said, or I would actually look at, like, for example, the Washington Post said that, oh, Trump was mocking a disabled reporter. But then when you look at his mannerisms that Trump was using, you would see that he actually did that to lots and lots of other people who were not disabled. It was just one of the mannerisms that he would employ to make fun of people. And he didn't know that the guy was disabled. He had no idea. And so I just saw that pop up over and over. And I like social media for that reason, because I think it can help provide a lot of context when a journalist has missed the mark through either omission or commission.
All right, so shifting just a little bit now to asking you about personally your careers and whether gender has played a role in your careers, and if so, in what ways? And then part of the question, three-part question, is how can journalists make it an asset, or at least not a hindrance? Or do you think journalism should be gender neutral?
Well, when I was first starting out, I was a TV reporter, and one of the first places I worked at, and when you work in TV, you have to start out in like really little cities, and you work your way around the country until you get to a bigger place. And one of my first jobs, one of the news managers, I was right out of college, very young. I look really young, which I'm grateful for now. Back then was not not a great thing. One of the news managers pulled me into his office, a man, and told me, you really need to work on your tracking voice. You sound like young, and it's very high pitched. And they sent me to a speech coach to bring down my register. So when you're tracking packages, when you're trying to narrate a story, I would sound a lot more authoritative, and like Dan Rather, but Tom Brokaw type. And so if you look back at any of my work from decades ago, my husband now makes fun of me because it sounds like, Jimmy across the street and got, his dog got lost. It just sounds ridiculous, because I was trying to, do what the news manager told me and kind of take on this more masculine voice that he perceived to be more what a newscaster should sound like. And maybe that's something that comes with age. I now realize that I'm just me, and if you don't like my voice and you think I have credibility because of a higher register, then that's on you, I think. So that's just one tale of gender kind of playing a role in my career. Another thing that comes to mind is when I was pregnant, I was still out and about reporting, covering a lot of red carpets where there are a lot of reporters like all packed in together and worrying about my stomach, like getting jostled. And I was interviewing one director one time, a much, much older gentleman. And I was very visibly pregnant. And in the middle of I don't know if this is still working. Can you guys hear me still? Okay. In the middle of the interview, without not relating to anything I was asking about, he just started touching my stomach. And I don't know if it was an age thing or just a man. I don't know what it was. But I didn't call him out by name. But I ended up writing a story about being a pregnant journalist. After the fact, after that happened, and I included that little tale in the story I wrote to try to explain some of the maybe experiences you might have that other people, not men in particular, wouldn't have or would never be confronted with, and how I responded to that. So I don't often write in the first person, but I thought it was an important story to tell because not many people have encounter that sort of thing. I also did the same thing with my son, who a few years ago there was a big RSV uh, epidemic going around with kids getting RSV, which is a respiratory disease, and unfortunately, my son got it. And being a working mom, like I really try not to, do the first person narrative that much, or kind of like put my kids out there. But it was very traumatic. He was hospitalized for 4 days, and out of that experience, I decided to write about it, because I felt like it was something unique to that. I guess any parent could face it, but being a working mom, it just had a different feel to it to me. So I wrote about it, about my experience and his hospitalization, and he's fine now, thankfully. But it ended up being the longest read story on the Hill's news site for all of 2022. So more people spent more time on that story than any other story on our site for that entire year. So it just really connected with people. So I think there are ways that you don't always have to write yourself into the story, but there are ways that you can use your experiences for good.
Yeah, going off of that, in terms of some of our tech coverage, as I mentioned in the beginning, their tech can be a male dominated space. And also, I was doing some research before this, and tech journalists are also predominantly men, which is weird because when I'm in DC, the DC pool of tech journalists I find are mostly females. But anyway, all this to say, I think I've really tried to use my gender as an asset, specifically covering, for example, artificial intelligence. There's been a lot of concerns about deep fakes, kids' online safety. So in that case, I'm using, I think, both my gender, but also my age, going back to the idea of being thought of as young a lot. I'm 25. I have a high voice as well. I'm constantly being told I need to lower it. And I think I've tried to use that to my advantage, though, when speaking with, for example, you know, 18, 16-year-old girls who, they're in high school when this threat of these deep fakes are coming out. We're seeing it obviously have a lot of action at the federal level with the Take It Down Act. But I think if you can find the places, again, where you kind of have your own experience that you bring into it, I think that it also just builds trust with some sources. And, I think I'd like to think that, the 17-year-old girl feels a little bit more comfortable talking to me as somebody who is closer to her age than 30. And also, well, not anymore, I guess, but yeah, so I think trying to use that as an asset is very important. But I also think, too, back to the point about being genuine and the whole lowering your voice thing, I have recently started doing more TV hits with our partners, News Nation. And it's been really stressful because I've been really worried about the idea of being perceived as young and not trustworthy as a result. And we have a great management team at the Hill. And I was talking with them and I kept asking, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And they go, "You sound and look much better when you just are yourself. Like, stop making such an attempt to act older, act more authoritative. You are who you are, and you should own up to that." So I really think being genuine speaks a lot. People see right through it if you're not. And yeah, less is more.
So it's interesting that all three of us have been told to lower our voices, because I have been told that as well. The first time I was presenting as a conservative debater on Fox Business, I asked him for advice. So I opened myself up to it, but I asked John Stossel, the host, for any advice afterward. And I was debating minimum wage policy with a PhD economist from Berkeley. And afterward, John got me on the phone and he's like, "What you wanted to tell him was, you are full of shit. And instead, what you told him was, you are full of shit." And he's like, "That's what your voice sounded like, just so you know." And I was like, wow, that, and I went back and I watched the tape, and and I did find that as I was getting more nervous, my voice was going up. They call it up talking. So I think up talking, actually, men and women both do up talking when they are nervous. So I think that's something that people in general. I mean, that's one of the deepest fears people have is public speaking. And so I think in some ways it's not gender specific, being nervous, but I think there can be some truth, but also I agree with you. Most importantly, Miranda, it's about being yourself. And I think the fact that we have a 27-year-old White House press secretary, I think the youngest in American history, and she's a woman and a young mother. I think Caroline Levitt's a great example for young people, both young men and women, to look up to as someone who is very articulate and confident at such a young age. I think it speaks to, in part, I mean, her power that she developed online through being a digitally native professional. It's not about your age, and in fact, your age can be an asset quite often. But in terms of your question on personal experience, if you want the full journey of my life, I did have some books donated out back as was stated. So if you'd like to pick up a copy and learn more about the life of a conservative woman, it's called Motorhome Prophecies because my father claimed to be a Mormon cult leader. He was excommunicated from the official Mormon church, and he made my 7 biological siblings and I live in a motorhome. So I grew up with 10 people in motorhomes, sheds, and tents. And my brother was born when our family lived in a tent. We were homeless. And when I took my ACT exam to go to college, we were living in a shed in the Ozarks with no running water and no furnace. So I like to say my childhood careened in between a third world and first world existence in a first world country. And he was abusing me in the name of God. And he put a curse on me in the name of Jesus that I would be raped and murdered if I left his cult. And so it was a lot that I was agnostic for 12 years. And I would say if you look at the religious composition of the media, it is a very secular industry. And through very unexpected circumstances and twists and turns, which the book gets into, I did become a Christian. And one thing, as I've become deeper in my faith, I see more and more how the person I used to be as an agnostic, I was really hostile to people of faith. For me personally, it was because my father had been twisting God and using religion as his own egomaniacal. You know, he was abused as a child, so I try to be as honest and fair to him as possible. But looking back now, I realized how much I allowed my personal bias against religion because of the way that my father had abused religion to affect the way that I was interacting with the world. And so I think, again, it's a perspective, my publisher calls it a cross between hillbilly elegy and Educated by Tara Westover. I've been on Dr. Phil for it. I like to joke, I mean, it's gallows humor, but my family's like Dr. Gold humor, or Dr. Phil Gold. You know, it's Wall Street Journal's reviewed it, CNN, Fox. So it's gotten a lot of press coverage. I think in part because I talk a lot about mental illness, and there is, unfortunately, our country has the highest suicide rate and the highest depression rate in our recorded history. And the second highest in history recorded was during the Great Depression. And I went back and I reviewed, like, our GDP per capita was like a third world country in 1941. And yet we're killing ourselves at a higher rate now today than we were during the Great Depression. And yet we're multiple times more wealthy. So it's not a monetary reason. I believe it's a purpose and a faith-based values gap as our country has been secularizing. And I think the rise of Trump and faith-based conservatism is a big part of a reaction to the broader forces that have secularized our country. So I encourage you to read it. I'm happy to have dialogue or debate or discussion. I believe that's how our country comes together, is by understanding, different worldviews and challenging our own assumptions.
Thank you. We're going to open it up for questions with our remaining time. I was going to thank the panelists after your questions, but thank you. Thank you. That's a nice thing to do. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very interesting conversation. My name is Diva Nenadic. I come from Europe. I work at the European University Institute in Florence. What really triggered my attention somehow was your mention of straight journalism. Can you elaborate a little bit on this? What does this mean? And also I was a bit struck somehow with the fact that I think you, Carrie, identified yourself as a conservative journalist. I mean, to our knowledge, because in Europe we don't use these kind of attributes, and in the past journalists were always identified with the beat they cover, so tech journalist, economic or health, and now you identify with political or ideological orientation. So I'm a little bit curious, like why, when did this happen, and what are the reasons for this? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first, I love Florence. I went there a couple years ago. Beautiful. Um, so, as I mentioned before earlier, I started out initially as the phrase that I used was straight reporter, and then I jumped into opinion journalism. So, I moved into opinion journalism a few years after being in the straight news reporting. So, in the US, and I don't know how it is in your area, but there was going back, they like to say the gold standard or of objective journalism. Objective, that's maybe the word that I would be using to try to describe straight journalism. That was created, the mythology of it was created with Edward R. Murrow during the World War II. So he was one of the famous US broadcasters. He was broadcasting about the bombing of London. And what's interesting to me is that I actually don't even think that, in some respects, I agree with you that I actually don't even think it's possible to be purely objective or purely straight news. But I just mentioned it because, at least in the US, we have an editorial page, an opinion page, and then we have a news page. So, like the Wall Street Journal, for example, has an editorial board, and then they have a newsroom. The New York Times has an editorial board, and then they have a newsroom. So, what I was saying was that I became on the opinion editorial side of the Washington Times. I then actually moved back into the newsroom, but then I went back into opinion. But yeah, but the difference would be that when I have opinion reporting, I'm saying what I think, versus if I'm just reporting the facts, then I'm not putting a spin on it. But that's where I actually agree with you that I actually don't really think that it's even possible. And I think part of why Trump won is because he would say that the media treats him so unfairly that they pretend to be objective or they pretend to be straight journalism. But when you look at, for example, you can look up the political donations for people who work at news outlets. Overwhelmingly, they donate to Democrats. You can look at party registration. Party registration of journalists, overwhelmingly Democrat over Republican. Atheist, agnostic among journalists, highly overrepresentative relative to the US population. So it's not to say that you can't have these markers and not be objective. I just think that Trump showed a big gap between the values and the worldview of people who work in media and the rest of the country. And so for me, I just said, well, you know what? I'm not going to pretend that I don't have a worldview. At least for me, I feel like I'm being more honest with myself by saying I do conservative journalism. Does that make sense?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the panel a lot. I was wondering if you guys could go a little more in depth about. I'm interested in sort of what it's like in the newsroom around these issues. Like, is there solidarity and support for women in journalism around these issues? And to give you like an example, I know some of you worked at the Hill. This is kind of what spawned my question. Is I don't know if you were there at the time or if you know people were there at the time, but the firing of like Katie Halper and Brianna Joy Gray, who were fired for their opinion at the Hill. I wonder how's those kind of things received in the newsroom? Is it looked at through a gendered lens? You just speak to that.
Yeah, I've been at the Hill for 14 years, so I was there then. To be honest, and I don't think this is going to be a satisfying answer for you. Rising is a completely separate. It's almost like the opinion side of a paper, where we don't have interaction. It doesn't cross over into the newsroom, so there really wasn't, as far as I'm aware. Any talk amongst our side because one doesn't affect the other, if that makes sense. So I know that's probably not, the juiciest bit of insight I could give. But in terms of that, not to plug the Hill, but I feel that it's very supportive for women, just, by the sheer fact that we're here talking about these issues, and I'm comfortable talking about my experience there. And some of the advice that I give to younger journalists is always to get a mentor, whether it's a woman mentor or a male mentor. And some of the best mentors I've ever had in my life, I've found at the Hill. Our editor in chief, who recently left, was my personal mentor for my 14 years at the Hill, and just an incredible guide to me. So, and to be, an older guy helping a younger woman without, you have to choose your mentors wisely, I would say. But it has been a very supportive environment. and they backed up journalists as well, who a lot of women in particular get a lot of online hate. When you write a story that people don't like, then it's one thing to get criticism, which you expect for any sort of story, but when something goes viral and you're getting an incoming of stuff on social media, the Hill's been really supportive in especially women, helping them to withstand that, and also take measures when necessary if security is an issue, which unfortunately sometimes it is.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've only been at the Hill for just under 2 years, but the one thing I was gonna add when it comes to, I guess, just more politics in general, and I always tell people this, I honestly do not know the political affiliations of, like, 80% of the people that I work with, and we team up on stories a lot, so I am seeing my other colleagues' raw writing, and honestly, and again, maybe they're just really good at hiding it, but I'd like to think the Hill has really prided itself on trying very hard to be middle of the line. And also, just on the point that you made about women's safety, going back to the whole young thing, especially when I was on breaking news and writing more like he said, she said pieces that got a lot of clicks online, I constantly had people saying, "Oh, well, she's like a 15-year-old and finding photos of me from my Instagram or something," constantly all the time. And yeah, management has been great. And also, they even said sometimes you just have to separate yourself from it. I would delete Twitter for a few days or whatever. But they also, again, very actively monitor those sorts of situations, even though we do have a predominantly male management, for example. I think they are really, really good at looking out for us.
Yeah, the Hill was my first job out of college. I worked at the Hill in 2005, and now I go on the Hill TV, and so it's been interesting to watch how I think the culture has improved actually from the Hill newspaper from when I worked there. I actually had a very boss who I did not treat me well. It was a male boss, and I was able to get him removed as my manager because he treated me and this other young woman differently than he treated other people in the newsrooms. And so from going back to now, and I freelance for the Hill sometimes, I actually think it's improved, and I think it's a better place for women. Um, and I think also in general, what that is, again, going back to what I said earlier about the beauty of the internet is that women, I think, as was mentioned, I founded a digital TV network online, and we were able to get a lot more reach and traction, I think, than if I had just gone the traditional old school route with legacy media. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for women. Yeah, there's a lot of hate and blowback as well, but at the same time, I think uh, you know the great part of the internet, it is democracy in the purest sense of people being able to have their message heard. So
Yes. First of all, I want to apologize for my thick Greek accent. And I want to thank you for your very interesting discussion. Of course, truth is unattainable and it is beyond the human condition, but it's an ideal we have to aspire to, don't we? So, objectivity principle is a principle, journalistic objectivity is a way to organize bias, and it is a way that says that structural and cognitive bias is okay, worldview bias is okay, but political and ideological bias is not okay, isn't it? So if someone has a political bias, I mean, there's a difference between advocacy and critical inquiry. When one has an advocacy perspective, is the word journalist appropriate? Because I can go for critical inquiry and be biased, and because I cannot I cannot manage to be unbiased. But when I say that I'm doing advocacy, how can I have the tag of journalist attached on me? I'm purely propagandist, isn't it?
I think that's what conservatives say about the media is that they're actually not journalists, or they would say that they are activists pretending to be journalists. And so that's where I think that as a conservative journalist, I think it's the most honest perspective to say that what
Conservative and science. But when I'm doing science, I'm not conservative at all. I'm not. You see the point?
I
and at a big corporation for the best part of 20 years. And now I'm doing this in my private practice as well. But it's not all about me. My experience pales in comparison with the panel that we have here today. They are Anne Marie Malika, CEO of Desenhall Resources, who's one of the sponsors of this great event. Megan Meyer, founding partner at the defamation firm of Meyer, Watkins, Phillips, Bush. And Colleen Laughlin, Senior Vice President and partner at the government affairs firm Washington Office. Well, let's start by framing the environment we're operating in right now. Every year, there's a big PR firm that puts out their trust barometer, and they looked at all the things that were going on around the world having to do with trust. And they surveyed 33,000 respondents in 28 countries, and they found the following: that there is a greater acceptance for aggressive action, political polarization, and fears that result in a sense of grievance. And I think we've seen that play out somewhere in the news and in the practices of the people sitting to your left, my right. Another poll was done by the Harris and the Page Society, and they polled chief communications officers at what the top challenges were for 2025. They cited 4. One was reputational risk associated with the anti-woke and resistance to DEI, polarization and low trust powered by ideological divides and mis- or disinformation, policy shifts by President Trump, and geopolitical challenges. As these dynamics play out in the boardrooms of American business, educational institutions, and government bodies, leaders need guidance. It is against this backdrop that we have our discussion today. So I first ask our panelists to introduce themselves. Rather than have me read off a lengthy bio, I'm going to ask them to talk a little bit about themselves, their work, and their experience. Anne Marie.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anne Marie Malika. I'm the CEO of Desenhall Resources. We were the first practitioners in the crisis management discipline. Our firm's 37 years old. We work with corporations, institutions of higher education, nonprofits, companies that will not ever be named. Because of the work that we do, our clients are often facing their biggest challenges. The stakes are at their highest, and it's often intense public scrutiny that they're seeing. I've been with the firm for 11 years. Prior to that, I worked on Capitol Hill, where every day was a crisis, and that was over a decade ago. I can't imagine what they're dealing with now. The reality is the landscape is changing minute by minute, not even day by day anymore, and leaders need to be flexible and working to manage their reputations at almost all times. It's not anything that can be done in a passive form anymore. I lead the firm's crisis management practice as well as our media training teams, which media training in this environment is certainly an interesting experience as well. The firm is really focused on helping our clients achieve reputations that are favorable and keeping them even when trust is at an all-time low. So the job is interesting, and we'll have lots to talk about in the panel today. And I'm fortunate enough to get to work with folks like Colleen and Megan in some of that work.
Hi, Megan Meyer. My partner, Daniel Watkins, is here with me. We're the founders of Meyer, Watkins, Phillips, Bush. We're a DC law firm that helps companies and their leaders facing defamatory attacks. We bring defamation cases and litigate them if it comes to that. And hopefully it doesn't. Sometimes we get a call from Anne Marie or somebody else who's a communications professional that wants to partner with us in dealing with negative press before it comes out, hopefully deterring it from being published by helping to educate the reporter about what facts are wrong, and if not, helping to educate the newspaper's in-house lawyer about what they've got wrong in the story and the legal risk that exposes them to. We've had a lot of fun cases in the years that we've worked together, about a decade now. Probably the most notable one that you might have read about is we represented Dominion Voting Systems in its litigation against Fox News over their disinformation about the 2020 election, and a number of other fun cases as well. We love what we do. Litigation is great, but I get almost even more satisfaction when it doesn't have to come to that, and we're able to help deter the publication of a false narrative before it gets out there in the media.
Hello, Colleen Laughlin. I am Senior Vice President and Partner at the Washington office. We are a boutique strategic advisory firm helping startup tech companies navigate Washington, D.C., to include the very important kind of communications and branding and positioning environment. The last 20 years of my career, I actually spent in the Department of Defense working foreign policy, so with allies and partners around the world, threading together messaging on domestic issues, how that impacts internationally, and then also how we work with allies and partners in managing communications, messaging, and how that affects trust and partnership for the U.S. warfighter and our nation's security. Really excited about the discussion today. So, Mike, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, so first of all, let's just see, what are you seeing in your work today? What are bringing clients to your doorstep?
Just go in order.
Any order you please.
I would say just about every executive order that has come out so far this year would be chief among them. Also, I think disinformation and misinformation are a significant part of our portfolio. Litigation as well, but that is often framed because of regulatory issues or what's happening on the Hill or within state governments or within international regulatory bodies as well. The bottom line is almost everything has a through line of perception versus reality, and the reality and the perception are almost always different. So I think that organizations of every shape and size are having to define what is right and wrong faster than they ever have had to in the past, because as soon as something that is a false narrative takes hold, whether there's any truth to it at all or none at all, it's very difficult to reverse. Things on the internet are not deletable, despite the fact that people sell that they are. And that, frankly, is an incredible challenge, whether you have a company that's 10 people or 100,000.
I'll jump in just to switch it up a little here for Megan. So I guess I would say two things that I'm seeing. One, with the clients that we work with. Oh, thank you so much. With the clients that we work with, I am thus far lucky that we are not necessarily in crisis mode, right? These companies, though, are looking to understand what is happening in a very dynamic and sometimes chaotic communications environment, to understand how they, again, connect to priorities, connect their narratives, connect their mission. The other thing, though, I'm seeing that I think is even more interesting, because I do get to work with so many technology and emerging tech companies, is the impact that AI is having on many of these issues, and just being able to discern truth and move at speed. So
I'm seeing a bunch of different types of defamatory attacks. One is companies being perceived to have political beliefs or political support that they don't have. So, for example, we recently represented a popular consumer brand of an item that you could pick up in the local grocery store. The company was being listed on a list of companies that you should boycott because they supported Project 2025. It's not true. The company has a policy against corporate campaign contributions of any kind. And if you looked up their employees' donation history, it was 6-1 against Project 2025. But this company found themselves on this list along with a bunch of other companies who also had not supported Project 2025. The list was starting to go viral and create some real harm for them. And thankfully, we were able to get that taken down off of the various places that it had appeared. So we are seeing, I think, more and more, I think companies are facing a lot of pressure to take a political stance. That has risk because, whichever stance you take politically, you're going to upset half the people. And if it's your true stance, I think Anne Marie's probably the person to call. If it's not actually a stance the company has taken and it's false and defamatory that it's circulating out there, that's the sort of thing that we're dealing with. A second thing that we're seeing is a lot of organizations, companies being attacked in connection with Doge, right? So XYZ company is, committing fraud with taxpayer dollars, those sorts of accusations. And you do the faintest of diligence, and it's like, okay, that's misrepresented. That's not accurate. So we're seeing a lot of that right now too. And then all the other non-political stuff that's less interesting, corporate competitors accusing each other of fraud and all other sorts of various high crimes and misdemeanors.
Jump back to Megan's first point about some of the things that we're seeing related to disinformation and not being able to stop that before those lists sort of come out. Something that our clients are coming to us saying is, how do we avoid that in the next cycle if they got to this place now? And also, when do we take a stance? At what point do we have to say something? What's the criteria to do so, whether it's political or social or impacts your employees or potentially your supply chain or how you operate in the world globally? About 10 years ago, I think people were really weary of taking any sort of political stances. 5 years ago, that really shifted to the pendulum swung the other way. And now we're kind of coming back and sort of leveling out in the middle, where if it doesn't have anything to do with your day-to-day business operation, perhaps you shouldn't be meddling in it. And I think still companies are really wrestling with that, because you've got two very different sets of constituents that you have to answer to, whether that's your internal audience and your employees versus what's happening out in the world.
Actually, if I could pick up on a comment Megan made, not just companies dealing with sort of some of these reputational, not just companies dealing with some of these reputational impacts, but also public institutions, right? And we're seeing things, I think, about what public service means and looks like. And so you start to now come to this challenge of where are sources of truth and where are sources of trust across a society.
Well, so there's the word of the day, which is trust. So what can organizations do in this environment to build trust?
Everybody likes to say be authentic. I hate that word. Almost as much as I hate the word transparency. You do have to be authentic, but authentic attached to mission-driven and values in an organization where it's a bunch of alphabet soup that doesn't mean anything, doesn't really advance a narrative or a position in the world. The reality is building trust is an exercise that happens over time. And it's not that you have to be perfect. It's not that you're going to do everything right all the time. It's that you have a plan, you try and stick to the plan. When the plan doesn't go well, you acknowledge that that has happened, hopefully without doing injury to yourself or others or bringing on legal injury for yourself. And it's a constant exercise. I think the biggest thing that helps build trust for consumer brands or even B2B brands is that everybody in your organization is singing from the same song sheet. That means comms and legal is aligned. That means marketing and sales are aligned. That means operations and finance are aligned, and that you're working in the same direction. Because most crises do not happen because people sit around a boardroom and figure out how can we mess this up. It's because there's humans that run these organizations, and somebody accidentally shoves something in a drawer, or we didn't think that was going to rise to the occasion of this particular problem of this particular day. So we tried to do something else and fix it before it became a bigger issue, and that didn't work. It's all of these little things day to day of how operations are run and also how you interact with the world. If you only talk to the media when something is bad, the presumption is going to be that you only have bad things going on in your organization. And if you only talk to your employees when things are bad, it's going to be the same thing. I am not an internal communicator. I do have to deal with internal communications all the time because of challenges that companies face. But the reality is I think internal audiences are almost more important than external audiences, with the exception of if you are a publicly traded company. And then your shareholders generally get to take top spot on who matters most.
Yeah, I would echo that, I think, and say communication and consistency would be the two pieces. And I think that applies to, I can draw from my time in the department, making sure we understood who the audiences were that you're messaging to, how you're conveying your values, and then to, I think, what Anne Marie is saying, you cannot be communicating only in times of crises. That needs to be consistent and over time to build that trust factor.
I couldn't have put it better myself. One comment I just want to add to underscore the importance of Anne Marie's point of how important your organization's internal communications are. So today's like disgruntled employee or disgruntled former employee is tomorrow's source for the Business Insider piece to say you have a terrible organization, right? And so it is like especially important. And I encounter that, right? Because I'm dealing with media stories and trying to explain, well, that's not really accurate and da da da. But I think it underscores the importance of those internal communications and having good relations with your employees and former employees to the extent possible.
Indeed. And I'm going to make a comment too because I'm the moderator. But anyway, one of the things that it's a simple thing, and this is not any PhD level thought I'm about to give you, but it's how you act day over day over day. And it doesn't matter how many big posters you put up in the hall and the break room that say all of our vision and values, it's how you act. And that comes right from the top. So if all your leaders are behaving in the way that aligns with what you say, that's a great thing because that trickles down. But if that doesn't, you got a problem. And it bubbles up from the bottom. So, okay, so this is a good one. I like this question here. It says, although you can't name names, could you share an example of the most difficult difficult management, crisis management issue that you faced in your career? There's some smiles coming here. So,
I'll go. And again, I'm drawing from some of my time in the department. So obviously how the U.S. government makes decisions and conveys those is really important. And so I think, while I don't need to be subtle about, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, I would say was a very big issue, both in the policy context, but I think the communication became the really important and key factor. In fact, you might offer that had such large reputational impacts that it has changed, who's in charge of the government, in fact, for some. And so, in those spaces, and I think, when you have institutions as large as the Department of Defense or different parts of government, all of these muscles are exercised very well to understand what crisis response looks like, how to communicate publicly, but also we're communicating I think much to your point, Anne Marie, there's internal communications with your workforce, with the people who've put their lives on the line. There's communications with allies and partners who also have skin in the game in very real and impactful ways. And then, of course, communicating to both, partners and adversaries. Similar, I'm sure, in the corporate environment where it's competitors and other companies that are more aligned with you. So that I would say rings. It's a very real experience when you are dealing with real-time consequence and crisis management. In those cases, especially with the Department of Defense, you're talking about America's life and blood and treasure. So.
I can name names because it was a public lawsuit. So what Dominion Voting Systems faced in the wake of the 2020 election was unlike anything I'd ever seen in years of practice as a defamation lawyer. It was just coming. So like the permutations of the big lie, it was just like evolving and metastasizing like minute by minute, second by second. Employees of Dominion were getting death threats on their personal cell phones. They had to shut the office down because they were getting bomb threats to their building. It was coming, from Fox News, but that wasn't the only source. I mean, there were all of these different sources that were pushing this narrative, and it really took root in a way that I've never quite seen something take root, something false take root. I think we did what we could, right? We litigated that case. We pushed for discovery. I think that what we were able to uncover in that case, what was important, I think it was good for the American people to be able to see what came out in discovery relating to folks not necessarily believing what they were putting out there, and sort of knowing how silly it was and how false it was and how unreliable the sources were who were peddling it. My sister was very angry when when we settled the case because she said we needed a public trial. And I said, read the summary judgment opinion. And I was really happy that in summary judgment, the court was able to look at all the evidence and conclude, based on all of the evidence put forward by Fox News and Dominion, there was no dispute of material fact, no dispute that their claims about the election were false. And I felt like that was, that was the honor of my career to be part of that case. And obviously I wasn't the only lawyer on it. There's a very big team of fabulous folks on that from other law firms as well. And so, but, I was proud to be able to do that. I know that we didn't get the groveling apologies that some folks were hoping for, but guys, money talks, okay? Money talks. And so, but that was the toughest crisis I've ever had to be involved with and try to manage.
I don't know that I can pick one because they all sort of fall in different categories. And I don't mean that to be glib or just say there's a lot happening in crisis, because there is. But I think when a crisis impacts somebody else's safety, it's the most rewarding to work on. And we've had quite a few of those in recent history, whether it be a railroad explosion or a plant situation or a food recall. And those might not seem interesting in the political sense, but they have a real impact on how they're handled. And in my experience, most of my clients want to handle them the best that they possibly can. The thing about crisis management is you're always picking between the best of bad options. It is never ideal, and there's always changing factors that you have to take into account every single sort of day as the crisis wages on. On the more political side, I think one of the more interesting things, and this is something that's actively happening across a number of different clients right now, is how they navigate a regulatory environment where they have no idea what's up or down. And if you're a federal contractor, just about every single executive order coming out of the White House or some of these agencies could have an impact on your business. If you do business with the federal government, what you say, whether that be about DEI or about your own hiring practices or your personal political beliefs, could have an impact. And I think that is something that I've never seen in my career. I also think that something that folks don't necessarily see is a lot of the corporate litigation work that happens, because a lot of precedent is set through corporate lawsuits, and oftentimes they're competitor disputes. We call them competitor violence because it's really what it is, but it's marketplace defense, or sometimes it's competitive offense. And these are companies that are trying to protect intellectual property that is important to our day-to-day lives. These are companies that are trying to protect the ability to sell products that they've developed and created. And people like to think of sort of the big bad corporation, but we like the things that big bad corporations create, and they make our lives a lot easier. And if we didn't have them, that wouldn't be fun either. So I think it's also trying to find the way to have people understand how things that seemingly could change their lives if they go away, what's that like? And from a consumer product perspective, I think that's something that we do a lot of on the perception side these days.
So this is, I didn't ask this question before, but I'm going to ask this one. So if you get into this situation now, how do you advise a client about what programs they should have? Because it's not like you have to stop treating people well and equitably. So, I mean, how do you thread that needle? That's kind of a tough one here. And I thought about that because, I worked for the Raytheon company for, 18 years, and, we swung with that pendulum. We went there, and I can't imagine being a communicator or a legal or a lawyer right now in that. So what can we do in this environment?
The opposite of diversity, equity, inclusion is sameness, inequity, and ignoring others. I don't think there is a world where most people think those three things are useful in any environment. And it's become this buzzword that means something. It has a reputation of its own to certain groups of people. And oftentimes, the best way to do that is to continue doing the work that needs to be done because it's important to your business objective. And I think that is where most of, at least I see corporate America going right now, is if it's fundamental to me being able to do business, we're going to do it. whether it has a name or not. And I think we're now seeing an opportunity for organizations to rebrand. I hate that word too. What those efforts are, because if it has an impact on your bottom line, there's a reason to do it. And if your shareholders are happy to see improvements in your bottom line and the vehicle that did that was, quote, DEI, I don't think there's going to be a lot of argument about it. And you see the people that are making these shareholder resolutions are minority shareholders, retail investors, or politically minded influencers that are changing the inside structures of these organizations. That being said, if you are an organization in the heartland selling to a predominantly red populace of an audience, and that's your consumer base, you have to act accordingly. And the same decision does not apply to everyone. And I think in crisis management, everyone is looking for do A, then B, and then C. The rules are different for everyone, and they have to meet the moment. And one thing we talk a lot about is reputation baseline. Mike Doble's reputation baseline at Raytheon as a missile maker was very different than Apple's reputation baseline with the phones that we all love and have in our hands all the time. And that is something that you have to operate from the reality of what that is every single day.
Yeah, I know that's a great question. I'm still kind of chewing on it. I guess some of what was said there that if it's a smart business practice, it'll still be in play, whatever you want to call it, whatever terminology we're using. For every organization, you're looking for the best, the brightest, making sure your bottom line, right, you're hitting your profits. I think though, sort of what we would say to clients. So of course, right, they're navigating the similar space of executive orders coming out, and does having a woman CEO make me a DEI company? People are freaking out about very strange things. But what you want to say is you do have to be smart and strategic about your communication, your reputation, your framing, and just understand the kind of context and universe that you are working in. To the point, Anne-Marie, if you're working in a in a red state or a state like you are there and successful though because of that environment. And so just being strategic about that, and that doesn't mean flip-floppy, it doesn't mean inauthentic, but you have to be strategic. These are all actions and decision points that contribute to your bottom line, and help you with your positioning, whatever market it is that you have chosen to be successful in or to target.
I also want to add, this is not new. Like this current administration, I think, has brought a lot of these things to light because of the speed of how things are moving. This has happened every 4 years for the existence of my career, and when I was on the House side, every 2 years, because attitudes change. And whether it's because of political whims or cultural whims or all of the above, things are changing faster and faster because of technology. And I think the way media is focused on what's happening in politics, rightfully so, that is not a judgment in the least, that's what we're thinking about most. But there are a lot of companies that are not paying a lot of attention to politics because it's not relevant to them. And that's okay. And they should continue to do that so long as it is not relevant to them. And it's going to be a different game in 4 years in the United States. Across the world, every time we see a change in UK Parliament, it's very similar, and that is part of doing business. I think the one thing that everyone in any organization of any size can take away is you're trying to root out uncertainty. So if you think about the 5 things that keep you up at night as an organization and generally have a framework of how to deal with those 5 things, you're going to be better off. Versus we have a action plan for every single thing that could ever happen to us at any time, because that's going to be irrelevant in about 5 minutes. Mike and I worked on some of those projects together because they were, big corporate initiatives, and it was important for folks to have those and feel like they had that comfortability. But at the end of the day, change is inevitable, and operating and navigating the change is important. And honestly, one of the best strategies we're telling companies right now is duck and cover, keep your head down. Do your work, be quiet, and make it happen.
Yeah, actually, if I, the wheels start turning. When I think about many of the startups and your comment about many companies are not engaged in the politics. They are focused on their product, especially I would say on the startup side. They're focused on their product. They're trying to de-risk their markets, build that out. Some of the advice that we give them here in DC is just understanding how to tell the story of your product in context with what's going on. So, if there was a company that was doing clean energy, technologies 6 months ago, and it's to help the environment, like that narrative is just not. It's not. You're not seeing it in the executive orders. You're not seeing the priorities. You are still seeing energy though as a priority for America, as a priority for innovation and our businesses. And so for that company, the product doesn't change, but now the sort of narrative and the framing that you're putting it in is that you are contributing to American leadership in energy. You're contributing to American dominance in innovation, and this is now more about energy independence for America, right? And tapping into our entrepreneurial base than it is about a sort of social impact on the other side.
So one of the things that I have seen, I'm becoming a panelist. I'm sorry.
You are.
Anyway, what I've seen is this kind of a circular set of reasoning that happens, particularly in companies where the CEO feels like the organization is their puppy. Is very personal for them. Something happens, and immediately they pick up the phone and say, calls the lawyers, calls the community. We got to do something about this. And it's like it's our collective job here to say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's take a look at this. Okay, what really happened? That's step one. And then, is there really an impact? Is there really an impact to us? Is this going to harm our ability to operate as an organization? And usually the answer is no. And it's like, don't overreact. And that's, I think, what we've seen in the environment we're seeing now. It's easy in Trump world to have everybody, every time it goes, it's like you get an electric shock in your comfy chair at home. It's like, geez, he did that. I can't, it's all this incredulity. But anyway, so it's let's think it through.
Proportional response.
Very nicely.
Military concept.
I'm going to write that down. That's right. That's our days at the Pentagon. That, yes. So how do you? So now somebody's had a reputational catastrophe. What are the next steps? What do you tell them to do?
One of the questions I get a lot is, will a company survive X crisis? They almost always survive, because survival is not this idea of you come back in 5 minutes and it's perfect. Survival is, what's your business objective? If it's to continue to sell products, or continue to be able to serve clients, or continue to operate mostly like you did before said reputational issue, that's the ultimate goal. It's going to cost you money, it's going to take you time, and it's not going to be perfect. But the reality is almost every company always survives. And if a reputational crisis comes, you need to take stock of every single component of that reputational crisis and be really brutally honest with yourself within your organization. I think one of the worst things that can happen in an organization of any kind is that it's a bunch of yes people. If you have folks around you that only say yes, you are never getting the real picture. And that happens in many organizations. I would say a lot of the crises I see are because someone didn't want to stand up to the bully that was in the C-suite, or the shareholder that is the one that talks about everything all the time and sort of sees how the world works, but isn't in tune with their market, isn't in tune with their customer base, isn't in tune with the regulatory environment or the media. And if you can't be real, it's very difficult to solve a crisis. We are often the second firm that is hired, because the first firm that was hired told them what they wanted to hear. And I would rather get fired for telling you what is true than have a client for a long time because we fed them a line that kept them on our books. It's just not how we operate. And I think everybody on this panel is an arbiter that is the same way. And that's really important, particularly in a town like Washington, where folks will say, well, I know somebody and we'll just take care of it. That's not how it works. It's hard work. You have to roll up your sleeves. It's going to take time. But if you take stock of what
the crisis is, you're honest with yourselves, and you do draw a line in the sand about, okay, here's what we need to do to repair our reputation. That's probably dealing with the key audiences that you have. So your internal audiences, your external audiences. It might be dealing with a regulatory or legal environment to clean some of that up. And then also looking back at how you got there. I think one of the things that I find most frustrating when I leave a client is they do the exact same thing they did at the beginning and didn't learn anything on the other end. We don't stay with our clients for decades like most traditional PR firms. So, the next step of the after action phase is up to them and not something we generally participate in. But learn from your mistakes. It's really sort of common sense. Common sense, unfortunately, I don't think is common anymore. But if you take some of those just regular, we just got. This one's fine. That one's okay. I don't know what I was saying, so we're gonna skip that.
Okay, we'll skip that.
Whatever
If
it
you-
was.
We're gonna
May-
recover. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
a
that's right.
pivot, is what we call
Right,
this.
right.
Taking a breath, and then we're gonna
That's
get
right,
back.
that's right. Some crises you just ignore.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's right. So in terms of recovery, maybe you want to talk some about the legal aspects of this exposure you have.
Yeah. So, look, if the thing that's being said about you is true, I'm not your guy. If the thing that's being said about your company or your leader is false, there may be a legal remedy, right? Something that's out there that's being said that's false and damaging to your company or damaging to you personally is defamatory, and you can pursue legal actions over that. I think of bringing a defamation claim as a last resort, because the first line of defense is try to not have the false thing get published in the first place. Second option is say the media gets something wrong about your company, and I always try to seek a retraction first, right? And every situation is different, but my personal view is, look, if you retract it and set the record straight, we're done here, right? We don't need to have years of litigation litigating this. If you set the record straight, and then we can be done. Sometimes media are a bit stubborn and don't want to admit that they made a mistake and don't want to retract, and that's when we wind up in litigation over it. One thing I would say is obviously defamation litigation is very expensive and it's very invasive, but it can signal something to your stakeholders, which is we don't have anything to hide. Like, we're opening ourselves up to discovery into this accusation that was made about us, whether it's that our CFO engaged in insider trading. Here are the documents proving that's not true, and we don't fear a media outlet getting all the documents relating to that because we know we're right. And so that can be an option not only for recovering damages from the outlet that damaged the company, but also it can be a vehicle for setting the record straight so that people can actually see the receipts about here's what the truth is.
We talk about the court of public opinion versus the courtroom a lot. And I have had the pleasure of working with Megan and Daniel when we've had the convergence of the court of public opinion and the courtroom. And oftentimes the courtroom is a tool more so for the court of public opinion, not to diminish the law in any way. But when a lawsuit is filed, everything that is in that lawsuit becomes public information. And that becomes something that is often very valuable to folks like me that can push that out into the world. But the court of public opinion is a runaway train right now. And anybody is a journalist. I do not mean to diminish the field of journalism or those that are trained journalists, but if you have an iPhone or a smartphone and you're willing to put it on the internet, it can become, quote, public and problematic very quickly. Something that our firm encourages many of our clients to do is to attack their attackers. And that sounds harsh, but it's not. If someone is motivated to hurt you or your business, the best thing you can do is stand up to a bully sometimes. Sometimes the best thing to do is duck and cover. And taking that risk calculus is what crisis management is all about. And understanding what your risk tolerance is and what's going to work in the moment that you're in. But when you do attack your attackers, they often find a different target. You're not interesting anymore when they don't get to run roughshod with whatever narrative is that they have. And sometimes you do that on your own, where you as a company can say that. Sometimes you do that with friends. So building your bench of who can speak on your behalf, whether that's a trade organization or other folks that are in your orbit. Sometimes it's scholars that can analyze the problem. Sometimes it's pundits. Sometimes it's reporters. But the court of public opinion, I think, is where we're seeing more and more cases be adjudicated per se. And I think that's only going to continue. And if you want a celebrity version, just check out the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni case, because it is making what I've been doing in the corporate side of things for years, what we call high stakes lawfare, front and center for everybody in a fun celebrity version to watch. And that's something that corporations take on a lot.
Okay, so what's the most common in advice that you give people? I mean, we sort of covered off on it, a lot of it, and what you've said already. The most common advice that you give to leaders who are either contemplating what they do about a crisis or just wanting to be ready.
Take a hard look under the hood. Make an honest assessment of where you're at as an organization, what the vulnerabilities are within your organization, and if you have solutions to address those vulnerabilities. On a very tactical level, the piece of advice I end up giving more often than not, which is shocking to me, is do you have the passwords for everything? Do you have the passwords for Twitter? Do you have the passwords for the system if you need to shut it all down? Do you have the correct login so that you can get that information? It's one of those things that, particularly, I think, in this environment of you have to be everything to everybody on every platform, it's funny, but it's not. And it's really serious that if you can't get into something in an emergency and you've got an agency that's in Singapore doing that for you on a different time zone, it becomes really problematic.
I guess I would say some of the advice would be knowing how to act with speed, resilience in an organization, and then knowing how to get back the narrative control. Um, again, I'm continuing to watch this space on sort of deep fakes and how you get ahead of that. And I think, when you think about that in a corporate context, then down to more local, state government, like there are wildly huge implications there. And so I think also thinking through mitigation and safeguard measures so that you are also prepared. So I would say, much more on the government side, making sure they understand how are we going to react, what might we do. Whereas, I think on the corporate side for clients, I would say, you sort of if you can see the storm coming, be ready. But oftentimes these things come pretty fast and hard, and so just being able to understand. What are your key audiences? What's the message you need to put back out or counter or reinforce, and just being ready in that regard.
I think the audience piece that you bring up is huge because you can't be everything to everyone, and you're often going to have to choose who matters most. It's not like picking amongst your children, but you will have to, if you are a publicly traded company, probably prioritize your shareholders over your internal audience. And that has ramifications too. And there's the regulatory component of all of that as well. So understanding who your audiences are and then also how they rank in order, depending of what the issue is really important. And I think any organization that thinks they're going to be everything to everybody is just destined to fail. If that's your attitude of we have to please everyone, you're never going to have a win.
And one thing I'd just put in here that I think is good advice for anyone is knowing who the people you call first. It's like there's some people you should have on speed dial, and there's people in your organization who should be all ready to get together. And so you're not saying, well, who's gonna, that kind of thing, bad thing. When you go to the thing that says, in case of crisis, break glass, and there's a little sticky note there that says, we should write a plan. That's kind of a bad thing. But anyway, that's another, I guess, piece of what I would say is sort of common advice. So how do you manage this? One of my favorites here is, how do you manage the relationship between the legal staff and communicators and like the marketing people who want to say a lot of stuff, even at bad times?
Everything's a negotiation. And that is, I think, one of the most important things for communicators that are in-house to consider. One of the things that we recommend to all of our clients is to try and have the best relationship you can with legal, because you can treat each other as adversaries or you can treat each other as allies. You're inevitably going to have different objectives. Their objective is to manage all legal risk, and mitigating all legal risk, you could say nothing, and that would do that. But that's not how it works. And I think most modern lawyers understand that. For organizations that have to move quickly, which is most, especially if you're a consumer-facing brand, where you're trying to take advantage of social media trends or things that are happening quickly, the best thing you can do is build a framework with legal and build trust between your teams. Because if legal says you can do these things sort of in the guide rails and they believe that you're a good arbiter of that, then essentially you will get a rubber stamp to get approved and get out the door quickly. You see this now with some of these more viral moments happening. I'm sure we'll see some over the next couple of weeks with March Madness. But the other thing is, understand that each position has value and you're never all going to get what you want all the time. But that, I think, partnership more than anything is really important. And for us as a crisis firm, we often tend to probably bridge the gap between traditional marketers and communicators and the legal team. And that's really something that we've sort of specialized in, is finding the balance of saying enough and not creating more legal injury, particularly when you're already in a situation like that.
I kind of find myself at the intersection of communications and legal. So it's very common where I'll have a company that's involved in some kind of litigation, and some reporter wants to do a story on it, and they come to the company for comment. And the in-house lawyer's sort of default reaction is, we don't comment on active litigation, period. We're not going to say anything about this. And there are good reasons for that sort of response, which is, sort of the corporate version of Miranda rights. Like, anything you say or do can and will be used against you in a court of law. And if you make comments to the press about your litigation, like, the other side will scour those for things that they can use against you. At the same time, that's a risk, right? That's a risk. At the same time, the risk of saying no comment or not responding or saying we don't comment on active litigation is, you've effectively given the reporter license to report on the contents of the other side's legal filings without your response being included in the story and your perspective being included in the story. And so oftentimes I find myself sort of, on a call with comms and with in-house legal saying, I'm not going to tell you what is the right response, but there is a cost and a risk to giving the standard, we're not going to comment on active litigation. And that cost is, you're not going, like, if the story comes out and you're unhappy with what it says and it has things in it that are false, you can't then bring a defamation claim if you deprived the reporter of the opportunity to hear the facts before they published, right? And so sometimes I'm giving that sort of legal framework to say, let's think about what can we say that will preserve our rights to bring a defamation case if needed without prejudicing our rights in the existing litigation, and that's consistent with the communication strategy that's been developed that's speaking to our key stakeholders in the way that we want it to. How can we try to come to a compromise that accomplishes all of those goals?
The absence of a statement is a statement in and of itself, and it almost never works to your advantage. And there's been a couple of cases that I've worked on with this team where we have had to provide massive amounts of information to reporters that they didn't end up choosing to use. And them choosing to not use it was a huge advantage to us in the next steps of on the legal side, as well as in the court of public opinion. But if you don't play ball, you don't get to throw your hands up and say, I've been attacked. And I think almost always it is better to say something as long as what you're saying is true, brief, and clear. The over lawyered statement that says nothing, that is 7 paragraphs long, is not useful either.
I would just say, find an attorney like Megan who has that cross-pollinated background of understanding the driving incentives and elements of not just the law, but the impact of communicating the law, the impact of corporate communications, the impact of the business, or a lawyer who's willing to, I think, get into the negotiation with you.
Something that Colleen just said that I think is important is we're talking about reporters, but oftentimes you need a different audience to hear what you have to say. And the reporters are a vehicle to do that. So if your consumers or your, in the case of a B2B business, your clients, partners, et cetera, they see you're in a lawsuit and you don't say anything, that gives them an opportunity to say, well, they're hiding something, or there's more here than there should be. And you are trying to provide certainty at almost every step in a crisis. And I think that is the thing that you have to have a lens on when you're speaking under any circumstance.
Well, I think it's time if you may have some questions out there. So we just like to go ahead and open the floor for questions. There are several hands there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a really fascinating discussion. My question is admittedly self-serving, and I'm cognizant of your response that there is no one-size-fits-all, but universities and professors have been roundly demonized in the media and in politics these days. So I'm curious what advice you might have for university presidents or professors who are seeking to manage or navigate this very challenging terrain.
As someone that works for universities, you have to educate students. That's your goal first and foremost. And having an environment where they feel safe is also important. And I think the balance of safety and the balance of having an environment that's conducting the business that you're supposed to be conducting are the two things that need to be at play. I think there have been a lot of academic leaders that have become more concerned with sort of the celebritization of their position than the practicality of what their roles are. And getting back to the basics and fundamentals of that, I think, is chief among them. I also think having touch points with your student community and your graduate community and your academic community, the professors, is important. They're not all going to like you. I do not recommend you host a town hall and get yelled at and have tomatoes thrown at you. That is not useful. But you could have coffee with 7 people in a dining hall occasionally and pop out and see people. I think there's this perception of the dean in an ivory tower, and that was something that I think academia really liked for a while. And getting away from that and getting back to human interaction, it's a lot harder to be a jerk to somebody face to face than it is when you're a keyboard crusader. And any opportunity you can take that away from those folks is important. Now, priorities in universities have to align, and they are drastically misaligned depending on the organization. And many of them are also terrified because they just lost an enormous amount of federal funding. They're worried about losing donor funding, and they've got donors that are also activists. You have to do relationship management, and that is not one size fits all. I would say build yourself a stakeholder map, and I hate that phrase too, but who are all the people that matter? And there should be a person assigned to those people, and they should not be the same people, and they should not have the same talking points. And it's a constant bit of work. Your reputations from an academic perspective, I think, are probably at the lowest that they've been in recent history, and people don't trust you. The other thing is you've been selling a product that's really expensive, and I'm an elder millennial, and I have a lot of millennial friends that are going to be paying off student loans for the rest of their lives because they were sold a bill of goods, and we're the first generation to have it worse off than our parents, and that's a difficult thing for you to combat, and that's not your narrative to carry, but it's the backdrop that I think is important for people to think about. And when you hear that, Harvard got a huge donation for some particular program, but you've got students that are really deserving, that are fighting to be there, and it's expensive for that to happen, it creates a lot of angst. There's a lot of haves and have-nots. And that is something that you have to decide who matters most, the donors or your students.
I think along those same lines, public service is sort of under attack in some of the same ways. And so I think this too is where the resilience of the organization, of the cadre, of the dedicated, but stay focused on your mission. Right. I would say this to a company also, like stay focused on your mission or your product, but also be cognizant of where and how you need to evolve in this sort of brave new world. Right. And I think that's one thing I've learned so much from the startup community is being able to take their core thing and evolve it. And so we are at a societal kind of crossroads in some of many of those spaces of what that will look like.
Hi, interesting panel. I'm a university professor here in the area. I'm hearing that the Sullivan case is in the crosshairs. Speculate as to what that will do. And secondly, Elon Musk just called me. He's looking for a crisis manager who wants to take the job. And what would you do?
Okay. I think the rumors of so Sullivan, he's talking about the Supreme Court case, New York Times versus Sullivan, that established that public officials like the president who want to sue for defamation have to show that the publisher knew or recklessly disregarded that their statements were false. This is an old case from the civil rights era that affords a lot of protection to the free press in our country. I think that the rumors of Sullivan's death are largely exaggerated. I really do. I think that, I feel like every 6 months I see another story in the media that's like, we're under attack. Sullivan's under attack. 2 out of 7 justices have flirted with that idea. And 7 others have not shown any indication of going that way. It's a broadly popular decision that protects media on the left and on the right. It protects the freedom of the press in the United States. It's hugely popular. I don't think it's going anywhere. And I'm not going to represent Elon Musk. I'm adverse to him.
I'll answer your question. I don't work for public officials, and since he's a quasi-public official, that's my short answer. Unfortunately, I'm conflicted out.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, it's a little bit, you talked all about how you help people, build, maintain, defend their reputations, but in your own professional capacity in your organizations, how do you defend your organizational reputation? So I'm thinking of 2 things. One kind of on the political side was ongoing against different legal firms that when you mentioned the Dominion case, different legal firms that have defended or have been kind of implicated guilt by association with people that have fallen afoul of various people in the political arena may be kind of facing retribution. Curious how you defend there. And then when you mentioned the Justin Baldoni Lively case, I had to laugh when I read the New York Times article and they had the text messages between the crisis managers in that case. I was thinking, why did they text these things? Geez Louise. So just from a reputational defense perspective, how do you defend yourself?
I'm going to address the second part of your question and let somebody else address the first part. So I have read the hundreds of pages of pleadings and text messages in the Blake Lively case and the Justin Baldoni case. And what I would say is the snippets that you got in the New York Times story from Blake Lively are not the entire story. And if you really go side by side and look at the things that she chose to highlight and then compare in Justin Baldoni's lawsuit, oh, here was the actual context of the conversation and what was going on. It's shocking. I don't represent either of them, but you can't believe everything you read in the news. And I look forward to seeing how that case turns out. I think look, it's too early to say, but based on the pleadings, it looks like Blake Lively's team did not present the entire story in a truthful and accurate way. And I'll let somebody else address the other piece.
Well, I'm going to address that piece too because it's more fun. I also have read all of it, and not to be too shamelessly self-promoting, but we're launching a podcast called Reputation Nation, and that's our first case study. And there's a lot of receipts, and I think that is something that if you have ever watched The Housewives, Real Housewives, you know that receipts are really important, and how you frame receipts are really important, and the framing job was not great. On the point of the law firms that are in trouble with guilt by association, I have worked with a few of the law firms that have sort of come under attack. I think if that standard goes away of legal representation not being available to people, it's going to have a huge effect on whistleblowers. It's going to have a huge effect on the entire apparatus of how this town works. And the idealistic part of me says we don't want that for good reason because of the precedent it sets. The jaded longtime Washingtonian in me says they're never going to let it happen because there's too much money and too many jobs at play.
Yeah, I think I would just layer onto that the norms of how that relationship between public service and private sector works are being rewritten for better or worse. And I think in this chaos, there will be some resetting. Pulling security clearances; those are not guaranteed if you're not in the government and in a role where that is necessary. So a lot of these are small things and actions that are within the purview of the administration to make decisions like that. And so I think also being able to keep a clear head about what is transactional in some ways versus what then becomes the signal of concern. Just maintaining that balance of those actions is very important.
Good. Well, I think that's all we have, Tom. I'm getting the hook here, so I'm sorry. We'll be around if you want to ask some questions afterwards. But
We have one last question.
one last
Sorry.
question. Okay, good. Okay, good.
Very quick one. I'm Eric Schreier from local, from George Mason. We conspired, three of us, to ask the same questions. 2 years ago, Professor Cohane, Jennifer, at Oxford, and Oxford, my witness, presented a case of a character attacks against Elizabeth Holmes. And she explained that was a sheer gendered campaign against her, even though it was transgression, she's guilty. But today, what would you say? How would you defend her character reputation today?
Knowing what I know, I don't generally take on white collar criminals that have already been found guilty. So it would be unlikely. I think for her, rehabilitation and a life after prison is possible. I think that's become more possible than ever before, though I do think the standards for women are very different than they are for men. We had a conversation amongst the three of us before this started that if a female executive brought their child into the Oval Office on national television at any point, that would not be accepted, especially if the kid picked his nose as he did. But that's okay. It seems to be all right by the standards of today. I think Elizabeth Holmes is a victim of her own idea of herself. And I don't know if she has any medical diagnoses, but I would be willing to bet that there's more at play than what meets the surface.
much. And so if you would like to speak to our distinguished panelists, you have about 5-7 minutes before we segue to another panel. So thank you. No, this one is not working. That's the one that gave this issue. This one is working. Yeah. Okay. We'll share this one. All right. So we're about to begin the last and no, no. Oh, okay. So the reason we actually holding this panel because we spoke a lot today about media transparency, media literacy, and in fact, there is ongoing discussion now. Whether having more knowledge about media and about choosing the right source and understanding framing and agenda setting is actually going to solve the problem, right? While as we know from research, like information deficit model is not always correct. So I thought it would be nice to hear from actually experts in this field who study this daily. So that's why we have a distinguished panel representing specialists in this area. And one of the reasons I was thinking about like Nolan, because we've been working on a bunch of projects together in the past. So he just contributed a wonderful chapter in that outstanding handbook that you should check out and order for your libraries on media literacy, which is full of wisdom, and hopefully you can get a copy and read it. But let's begin by first of all hearing your presentations, and then we'll open for discussion. So who would you like to start with? Okay, Nolan. Well, he's catching the plane and going to California right after this presentation. Can you imagine?
It's perfect airplane attire. You okay? Can y'all hear me okay? Good. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming to this panel. And it's a pleasure to be at this conference. I was just telling about this, that I just really appreciate the different ideas, perspectives, and disciplines. It was really powerful sitting here and learning a lot. Misha on my far left over there, and then Robin next to Misha, and myself, Nolan. We are the panel going to talk about media, particularly want to apply media literacy lens and kind of talk about what that is. We decided to apply it to the election. A lot of us were doing work on the election. And so I'm going to start by giving kind of a broad overview of what a media literacy analysis of news media in the United States looks like, what it looked like during the election. And then I have a few recommendations based on some of the outcomes of that media coverage on things we should do. Robin will then take over and has a case study that she's going to present. It's really going to give you a kind of a deeper analysis of what critical folks do when they look at media. And then Misha will take us home, looking back at those kind of suggestions that I made. She's going to go in depth on those and actually explain what they are. So we're all going to go together. And then we love Q&A. We love talking to all of you. So we'll race to Q&A. For myself, like I said, I'm going to briefly kind of introduce some of the media literacy concepts as far as how I viewed the election. And then I'm going to look at some of the political media ecosystems during the 2024 election, because it's a lot of the speakers spoke to so far at this conference. We know that people have different realities and different bubbles right now, and that really affects a lot of our political discourse and outcomes. And then briefly talk about the role of fake news and some of the post-election shifts and some of the suggestions we have for how to right some of the wrong paths we've been on. In a nutshell, what I want to argue is that the 2024 election illustrated the need for new and diverse models of journalism inside the United States and the necessity of having stronger critical media literacy skills amongst the electorate. And also, the election also drew our attention to the importance of two areas that I want to talk about that I've been writing a lot about, which are podcasting, or new media as it's called, although it's not really that new anymore, and so-called AI, artificial intelligence. Both played a critical role in this election, and I think they will continue to play a role as we move forward. So it's important to analyze these. So for folks who aren't too familiar with the United States media landscape, there's a lot of research, especially since the moral panic over fake news in 2016, that the U.S. electorate increasingly finds itself locked into these echo chambers, these sort of reinforcing systems of information that confirm people's views, or reality bubbles. I think one of the prime examples that comes to mind is during the COVID-19 pandemic. Folks who consumed a lot of liberal or democratic leaning media tended to overestimate the amount of deaths from COVID in the United States, and people who consume conservative or Republican leaning media tend to dramatically underestimate the amount of deaths during COVID. And that is two different media systems informing folks incorrectly about the reality of what's going on. And it makes it really difficult to have a democracy when people have different versions of reality or a different set of facts, alternative facts for Kellyanne Conway. Part of the problem that we talk about a lot in the United States is that only a handful of corporations control most of our media. And as the last panelists were discussing, corporations' number one goal is usually to make money, not necessarily to support democracy. And that's been a problem for our media landscape for quite some time in this country. The model that news media started to use in the 1990s got away from that kind of Walter Cronkite, trying to get the biggest audience possible, right? Walter Cronkite wanted like the racist uncle and the teenager with the Chase shirt watching the show together. Today, it's much different. Cable news really fractured audiences, and to keep audiences, they adopted a new kind of programming and framing. They got away from the us versus them Cold War mentality that the US was obsessed with to us versus them, Democrats versus Republicans. We're now 30 years into that, and it's no longer about we disagree on policies. It's that we think the other side is going to ruin our way of life. And the media really feeds a lot of that. The internet, of course, made it worse, not just because social media, but also because a lot of the newspapers switched to digital subscriber models. And subscribers tend to unsubscribe when you tell them things they don't want to hear. So this also contributes to those echo chambers as well. And I have the fangs up there just to point out that also new media is also really owned by a handful of corporations as well. There's not a lot of diversity and choice, just the illusion of diversity. Coke versus Pepsi. So when it comes to the 2024 election, I want to look at both the Democrat and the Republican kind of media ecosystems. Democrat media really obviously was pro-Harris, but Harris made the decision to depend on legacy media. Like she really privileged things like going on 60 Minutes and didn't really engage as much with the new media space as her opponent did, although she did do some podcasts like Call Her Daddy and things like that. The Democratic leaning media portrayed Harris as a really strong contender, as someone who was picking up steam and momentum was at her back. But after the election, we found a lot of internal polling from her own campaign that was saying they never had her in the lead. So this was a media narrative that was being constructed seemingly out of thin air because a lot of liberal audiences wanted to believe that Harris had a chance to beat Trump, especially after what had happened with Biden. Which gets to a lot of distrust amongst liberal audience started to emerge during this election. Typically, liberal audiences have been very loyal to Democratic-leaning media outlets, but a lot's changed since this election. And I think one of the major issues had to do with the way that Joe Biden's supposed cognitive decline was covered. What people were hearing and seeing with Biden differed from the messages they were getting in media. And then all of a sudden, very famous, wealthy, powerful people switched on a dime and said he does have cognitive problems. And that went from you're a crazy conspiracy theorist to you got to jump on the Harris train. And I think that that dramatic shift, as we'll see, negatively impacted these Democratic-leaning media outlets. So we'll talk more about that. And then on the other side of the political aisle, if you will, for Donald Trump and the Republicans, they really effectively used digital platforms. This goes back to 2016 with Trump and Twitter. But I think Trump really recognized that audiences were gravitating toward this podcast space. And it was a new way of dealing with campaigns. Typically, you'd want to go the Harris model, get the biggest audience possible, 60 Minutes audience. Trump realized if you go on a bunch of podcasts, collectively, they're a much larger audience and they're a lot more engaged. And it turned out to be quite fruitful for him. Some folks called it the podcast election. That was what was new about it, but what was not new about his campaign was it relied on the same character assassination tropes against Harris as it did with Hillary Clinton and any other woman. Harris was referred to as dumb, unqualified, or a so-called DEI hire. Probably most famously, she was also referred to as Hawk Tuah Girl on Fox News Channel to insinuate that she used sex to get her way to the top, and that was the only reason why she was vice president. This was repeated consistently by folks in the so-called manosphere, which are these digital podcasters and groups who repeated this narrative over and over again. And as one of our panelists said this morning, also this was part of comedy routines in this space as well. So stand-up comedy went after this Hawk Tuah Girl, dumb, DEI hire, unqualified narrative as well. So also want to talk a little bit about fake news in this election as well. And for folks who aren't too familiar with it, I have some of the fake news producers up there. Governments do create fake news, including our own. Political parties create fake news. I'm glad you're all sitting down. I don't want to shock you with the fact politicians lie. And corporations lie as well. And then we have this sort of broad category of like self-serving actors, people like Alex Jones who make up fake news to make money, or someone like Susan Smith who makes up fake news to hide the fact she murdered her children, things like that. But when I say fake news, I don't use it the same way that the Fuhrer of our country does. I mean it as any false or misleading content that is presented as legitimate journalism or news. So famous example of this during the election was the stories of migrants who are allegedly eating pets. This was circulated widely, a claim that was made about Ohio. It was rightly dispelled in Democratic-leaning media, but as was talked about in one of the earlier panels, there was sort of an effort to try and just marginalize the story and get rid of it. That worked in the Democratic Party media ecosystem, but this story was huge in the right wing. This story was told over and over and over again. And it was a huge story feeding into the anti-immigrant sentiment of the Trump campaign. I also want to talk about, as I mentioned, this is also seen as the AI election. This was the first election where these AI deepfakes were quite convincing. Even Harris used some of AI tools to create fake headlines that made it look like there was a lot of support for her campaign. One of the things I just want to point out, I couldn't leave a conference and not say this. AI is not intelligent. As Broussard calls it, it's artificial unintelligence. As Gary Smith calls it, it's the AI delusion. AI is in its current form. This is something that's created by humans and reflects the biases of humans. And I'm going to give you an example of this when we look at deepfakes from the election. So all these images I'm about to show you are fake. I'm not trying to spread fake news. But these were ones that were actually circulating the internet during 2024. Here's Harris and Trump clapping hands. Here's Trump with all his black supporters. Here's Trump rescuing people during a hurricane. Here's Trump being touched by God. Here's Harris. You're probably saying nobody would believe that this is actually Harris, right? Well, Elon Musk would on his own account. What you'll notice also about Harris, this may be one of the few times where the racism and sexism of Silicon Valley actually positively impacts women of color. They test a lot of these tools and items on white people. So Harris, this is supposedly Harris, doesn't look much like Harris, where the Donald Trump looks a lot more like Donald Trump. And there's a lot to say about Silicon Valley's issues. We can talk about that in Q&A. Here's some stuff that made liberals happy. Seeing Donald Trump arrested, fighting off police, or my favorite, running police. Yes. Prior to Taylor Swift and the Swiftie Army endorsing Harris, Trump posted a bunch of these to make it look like Taylor Swift was and Swifties were supporting Donald Trump in the election. Here's the seriousness of AI, though. That crowd up there you're seeing is real. But because these AI images are so convincing, it's really tough to tell what's true and what's false anymore. And Trump did an example of it here. You just call the crowd fake. You add that skepticism about, well, was there really a crowd? Are Harris's crowds really that large? Or worse, you have a conspiracy that already exists. The 2020 election was stolen, right? The stop the steal nonsense. Now you can create images that look convincing as if the election was stolen, and you now have proof of it. this is what I mean about being proactive and things that the election illustrated for us. So just to wrap up, coming out of the election, some of the positive signs, some of the legacy media that I think have contributed to the failures of U.S. democracy, they're seeing a drop in audiences, whether it be, I don't have Fox up there, but Fox has actually seen a dramatic drop as well. There's been a revolt against popular Democratic Party shows like Morning Joe or the Washington Post after Jeff Bezos' decision not to endorse a candidate. At the same time, there's been a rise of a lot more independent podcasts. If you're in the podcasting space right now, this is a political podcasting space. This is a really lucrative time for a lot of folks. Subscribers and ads are going through the roof. I'm not shilling for Midas Touch up here, to be honest. I don't listen to them, but they're one of the most popular coming out of the election. I just want to close and say on that point, I do have faith in podcasting, but podcasting does have its own problem, because go back to what I said at the beginning with the FANGs. Handful of corporations control the flow of traffic on the internet. So just because we move over to the internet doesn't mean it's the free Wild West where we can all share. We're still going to be held to whatever the corporate owners want, what algorithms, what content algorithms are going to share, et cetera. So I'll hand it over to Robin here in just a second, but say it's because of these reasons, that's why I call for more diversity of journalism models. I think we need more critical media literacy, which I know Misha is going to get into. And I do at the end just have a shameless plug that I wanted to send up here. I do operate a Substack. That's not showing up, sorry. It's going well, okay. Is it frozen? Okay. Well, anyways, the Substack will be up there. I'll show it to you. But the piece I want to show you, I don't care if you read what I have, but I just want to show you at the bottom. I have a list of free media literacy organizations and resources. This shouldn't be stuff you have to pay for. And so even if you don't subscribe to my Substack, please just go to the page, look at the bottom, and look at the other organizations that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the name of the Substack?
NolanHigdon.substack.com.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, have to close that?
Yeah.
You're teaching the media literacy guy.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Thank you. Robin, I'll pull yours up.
Excellent. So, everyone, please go ahead and subscribe.
Please do. You want me to, are you going to stay there? Do you want me to get you the clicker? Or do you want to come here? I can be your personal clicker if it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's been a long day, so yeah.
Men have it tough, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Robin.
I'm going to do a media analysis. Usually I'm much more critical of the media, but on this story, they've done a pretty decent job. But I'm going to illustrate with this story the connections and the kind of deep background that media kind of never does. And to understand the situation at Columbia with this student who had just graduated with his MA, with his graduate degree in international and public affairs from Columbia. So here he is. Let's go to the next one. Next.
Oh, after that one?
Oh, here we go. So Mahmoud Khalil was the main negotiator, in fact, the negotiator between the university and the encampment in Columbia. And he was, and I'm going to say abducted because there was no arrest. When the DSH agents came to take him, they didn't show him any arrest papers. And his wife was there, and she was asking, you know, why are you taking him? And they kept repeating, he doesn't, he has a green card. And that is part of the confusion of the scene that night on March 8th. when they came and took him away from his Columbia-owned apartment. And within 24 hours, he was at an ICE detention center in Louisiana. So then, let's go to the next. Well, the day before he was abducted, he had written to the university telling them that he was scared because he had been the subject of a doxing campaign, and that he was the subject of death threats, and they were getting very hateful, and he was concerned. If we go to the next one. Right. The reason that I kind of decided to do this today is because I've been talking to Nolan about the focus of this conference, and I think that defamatory discussion here is very valuable to the discussion of what was discussed. To your question about the crisis management people, what are universities supposed to do, and how can we try to sort out, what's going on there? A British diplomat, when he heard that Khalil had been taken and was in ICE detention, said that these U.S. government depiction of Khalil is absolutely false and defamatory. He had worked with Khalil in Beirut from 2018 to 2022 in the Syria office. And Khalil was managing a program and some scholarships. And Andrew Waller goes into quite a lot of detail about what a kind and loving person he was, how everybody really liked him. Nobody could say a bad word about him. So if we think about him receiving death threats, defamation is false information that affects your reputation and gives you a bad reputation. In this case, I want to talk about the extent of the defamation that has now led to essentially his abduction. Now, I have to question the defamation. The definition of defamation is that it's false, is that what he has been charged with is false. So he's been charged with being pro-Hamas and being a threat to U.S. national security. That's what he's been charged with. And so the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York City, they even though he was still in Louisiana, he wasn't allowed to talk to his lawyers yet. He was represented by a number of lawyers in the courthouse in Manhattan on Wednesday. And what they said was, it has nothing to do with security, it's about repression. The United States government has taken the position that it can arrest, detain, and seek to deport a lawful permanent resident exclusively because of his peaceful, constitutionally protected activism. In this case, activism in support of Palestinian human rights and an end to the genocide in Gaza. So the reason that I'm not so critical of the press coverage in this case is that there have been some pretty good op-ed pieces in the Washington Post and the New York Times. And the New York Times actually said, and I think there's real reasons for this, because this has gone on now where it's at this level, which is very dangerous for all of us here in America as we slip into authoritarianism. The Trump administration is using claims of anti-Semitism on campus as a justification for grave violations of due process and free speech. And then they actually made an analogy between what's happening now and the Red Scare. The Red Scare of the 20th century's anti-communists are being replaced by a new frenzy whipped up against the left-wing supporters of the Palestinian cause. And they explained that in reality, it was Khalil was detained because of his protest activity and not because he provided illegal support for terrorists. So the papers have done a pretty good job of reporting just at kind of to kind of raise the alarm that things are that we don't really want are happening now. If we go to, let's skip the next one and go to this one. But what they're not going to tell us are things like this. We've known, and we often throw around the Israeli lobby. You know, we know about Canary Mission on university campuses as an organization that has collected names of students who have been in Palestinian solidarity groups on campus, and even before October 7th. We're trying to have that point of view on campus. Frequently, not allowed to have their student organizations on various campuses. Fordham University, for example, wouldn't allow a Palestinian organization to be on campus. But now there's a new kid on the block in terms of the Israeli lobbying groups, and it's called this Betar USA. It's a little-known organization that has taken credit for Mahmoud's detention, and it was founded by an admirer of Mussolini in 1923 and revived again in 2023. And even the ADL counts this organization as a hate group. So a little bit more information on Better USA is the New York Post did a piece in November of 2023, 5 minutes, and it said it had identified 30 names of students from Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Canada, the United Kingdom, that were attending top universities, UPenn, UCLA, the New School, places like that, and hoped that President-elect Trump would give the Israel haters a one-way ticket back home. Now, what the Post didn't mention was some of the specific things that the ADL and other organizations have identified with this group, is that they have a propensity and practices patterned after the tactics and symbols of fascism, including wearing brown shirts and using special salutes. Better aspires to partnering with the Proud Boys, even with their history of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, in order to counter Islamic jihadists. So they're kind of in wanting to inspire and partner with the Proud Boys. They're kind of a belligerent, a very aggressive and very far right organization. Now, also, in just February of this year, a couple months ago, the president of Better was had to lost his job because he was convicted of New York of being a revenge porn predator with his ex-wife. Now, the Post reported on this, but delinked it and did not mention that he was also the president of this organization that they had just written about in November, claiming that they had all of this dirt on students and that they were going to ask Trump to get rid of them. So this is him. This is Ross Glick, who is the president. There was a really excellent kind of heroine in this story, and I think it's Michelle Martin. And I don't know if anybody heard the Michelle Martin interview on NPR with Tori Edgar, who was the new deputy, was just had gotten the job of deputy secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And she was asking him, what exactly have you charged him with? What are the charges against Mahmoud? And he said, well, he's come to this country and he didn't tell us that he was going to align himself with terrorists. And so now he's going to have to leave. And she said, oh, okay, but what is the actual charges? How did he break the law? Because the administration has said he hasn't broken the law. Other thing is, as a permanent resident, he has all the rights that an American citizen has, except for he can't vote. And there's a court case, the Supreme Court in the 1950s advised that permanent residents have the right of freedom of speech in our country. So you can't simply take someone away and deport them immediately if they're a permanent resident. This individual, Tori Edgar, did not know that. She kept asking him, you know, what are you actually charging him with? He kept repeating, actually, that was a line that Marco Rubio had said. There was a reason that they had abducted him. And he couldn't this was a 5-minute cringeworthy interview. And finally at the end, Michelle Martin goes, okay, well, I mean, really, she goes, okay, well, maybe when you know what you charged him with, you could come back and we'll see you. So there was some great, let's go to this next one. There was some very great feedback on social media about the interview, and people recognize this is the way we should be we should be conducting our interviews with particularly new Trump officials who are doing things outside of a legal framework, very importantly. I wanted to talk a little bit about Colombia and what's happening at Columbia now with the pulling of the $4 million and what the legal parameters of that are. And this is a interview with one of the faculty members at Columbia, Joseph Hawley, who argues and explained to Peter Beinart very clearly what he thought was happening. And finally, a distinguished professor of Jewish history at UCLA pointed out that this is the instrumentalization and weaponizing of anti-Semitism for political gain. And he thinks ultimately the administration is interested in something larger than defending Jewish students. It's really interested in bringing the university to its knees in a way of removing a key liberal progressive actor from the American political game. And I think that's true right now and that should be expanded to understand U of Penn, now Georgetown, these things are happening now, that this is what's happening, is that one of the last bastions of freedom of speech is on our university campuses. And that is what is under attack at the moment, that very thing. And some scholars are actually realizing that and putting out some good stuff. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I know. Nolan, thank you so much for doing that. I'm probably going to be going out of order because I'm just sort of pulling from a long paper. So feel free to just kind of. Oh, I'll be under that. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging in with us. My name is Misha Yedikuli, and I work with an organization called Project Censored, which is almost 50 years old. It's, among other things, we advocate for the free press, academic freedom, the public's right to know, and critical media literacy education. So probably some of what I'm going to say is you've already heard today, and it's going to hopefully tie together what the three of us are bringing to the table. So I wrote a long paper on the corporate media's role in the gendered culture of contempt. And my paper looked at how the corporate media perpetuated political narratives and gender biases in the 2024 election cycle and contributed to character attacks and the culture of contempt with an eye on Kamala Harris. The corporate media's treatment of Harris disproportionately focused on her appearance, her race, and even her laugh, underscoring how women in politics face undue challenges stemming from patriarchy, biases, and double standards. By dramatizing Harris's external characteristics, the corporate media distracted voters from more serious and consequential matters. As a countermeasure, we offer critical media literacy and public interest journalism, which are the cornerstones of Project Censored's work, as a means for empowering news consumers and voters to see through misleading and partisan narratives that fuel the culture of contempt. Grounded in critical and social justice theories, critical media literacy provides a line of inquiry that looks beneath the surface level presentation of a news story or even a character attack. The approach to media is questioning. It's questioning such things as power, identity, funding and framing and can contribute to a more informed public. Reports from Amnesty International and Reporters Without Borders showed that online hate and harassment of women, especially women journalists and politicians, increased after 2020. Then, after the 2024 election, online abuse of women surged. The top posts on X, TikTok, Facebook, and Reddit were repeal the 19th, get back to the kitchen, your body, my choice. This abuse reflects a broader culture of contempt in which women are often subjected to unfair scrutiny. US politics, as we know, is basically a popularity contest that deploys double standards for women, women who are judged and considered likable or not based on their appearance, their age, and other external traits. Likability becomes this catch-22 for women in the public eye, on and offline, as they must prove their qualifications without seeming too self-promotional. This so-called likability trap reinforces traditional gender roles and biases and perpetuates the gender gap in US politics, which is echoed through the corporate news media. To this point in 2020, after Joe Biden announced Harris as his running mate, a coalition of advocacy groups issued a letter titled "We Have Her Back," which urged news media executives and bureau chiefs around the nation to focus on Harris's expertise, not her physical traits. The corporate press, however, focused on all the things that they were told not to focus on. So some examples from 2020 to 2024 included a Cosmopolitan article titled "The Politics Behind Kamala Harris's Hair." The corporate press demanded to know if she wore a wig, if she had a silk press done, and if it'd be controversial to wear her hair curly. Harris's signature pearls occupied as much bandwidth as her hair. An example from Women's Wear Daily editorialized on her supposed love affair with pearls. And then during the September 2024 debate with Trump, conspiracy spread claiming that her pearl earrings were earphones. They were not. It only got worse after a New York Times headline from July 2024 framed Harris's laugh as a campaign issue. Conservative white pundits and social media users called her laugh inappropriate, crazy, exaggerated, and more. Then came the attacks on her race when Trump and J.D. Vance and other leading Republicans, notably Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett, challenged Harris's Black and Asian heritage, labeling her, as Nolan mentioned, a DEI hire. Burchett charged that Harris had risen to power because of her ethnicity rather than by merit. NBC, Fox, and others in the white-dominated corporate press jumped on the bandwagon. A July 2024 NBC clip proclaimed "dumb and DEI candidate." Also in July,
Did they really say dumb as a rock?
yeah. Also in July, Republican Louisiana Senator John Kennedy called Harris a ding-dong on Fox News. According to calculations by Salon, Kennedy repeated the comment 6 times in less. Then a headline from the National Review in October declared Kamala Harris is an idiot. As hard as the conservative right was pushing Harris as a DEI hire, Trump pushed even harder at the National Association of Black Journalists in July 2024, claiming that she had only recently become a Black person. Following suit, headline after headline demanded, is she Black or is she Indian? Trump escalated by then launching a social media attack on Rachel Scott of ABC News, who had moderated the event and had called out Trump for his inflammatory language and his lies about Black politicians and journalists. Scott received multiple death threats shortly thereafter. Attacks on women in politics also include ageist tropes. Harris faced what researchers at UC Berkeley Haas School of Business described as a deep-seated bias against middle-aged women who rise to power, which was epitomized by Vance with his cat lady comments. His claims that the Democrats are anti-child and the Republicans are pro-family gained traction across the media spectrum. Even CNN and NPR played the role of Vance apologist, each detailing possible rationales for his cat lady commentary, none of which included Vance's ideas to give more voting power to parents or that the right's birth rate obsession is rooted in white supremacy. The corporate media's normalization of dangerous ideas and harmful rhetoric speaks to the role in their agenda setting and opinion forming roles in society. When the media promote manufactured culture war issues such as race and gender, voters are distracted from real matters of consequence. At this moment in history, the right has now twice enthroned Trump, regressed women's rights and gender norms, and is now busy dismantling press freedoms and the public's right to know. The state of the nation and the free press calls for an approach to media that challenges the established narrative. Project Censored advocates for critical media literacy education, seeking out ethical, independent journalism, which is not to suggest that independent journalism never gets wrong, but that non-corporate, non-partisan journalism is less prone to agenda setting and one-sided framing, often provides information that's missing in the corporate press. Applying a critical media lens to attack type news means asking questions about power, funding, and identity. Because media messages are constructed, some questions to ask are, who reported the story? Who crafted the message? Who paid for the publication? Is the headline or image attached sensational? Do they provoke strong emotions? What's the story's point of view or framing? What views and information have been left out of the story? Who's been left out of the story? What does a reporter or publisher want the audience to think, feel, or do? Issues of identity and power are intrinsically tied to media, influencing public opinion, voting choices, and self-perception. Partisan and corporate media's double standard towards women underscores the enduring patriarchal control in Washington, D.C. politics and among the nation's most influential news outlets. Ultimately, by refining one's own critical media literacy skills and seeking out ethical, independent journalism, news consumers and voters have a better chance of accessing diverse perspectives, seeing through character attacks, and advancing a culture that values human and civil rights for everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Nolan.
Quick comments, quick questions. And again, sorry for I'm not having monopoly. Eric Schreier from here. Nolan, quick comment, and maybe tell me I'm wrong. That's our colleague, Tyler Cowen, economist from George Mason, says that AI will figure out. We were scared of books hundreds of years ago, then radio, then television, then internet, then just and now AI, people will figure out, adjust, and find a way just to be human beings and identify what is fake, what is not. But second, for Robin, don't cancel me, please. Two things, and then just one thing about Khalid. Every person who has green card, and in my previous life, I was a green card holder. We knew and we know there's a provision, it's a statutory. For certain kinds of misdemeanors and crimes, you can be deported. However, it must be established in a court of law. Absolutely, absolutely. It must be adjudicated, established in a court of law. And one thing, please, again, don't cancel me. When he said, Zionists tried to dox me, every person knows that if you're non-Jewish, if you say Zionist, it's derogatory, as if a hillbilly, just right-wing, just conspirator, women haters say, oh, the feminists. It's a derogatory, we know. Khalid should have gotten through sensitivity training before. It's derogatory, just basically everything attitude. Jewish people who are Zionists are Zionists, but if you're non-Jewish, if I say, well, those zealot Buddhists, maybe they're zealot Buddhists, but if I am not Buddhist, say that, they will will be upset with my comment on that. So I think just well, he partially responsible, and also Misha. Thank you so much. Biggest problem in social sciences, including our field, is replicability. We published a paper, 4 of us, on Kamala Harris, and we are really happy to, we use different methods, but your conclusions, our conclusions, identical. So we replicate. Thank you so much. And sorry again, but maybe you can address my comment.
All right. Questions?
Oh, do you want me to respond to that?
Oh, you want to respond? Yeah.
I don't have to.
Yeah, I thought it was a comment.
No, very quickly. Yes, AI. I'm not doom and gloom. It's here to stay. It's going to be a part of the human experience. We need to learn to live with it. My only fear is I feel like I've time traveled back to 1993, and it's all optimism, like it was about the internet in '93, and it took 20 years for people to be like, I think that we need some like regulations. We need some conversations. I'm just trying to force the conversations now, but I'm with you. You know, there's a way to live with these tools. Yes.
I wouldn't, I do say, I don't want to cancel Eric. And I certainly don't want to cancel his question. I don't think that Mahmoud is to blame for saying Zionist. I think that it is, if Jewish people really take it that way. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, the main organizations that are fighting the genocide are led by mostly young Jewish people who do not feel that way. So I think there's a lot to be said, and I think Peter Beinart has really been trying to do that and kind of understand, and many people have tried to understand what sensitivities are, but make a difference between what Jews and Judaism is and what the state of Israel and Zionism is. And to conflate those two has been done, I guess, successfully over about 20 years of making anti-Semitism part of the criticism of Israel. I think if we say that we're un-American or we're anti-American, which is another. So for Khalil, it went from anti-Semitic to pro-Hamas to terrorist, and then to anti-American. Bush has also called him anti-American. That is, we've been through that in this country several times, where dissent equals treason, right? So if we say that anybody is anti-Semitic who criticizes the state of Israel currently engaged in a genocide, on the face of it, I propose that it's an absurdity. And the only reason that it can be done is because we accept it. So, but we need to talk about that. It's what critical media literacy is about.
Thank you so much. I'm Leah, and I finding fascinating the talk. So I wanted to ask maybe the first speaker and the third about gender, and because we have experience in Europe, European countries, that they have elected women presidents, but here in the US we have two opportunities in 2016 and in the recent election, and it hasn't been possible. So you have been explaining about media scrutiny, media framing. I don't know if you also would like to mention what aspects of, maybe like American culture could explain this. I know it's a very big, complex question, because it's not just one thing, it's so many things. And then for Robin, sorry, because I follow the case, but I don't know all the details. So you have mentioned about claims, but claims it doesn't mean that these claims have been demonstrated, obviously, right? So grounding that even though these claims haven't been demonstrated, a judge, because I don't know how it goes with deportation, that he can be deported, because then the legal grounds are not working any longer. I wanted to hear what you think, because it is very serious. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I was thinking of how to answer it succinctly, and I've decided I can't. I think your question, though, is, at least to me, what it makes me think of is, just like anything else, media doesn't explain everything. Media is oftentimes a reflection of the larger culture as well. And I think there's no doubt it's well documented. We talked about in these replicated studies over here that clearly there is many challenges, barriers to women getting into electoral office. So I think that there's no doubt about that. I do think the Kamala Harris campaign is going to be a bad example to testify that case. I don't know how others in the room feel about her. I'll say from California, so I've watched her entire career. I was not a fan of hers. But I'll say I see her as one of kind of like the biggest victims. The way she was treated through the Biden years, the way that she was put on the ticket, and then they basically hid her. One of the speculations is because Biden apparently didn't want younger people from his campaign out on stage more than him. Not Biden personally, but his campaign leaders. But she was kind of in the shadows. They don't offer a primary. They gave her unenviable tasks of running the border, which has been a fight in this country for how long. And then they just thrust her into the spotlight. She's told that the only way she gets Joe Biden's team an endorsement is if there's no daylight between the two of them. There's a lot of unpopularity from her base with Gaza, and she's got 100 days to run a campaign against Donald Trump, who's been campaigning since 2015. So I think for those reasons, I don't like it as a test case. But having said that, it's very obvious that sexism played a critical role in the election. But I also think there was many other factors that we set up against Harris, which are sexist in nature, but not just during the campaign. I think Biden and the Democrats have to own some of that as well.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that? Because you didn't have a mic. Did you hear that comment?
Colombia capitulated to the Trump administration's demands on everything.
So they just Trump won because Colombia capitulated. Yes, you can pull federal assistance from universities, but there's a due process again that is required, that you say they're not protecting Jewish students and they're not addressing anti-Semitism. Joseph Hawley, I showed you with Peter Barnhart in that interview, talks about how that simply wasn't true. They've done all kinds of things on Columbia campus. The faculty have had to go to sensitivity. They have a center. They have education. They have all kinds of things going on. So it's not true that they first, before you pull it, you have to demonstrate that they've made a good faith effort to comply with what they've been asked to do, and Columbia did that, and now they capitulate. So the fear of Trump is overrun, is just kind of overwhelming at this point, and everybody seems to be buckling from from universities to the press, and it's very, very dangerous. And now there's always this fear that, well, Trump is not going to, if there's a Supreme Court decision and if the Supreme Court says you've got to before USAID funds, or you've got to reinstate these employees and because you did it illegally. They can do that, and it can go to the Supreme Court, and it's likely that the Supreme Court will vote in ways that are constitutional. They've shown that they're going to do that, and they will probably. But J.D. Vance and other people are and say, well, they can. The Supreme Court can make a decision, but let them come and enforce it. So now there's this huge worry that what if Trump completely ignored the Supreme Court, and then we are in uncharted territories. We're beyond the Constitution. We're beyond anything.
Beyond rule of law.
Beyond the rule of law.
Yeah, Martijn X, University of Amsterdam. I have a question and a comment. Question is more out of curiosity. When you showed us that picture of all these masked men posing together, who are apparently stirring up these riots, I'm pretty sure that picture was taken in Amsterdam because I recognize the background. I was wondering, are they active internationally? How does that work? And perhaps my comment before you answer, what you said about the weaponization of anti-Semitism made me think of what happened last November, again in Amsterdam, where Israeli soccer fans came to play a match against Ajax, the local football club. Some of these Israeli fans were later in the night after the match were assaulted. This went all over the world, made international headlines. Netanyahu said, I'm going to send 2 airplanes to get them out of hostile territory there. It was presented as a huge crisis, and only later did it emerge that these fans had actually been misbehaving the night before, vandalizing, assaulting people, tearing Palestinian pro-Gaza flags from houses. So there was, in the days after, a self-correction in Dutch media where they said, well, perhaps our conclusions were too hasty, and we framed it one-sided, whereas there are actually 2 sides to the whole thing. But I don't think that correction was made internationally. So internationally, the image persisted that Amsterdam is a bulwark of anti-Semitism and that Netanyahu had to get his people the hell out of there.
The only reason I knew about the correction in the Dutch media is because I have a friend who's a Dutch journalist. Oh, yes. That's why I put Betar USA. And it's primarily been international. So, I'm by no means am I an expert, but I've done, since March 8th, I've done as much research as I can. And yeah, it's a very belligerent and I think dangerous organization. And they were responsible primarily for the counter demonstrators at UCLA that became so violent.
Hi. Like the panel, I thought the 3 of you guys were great. I had 2 questions in specifics, if that's okay, for all 3 of you guys. First, in regards to AI, do you see a future in which you'll be using or integrating AI into your daily tasks in gathering and developing media and research? And if so, how? And then my second question was, do you guys draw any personal connections to what's going on right now in regards to people being deported because of pro-Palestinian movements or outreach to late stage McCarthyism and when Joe McCarthy was in office a ways ago now?
I mean, I'll take the AI question first. I'm already using AI. Yeah, it's here, and I think everyone at some level is using it, whether they know it or not. I heard one argument try to be made about like the grammar check on Microsoft Word as a form of AI based on what the AI we're using now. So at some level, we're all using it. So I think it's a great tool, but like anything else, it needs a media literacy framework. I teach in the classroom, love my students, try to talk to them about it. Some of the things I get from my students, we have to slow down and review. It's a great tool to make tasks easier. Content-wise, I wouldn't trust the thing as far as I could throw it. And I'll tell you this, I go to corporate AI conferences occasionally. I've been to 2 in the last year because I want to punish myself. But even the folks at like Microsoft on stage will admit you shouldn't trust the content coming out of these. So it's a well-known thing across the industry. I think it's just about reminding people who are afraid of it what it can do, and young people who think it's like everything to say no, it's not. It's something, and we can use it. So that's kind of where I'm at on AI. Personally, do you want to take the next question?
What I really worry about it, first of all, I don't like when I do a Google search and it's been AI generated, summary. I just find that annoying. But what I'm really worried about are scripts in Hollywood. I mean, I don't really want entertainment by AI.
Yeah, I work with some organizations that just, well, I should say literary organizations that absolutely prohibit the use of AI. Personally, I use it for tasks. And one thing that I do is to take something I've written and then just ask it to cut it into bullet points for me. just to save time, but I don't ever rely on it for content.
You know, joking aside, in terms of Hollywood, the big thing with the negotiations when they were on strike was that they're going to be replaced by AI, and we're just not going to have any authentic people, you know, writing decent television or films, and plus you get a lot of money for an initial script. Well, if you get AI to do an initial script, it's much less pay to work on that script then. And that's what humans are going to be relegated to if it happens in that industry. So it's TV and film industry. I'm
Let
worried
me
about.
add to that. You made me think of one other thing. One other point to your question that does frighten me, that would be important to say in this context. A lot of companies and institutions are looking at AI as a way to save money. But like everything else out of Silicon Valley overpromises and underdelivers. And we're seeing this stuff used and having just horrendous outcomes. Like you saw some of the coverage of like Doge, how it was making mistakes using like these AI crawlers to figure things out. It's somewhat laughable, but your government, your tax dollars is going to use that to make critical decisions. And what we've seen historically are the biases, particularly against working people in these AI devices, has led to using this as a way to stop funds, stop like social support, stop approvals for like Medicare, Social Security, should they exist. These kinds of things. And in California, the CSU system, California State University system, which has 26 campuses, they are now have an AI initiative, which is looking initially to replace teaching assistants, to get rid of grading. But ultimately, the plan is to get us to record our lectures that they can then use to market to students and have AI grade the paper so the teacher isn't needed.
So first, I have a quick story. I work in AI policy, and I don't know if some of you remember the demotivational posters, but my view on artificial intelligence, which is not artificial intelligence, is straight machine learning, is there used to be a poster of a bunch of people holding hands really weirdly, and it said, "None of us are as dumb as all of us." And when you look at the training data that's being used, you're using anyone's content from the internet. So therefore, like the potential level is that's the baseline, and that's the problem. Regarding critical media literacy, I have a question. How do you deal with people who are intentionally looking for sources that confirm their own bias? So for example, I grew up in the Cold War. I was working with somebody during the Cold War, and they were explaining to me how vaccination was terrible. And I said, "Well, what's your source?" And they said, "Russia Today." I said, "Well, you grew up in the 80s. How can you trust this?" So how do you deal with people who are intentionally looking for validation rather than looking for information?
I mean, I think that's kind of the eternal question. You know, what makes one person want to learn and grow and expand their minds, whereas others just want to stay locked in to their own way of thinking? I mean, I think the best we can do is to not be aggressive about it and forceful, but to offer it as a possibility to, you know, are you willing to hear another side? Are you willing to read something else? Are you willing to watch something else? I think something that our colleague Dr. Higdon talks about is podcasting, the new media, quote unquote. But podcasting has become so popular, and I think it's a way to maybe expand viewpoints, expand perspectives. Other than that, I'm not sure how we can make somebody change their minds or believe something differently, because we've learned, especially from this past election, that throwing more facts at fake news does not do the trick. But podcasting and humor and, you know, has a different way of reaching people. And I think humor in particular has a way of kind of taking the guards down and taking the heat out of the situation, where people, even if they're on, you know, opposing sides of a situation, maybe they'll come together and, you know, share a laugh and then question what they just heard.
And I'll add to, I think it's spot on. I'll add to that. It's funny that your example is the thing I always recommend people to do. I'm like, don't get mad, don't tell people they're wrong. Ask them what their source is. It's like plant the seed that they're going to have to use evidence for claims they make. Although in this case, it seems like it didn't work out. But I also, and this kind of speaks to what Misha was saying, I also try and turn it around on myself and not so much worry about the other person per se. Like, what can I do? I can't force someone else to do something else. One of the things I always underscore is building credibility. It's really difficult to attain. It's very easy to lose, and it's very tough to get back. And so, if you establish yourself as someone who follows the facts, regardless of who it angers, even people who disagree with you will tend to trust you. At least in my personal experience, that has worked out. Like in the political partisan era, people who disagree with me will come to me because they'll know, like, no one will give it to me, even if he is going to, rip on both sides. I think humor is important as well, and also showing respect, decency, and integrity are three things that I always talk about. Really try to respect the other person, try and reach them. One of the things we forget, I think, with so-called fake news is how it can make otherwise good people do terrible things. So I always point out, like the Pizzagate restaurant incident, like that guy thought he was there saving children from pedophilia. Or on January 6th, some of those people thought they were saving democracy. In both cases, those are two things I would agree with. We should need to save democracy and we need to stop pedophilia. Hot take. But if fake news can make otherwise good people who have those good principles do horrendous things, which happen in both those cases. So I think also trying to recognize, remember, and appreciate the humanity can go a long way.
I'm curious, thank you for a great presentation, but like who the agent of a better media is, right? So I think it's one thing to say that we who are educators should teach our students critical media literacy, hundo P. We should talk to our students, we should talk to the people we know. But I guess I'm sort of curious on a macro media ecosystem level, like is a better media possible is one question. And perhaps the subtext there is like, is a better media possible in a world where the media is a commercial enterprise?
I'll kick that one off. Yeah, it's a great question. I don't want to throw out commercial or for-profit media, even though I'm critical of it. I think we need a diversity of media, so I would like to keep that. But we need some nonprofit, and we need more local reporting. We live in news deserts. So that aside, but I know it doesn't exactly answer your question. I think one of the things we've forgotten, and this may be a reason why we're in the situation we're in as a country right now, is we've forgotten that democracy is a 24-hour-a-day job. If you don't want to work 24 hours a day, you're in luck. There's a lot of dictatorships that are looking for passive people, but unfortunately, democracy, 24 hours. So who is it? It's us. Like earlier today, a discussion came up about like why don't intellectuals bring things into the public? And I've heard the argument. I understand it, but I've sort of concluded that I'm a citizen of a democracy before I'm an intellectual, and that's always going to be my prime driver. And so whatever I can do to take the work I'm privileged enough to do, if I can help further democracy, I'm going to do it. So I think there needs to be a lot more personal responsibility for our democracy and a lot less finger pointing. And so that's why, especially with critical media literacy, I tell folks like it's great to wag your finger at the right wing and for all the fake news, but what are you doing on your social media feed? Is it confirming your worldview? What are you doing at conferences or events? Are you hanging out with people who confirm your worldview? That's why I really like this conference, by the way. It was very challenging. Those kind of things I think are can go a long way. I think we have to do a lot more self-reflection and give a lot more back to our democracy.
I think I should say, in terms of discussion and democracy, I think at this point it's kind of hard to just talk about anti-Semitism as instrumentalization without saying and acknowledging that anti-Semitism exists, and it's been a problem for many, many, many years. It's horrible. It makes people feel horrible. It has very adverse effects on everything, and the history is terrible. And my Jewish friends, they feel, yeah, it's getting bad and it's getting worse. And so I think we should begin to think of what are we doing to make it worse? And what is this discourse doing to make it worse? And what can we do about it?
Thank you. Your question reminded me of, I think it was Maria Ressa, the journalist who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021 or 22. I'm suddenly forgetting. But she said, like, what happened in the Philippines, it was democracy's death by 1,000 cuts. And it started in the media. It started, the Duterte regime started splitting, dividing the population through the media at the very grassroots level. Facebook, that was their main tool. So in terms of rebuilding, I think it's we don't throw away what we have, but grassroots and top down, like everything, the entire media sphere. And then we have a colleague at UPenn, Victor Picard, and he has proposed some really interesting ways of doing media now in this particular climate. And it's very on the ground. It's very, he talks a lot about local news, like bringing back local news because of the news desert problem, and community radio, like utilizing radio. And then also just in terms of like looking for good, solid, ethical, nonpartisan, non-corporate media, we kind of go back to looking at who really subscribes to the SPJ Code of Ethics. They're the gold standard, and the reporters and the publishers that actually abide by it, I think, tend to provide more quality stories.
Hi. Well, wonderful, wonderful panel. I have a question specifically for Nolan, although I have many things I would like to say, but I have one thing. I was earlier in your presentation when you were talking about, it made me think of people are often very good media critics of, I don't like to say the other side because there's many sides, but if we think about it, it's generally of the other side in this day and age. And they can point out all the ways that the other side is lying, the other side is misleading. It's not just that they don't see that they're being misled on their side. People often they see it and they apologize for it, and they don't really seem to mind. What comes to mind is the eating the dogs, eating the cats example. Like JD Vance then admits, oh, it was made up. We knew it was made up, but it's a deeper way emotionally true. And people who agreed that it was made up made all sorts of apologetics for it. Vice versa, in my own family, we have had a debate for some years about whether Trump did say during COVID that you should inject bleach into your body. There was many nonsense things said. That one wasn't said, but we've gone back and forth, and it's been very hard to, if it was said, I had a conversation with unrelated. I had a conversation with my dad, and my dad said, well, no, they didn't say it, but he said something similar to it. So it was fine that they said it. And the whole thing made me laugh. And I was wondering, does that ever come up in your study and your research? Like the way people, not just that they don't see bias on their side, but when they see it, they apologize for it. Like, why do people do that? And I guess that's just my question. Have you observed this as a phenomenon?
So it's a great point. I've observed it as a phenomenon, but I've never that I can recall heard anyone like apologize for their side getting it wrong. They may like tacitly admit it, but not with an apology attached to it. Oh, make an excuse for it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happens all the time. Yeah, people reinterpret messages the way they want. I'm blanking on an example right now, but I mean, the one you gave with JD Vance is prime. Like any other politician, you're like caught red-handed. You'd find some way to wiggle your way out or talk about a social media post. He was just like, yeah, it's not true, but if it's getting your attention on immigration, I'm going to keep saying it. That's more or less what he said to the journalist. So it was a pretty shocking moment, but it's also something interesting about where we're at, that you can lie like that with impunity, and there really are no repercussions for him in his own party. And the people who are frustrated by that, we're probably never going to vote for him anyways.
Yeah, this is kind of a similar point. But I'm always struck when we hear analyses about and left and right, right, which are just the binarization of our thinking is a real problem for me, but it's where we are. And how the misogyny in all of these great examples you gave of misogyny with Kamala Harris, you know, her laugh and her hair and her pearls and all of this stuff. And I really appreciate your comment about looking in your own backyard, because you can go through left-leaning media, podcasts, and you can find horrific misogyny. Ask Sarah Sanders, ask Kellyanne Conway, ask Carolyn Levitt, ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, ask Lauren Boebert. None of these people are somebody that I would agree with, but the absolute base misogyny that is projected, bleach blonde, Barbie doll bimbo, you know, the names that these women are called from the left is something that I think that we have to take a really hard look at when we're doing this kind of criticism. Because it turns out, the more I read about this stuff, that misogyny seems to be the nonpartisan issue. And there is plenty of guilt to go around across the political spectrum. So I just wanted to make that point, that I think we need to be pointing that out as well, because battling misogyny is a nonpartisan issue.